Young Hero proudly dreams of becoming a superhero while his mother smiles beside him. His parents inspire Hero to help people in need, strengthening his resolve for the future. Remembering those moments, Hero silently promises to honor his parents' hopes. Years later, Hiroshi the Jima is unexpectedly told to retire from his company. Shocked by the dismissal at 29, Hero struggles to accept his sudden loss of purpose. The company president explains financial problems, forced a restructuring, making Hero's dismissal unavoidable. Unable to accept it, Hero protests after sacrificing overtime and personal time for the company. Instead, Hero expresses gratitude, remembering how the president supported him after his father's death. The president recalls Hero's father's pride and praises Hero's dedication, knowledge, and steady growth. He suggests Hero use his abilities elsewhere, hinting at a new opportunity ahead. The president mocks Hero, cruelly suggesting reincarnation because his future seems hopeless. Holding back his anger, Hero quietly accepts the harsh words and prepares to leave. Despite everything, Hero respectfully thanks the company for the 10 years he spent working there. After signing the retirement papers, Hero watches the president leave without another glance. Outside, Hero reads his sister's heartfelt message, finding comfort as he steps toward an uncertain future. Remembering his parents' teachings, Hero chooses gratitude despite countless kindnesses never being repaid. Clutching his treasured poetry book, Hero renews his resolve to remain kind and steadfast. While reading, Hero notices a small child wandering toward a busy crossing without awareness. Seeing a speeding truck approach, Hero rushes forward and pushes the child away from danger. Accepting his fate without regret, Hero realizes every choice has led to this final moment. Relieved the child survived, Hero peacefully accepts the sacrifice he made to save a life. His treasured poem echoes through his fading thoughts, reminding him to remain kind until the end. As consciousness fades, mysterious cards surround Hero, each displaying extraordinary powers and blessings. Countless abilities continue appearing, revealing skills capable of building kingdoms, healing lives, and commanding powerful forces. One glowing card reaches Hero's hand, bearing a skill everyone else would dismiss as worthless. Hero wonders whether he truly became the person he always dreamed of being before everything fades. He awakens as 13-year-old Hero Roswell, realizing he has been reincarnated into another world. Born into the influential Roswell family, Hero begins life as the eldest son of a noble house. Although surrounded by luxury, Hero senses something about his new life leaves him uneasy. Soon, his cheerful younger twin brother, Marison Roswell, curiously approaches while Hero observes the town. Hero notices an unusual number of merchant carriages entering town before his coming-of-age ceremony. Observing closely, Hero realizes the returning wagons leave empty, revealing trade has nearly stopped. He explains the failing circulation of goods prevents the territory's people from earning stable livelihoods. Marison adds that shortages and rising prices have made daily necessities increasingly difficult to obtain. Learning a past natural disaster shortened harvests, Hero begins understanding the territory's growing economic crisis. Hero decides the territory's worsening problems cannot continue if its people are to survive. Determined to help, Hero vows to save the struggling citizens as the family's eldest son. Trusting his past life knowledge, Hero eagerly awaits the divine blessing that will shape his future. Marison urges Hero toward the church, where both brothers will soon receive their divine skills. Together, they enter the grand divine church, ready for the long-awaited divination ceremony. Hero and Marison arrive late, where their father Oliver Roswell awaits beside the high priest. Oliver reminds Hero that the Roswell family's future will soon rest upon his shoulders. The high priest explains that divine revelations appear as sacred texts when children reach adulthood. He describes 4 possible blessings, divided between governance and military command for each heir. Following the priest's instructions, the brothers open their scriptures as the divination ceremony finally begins. A brilliant light surrounds Hero as a divine figure appears, blessing him during the sacred ceremony. Countless glowing pages emerge from Hero's scripture, astonishing everyone inside the church. Silence fills the hall as numerous revelation cards scatter across the floor around Hero. The priest identifies several governance blessings, believing they promise prosperity for the Roswell territory. Suddenly, one unfamiliar card appears, leaving the priest confused by its mysterious gotcha revelation. The high priest cannot identify Hero's mysterious gotcha revelation, and decides to inspect it with divine power. Using the all-seeing eye, the priest is violently repelled before he can read the strange blessing. The sacred text slips from his hands, leaving the exhausted priest trembling in disbelief. He realizes the revelation rejects even the eye of God, marking it as an ominous power. The shocked priest urgently warns Oliver Roswell that Hero's revelation may bring grave consequences. The high priest warns Hero's revelation could destroy the Roswell family if the kingdom discovers its existence. Desperate for another solution, Oliver asks whether any way exists to avoid that disastrous fate. The high priest suggests exiling Hero and naming the next heir to protect the family. Before Oliver can answer, Marison unexpectedly claims Hero was never the rightful eldest heir. Displaying his own blessings, Marison reveals another hidden revelation and invites everyone to examine it. Marison reveals a legendary sword revelation, astonishing everyone inside the church with its extraordinary power. Recognizing its potential, Oliver realizes the Roswell family could gain independence through Marison's blessing. Without hesitation, Oliver proudly praises Marison as the family's true eldest heir. Hero stands speechless as his father ignores his rightful position before everyone's eyes. Marison proposes keeping Hero within the family while quietly removing him through exile to protect their reputation. Marison suggests making Hero a foster child and giving him land to govern instead of abandoning him. Hero stands speechless as Marison openly proposes stripping him of his place in the family. Oliver accepts the idea, refusing to let Hero's bloodline stain the Roswell family's reputation. Realizing his father means every word, Hero quietly listens as Marison discusses his future territory. Oliver finally assigns Hero to rule the dangerous Great Demon Forest, far from the family's domain. Hero quietly suppresses his emotions while accepting the painful decision forced upon him. Kneeling respectfully, Hero accepts lordship over the Great Demon Forest without raising any objections. Oliver watches silently as Hero lowers his head, unable to hide his conflicted expression. The high priest formally declares the Roswell family's divination ceremony complete before everyone departs. Oliver celebrates Marison's remarkable revelations while ordering Hero to leave immediately for his new territory. Marison obediently follows Oliver, while Hero quietly accepts their parting without protest. Placing a hand on Hero's head, Marison reveals the jealousy he hid for many years. He admits resenting Hero for always receiving admiration despite being born only minutes earlier. Before leaving, Marison coldly bids farewell and mocks Hero's chances of surviving his new territory, watching them disappear. Hero renews his determination to build his territory and begin a new life. Hero recognizes a familiar habit, realizing someone from his previous life has appeared before him. A brilliant light fills the room as Hero unexpectedly comes face to face with Iijima Hiroshi once again. Hero loses his way in a dense forest, startled by rustling while searching the surroundings. Realizing the danger, he rushes toward his territory, fearing Marion's prediction may come true. Along the journey, Hero recalls his barren land bordering the Great Demon Forest, filled with monsters. Despite the hardships, memories from his previous life and a hidden trump card give him hope. Suddenly, Hero notices an unfamiliar presence ahead and carefully watches the mysterious figure. Hero discovers an exhausted fox-eared girl leaning against a tree, immediately noticing her weakened condition. Without hesitation, he approaches carefully and checks whether she is still conscious. Kneeling beside her, Hero confirms she can barely respond and struggles to move. Examining her injuries, he realizes the deep back wound exceeds his treatment skills, then searches his bag for supplies. Then Hero takes out a special item, believing it can save the injured girl. Hero carefully feeds the fox-eared girl a precious healing elixir, hoping its power will save her. Remembering its incredible value, he accepts sacrificing his greatest asset to rescue a stranger. After swallowing the medicine, magical healing cards appear, surrounding the injured girl with restorative energy. Moments later, warm light envelops her body as the deep wound rapidly begins to disappear. The healing finishes successfully, leaving the fox-eared girl safely recovering before Hero. Hero supports the recovering fox-eared girl, relieved after the healing successfully saves her life. Smiling with satisfaction, he accepts losing his precious elixir before noticing a mysterious book nearby. Curious, Hero examines the strange book and wonders whether it possesses an unfamiliar skill. Seeing the girl safe, he finally pays closer attention to her unusual appearance and clothing. Gathering his courage, Hero decides to seize the opportunity before the unconscious girl awakens. The fox-eared girl regains consciousness, slowly opening her eyes while trying to remember where she is. Noticing her awake, Hero calmly asks about her condition and waits for her response. Suddenly embarrassed, she realizes her clothes were changed and questions what happened during her unconsciousness. Hero quickly explains he only repaired her torn outfit before respectfully returning it. After getting dressed, the fox-eared girl gratefully realizes Hero was the one who saved her life. Hiro introduces himself as the Roswell family's adopted eldest son while meeting the fox-eared girl. Next he explains, he found her badly injured while traveling toward his remote territory. Since no doctor was nearby, Hiro reveals he used his own medicine to save her life. Instead of believing him, the fox-eared girl accuses Hiro of being a slave trader targeting humans. Hearing his family name, she questions why a noble would travel through the forest without attendants. The fox-eared girl insists no ordinary medicine could have healed such a severe wound. Spotting the empty elixir bottle, she realizes Hiro truly used an incredibly valuable treasure. Surprised, she asks why he sacrificed such priceless medicine for a beastman he had never met. Hiro calmly replies that saving a life matters far more than the value of any elixir. Hearing his answer, the fox-eared girl smiles, amazed to meet a noble with such sincere kindness. Hiro admits he lost his noble status and was sent away to govern a distant territory alone. Meanwhile, the fox-eared girl reveals she is also considered an outcast among her own people. Introducing herself as Amelia, the warcat promises to repay Hiro for saving her life. Suddenly, Amelia senses danger nearby and immediately becomes alert to approaching enemies. Hiro questions her warning, but Amelia firmly points towards suspicious figures, hiding beyond the trees. Several mountain bandits surround Hiro, pleased to find an isolated noble traveling without protection. Recognizing the threat, Amelia decides to repay Hiro by confronting the bandits herself. Hiro worries she cannot defeat them all, but Amelia urges him to escape while she distracts them. Although warcats excel in combat, Amelia admits she is the weakest among her people. Even so, Amelia charges toward the bandits, determined to buy enough time for Hiro to flee. Amelia boldly confronts the mountain bandits, refusing to back down despite their mocking insults. Activating her danger sense, she swiftly dodges a surprise attack and strikes before the bandit reacts. With precise speed, Amelia slams one attacker into the ground, instantly taking him out. Standing proudly, she proves the strength and honor of the warcat race against her enemies. Meanwhile, the remaining bandits surround Amelia as she prepares to face their coordinated assault alone. Amelia uses her speed to evade the bandits, forcing their attacks to strike only the surrounding trees. Moving between enemies, she delivers swift kicks and punches that quickly knock several bandits aside. Keeping the pressure, Amelia lands another powerful blow, leaving another opponent unable to continue fighting. A heavy punch sends one bandit crashing backward, proving her superior combat skills. Despite defeating several foes, Amelia warns Hiro to escape because too many enemies still remain. Amelia defeats the remaining attackers, then pauses after realizing something about her unexpected strength. Hiro praises her skills, while Amelia wonders why her techniques suddenly became much sharper. Unable to explain the change, she dismisses Hiro's guess because elixirs cannot improve combat mastery. Meanwhile, a surviving bandit secretly approaches Hiro from behind during the confusion. Amelia's danger sense warns her too late as the bandit grabs Hiro and holds him hostage. Hiro notices the warcat girl suddenly treating him as a dangerous person, while standing beside her companions. Everyone looks confused as they fail to understand why she reacted so cautiously toward Hiro. Missy admits she could neither hear Hiro's footsteps nor detect his presence with her sharp senses. Hiro explains that proper training can surpass natural talent before demonstrating his silent movement. Amazement spreads after Hiro proves disciplined humans can overcome even the warcat's exceptional instincts. Hiro asks the frightened group what they plan to do now that their immediate danger has passed. Suddenly, the large warrior scolds the younger members for freezing instead of taking action. Hiro realizes the warrior leads the group as they quickly prepare to face the remaining threat together. Unexpectedly, the warrior kneels and sincerely apologizes for causing Hiro and his companions trouble. Both youngsters stare in surprise, caught off guard by the leader's respectful and humble apology. Smirnoff introduces himself as the leader responsible for keeping his band of outlaws under strict control. Although his group avoids harming innocent people, Smirnoff admits their constant hunger drives many of their struggles, without hesitation. Smirnoff punishes one of his own men. After restoring order, Smirnoff offers Hiro a proposal, despite having almost nothing valuable to give. Finally, Smirnoff presents a rolled document and asks Hiro to accept it as compensation instead of money. Hiro opens the scroll, only to learn it contains Smirnoff's own wanted poster instead of a reward. The enormous bounty shocks Hiro and Missy as they discover Smirnoff is an S-rank sword saint wanted for treason. Smirnoff silences his followers before refusing to let them sacrifice themselves for his sake. Determined to protect his family's honor, Smirnoff dismisses every outlaw and orders them to live honest lives. His former companions quietly leave the forest, while Smirnoff watches them depart without looking back. Smirnoff calls his former comrades back after sensing an unexpected danger approaching the group. One frightened outlaw rushes towards Smirnoff, realizing they are no longer safe despite leaving. Suddenly, heavy footsteps shake the ground as everyone prepares for an unseen threat. A gigantic minotaur emerges before Hiro, Missy, and Smirnoff, forcing them to face a powerful monster together. Seeing Missy collapse in fear, Smirnoff urgently tells Hiro to escape before the minotaur attacks. The minotaur begins chanting a powerful attack while Hiro and Missy watch the terrifying monster from behind. Smirnoff steps forward alone, determined to shield everyone despite knowing the incoming strike could kill him. With tremendous strength, Smirnoff blocks the minotaur's massive weapon before it crushes the group. Believing Hiro is a beast tamer, Smirnoff urges him to control the monster. Without waiting any longer, Smirnoff charges straight at the Minotaur and continues the desperate battle alone. Caught in the fierce clash, Smirnoff desperately blocks the Minotaur's crushing attacks while slowly losing ground. Ignoring Hiro's protests, Smirnoff orders him to flee with Missy, before the desperate battle claims more lives. Reluctantly, Hiro leads Amelia away, intending to find Smirnoff's former companions and seek their assistance. Meanwhile, Amelia remembers the Minotaur chasing her relentlessly until it finally reached their location. He realizes Amelia's earlier injury may have been the reason the Minotaur tracked her there. Terrified, Amelia tells Hiro to abandon her, but Smirnoff interrupts and urges them to stop hesitating. Meanwhile, the Minotaur unleashes a blast of fire as Smirnoff braces himself to withstand the attack. Determined to protect Amelia, Hiro refuses to retreat even after Smirnoff orders them to escape. Accepting the risk, Hiro prepares himself for death, while trusting his resistance cards to keep him alive. Unexpectedly, Hiro remains completely unharmed, leaving him stunned as the flames fail to gain his body. Hiro realizes blocking the flames alone cannot change the battle, leaving him desperate for a way to fight back. Remembering the mysterious revelation hidden within his gacha skill, although he has no idea how the ability truly works, Hiro chooses to activate it without hesitation. Determination fills Hiro as he accepts the dangerous consequences and places his final hope in the skill. Suddenly, countless glowing cards appear around Hiro, signaling that his hidden gacha ability has finally awakened. Hiro examines his awakened skill and realizes it can grant blessings from the gods through a mysterious lottery. Reading its description, he learns selfless actions increase his chances of receiving powerful divine rewards, despite never having luck in his previous life. Hiro decides this desperate moment leaves no room for doubt. Resolutely, Hiro activates the divine text lottery and places his faith in its unknown outcome. Brilliant light surrounds Hiro as a divine figure appears. Hiro watches a glowing book descend into his hands, sensing an innocent yet mysterious presence within it. Opening the reward, Hiro discovers the legendary text of the divine dragon. Curiosity quickly replaces excitement as Hiro opens the book, and strange magic begins overflowing from its pages. Suddenly, glowing letters wrap around the book, forming a mysterious cocoon while Hiro watches the unexpected transformation. Hiro discovers mysterious writing wrapped around a giant egg, realizing it comes from the divine dragon. Shocked by the revelation, Hiro believes the enormous egg truly belongs to the legendary divine dragon. Following written instructions, Hiro attempts to hatch the egg, expecting the divine dragon to protect everyone. After reading the care manual, Hiro learns the divine dragon requires special treatment, making him uneasy. The egg suddenly causes a massive explosion, leaving Hiro stunned as the ground erupts. Hiro shields his companions after the violent blast erupts from the divine dragon's mysterious egg. Once the dust settles, Hiro confirms everyone survived, though the unexpected explosion leaves them confused. Soon, an ancient dragon finally appears, astonishing the entire group with its majestic presence. Despite its overwhelming appearance, the dragon unexpectedly transforms into a much smaller form before everyone. Instead of attacking, the hungry dragon complains about its empty stomach, surprising Hiro and his companions. The hungry dragon mistakes Hiro for food, then realizes he is inedible after taking a closer look. Hiro hopes the dragon will help them, but it immediately unleashes dragon breath across the battlefield. Rather than assisting humans, the ancient dragon explains it only sensed another dragon's presence nearby. After hearing Hiro's explanation, the dragon understands the divine dragon's egg appeared without anyone summoning it. Finally, the dragon decides to safeguard the divine dragon's egg. The ancient dragon prepares to leave, reminding Hiro that saving his life created a lasting obligation between them. Hiro refuses to surrender the divine dragon's egg, explaining the gods entrusted its care to him. Hearing Hiro's answer, the ancient dragon releases immense pressure, leaving everyone frozen with fear. Hiro's companions panic, believing they offended the ancient dragon and expecting a devastating attack. The dragon calmly admits the loud rumble came from its hungry stomach, surprising the entire group. The ancient dragon admits overeating recently, leaving its heavy body aching and difficult to move. Unable to fly, the dragon reveals it has weakened after surviving on a long fasting diet. Hiro's companion asks the dragon to stop frightening everyone with its loud, rumbling stomach. The embarrassed beast quietly apologizes, easing the tense atmosphere surrounding the exhausted group. After calming down, Hiro realizes everyone is hungry, but the dragon's hideout contains only grass and alcohol. The ancient dragon reveals treasured seasonings and ingredients preserved by its race for countless generations. Hiro is amazed to discover the dragon possesses soy sauce, a seasoning rarely found in this world. Confidently, Hiro decides to prepare a proper meal using the dragon's precious ingredients. Soon everyone eagerly enjoys the feast while the ancient dragon is deeply impressed by the delicious cooking. Seeing the dragon happily finish every dish, Hiro feels relieved that his homemade meal satisfied its appetite. Amelia praises the hot pot's crunchy ingredients, prompting Hiro to reveal the secret behind the unusual recipe. He surprises everyone by admitting he cooked nearby slimes after learning they were safe to eat. Although skeptical at first, the group enjoys the slime dish, while Hiro explains the creatures are plentiful. Later, Hiro's companion asks why a young noble ventured into such a dangerous region alone. Hiro explains he was traveling toward his territory when he discovered Amelia unconscious beside the road. Amelia admits she challenged herself because she felt like the outcast of her own people. Hiro realizes Amelia confronted the Minotaurus alone, explaining why she collapsed from severe injuries. He saved Amelia by using a precious elixir, astonishing his companions with such generosity. Afterward, Hiro reveals he was born as the eldest son of the prestigious Roswell family. However, Hiro explains his family chose his younger brother as heir, sending him to govern the Great Forest instead. Hiro refuses to reclaim his noble status, despite learning he could restore his inheritance through another's sacrifice. Instead, Hiro chooses to remain independent, rejecting both revenge and a return to his former family. His companions question the decision, but Hiro insists loyalty matters more than wealth or noble privileges. Hiro declares he wants to help others before himself. Moved by Hiro's kindness, Amelia decides to repay his generosity by accompanying and supporting him from then on. The former bandit leader asks Hiro to let his group serve as loyal followers within the new territory. Although they were once bandits, the group sincerely promises to work honestly under Hiro's leadership. Hiro accepts their loyalty with one condition, forbidding violence and theft from that day onward. After sealing the agreement, Hiro officially welcomes the former bandits as trusted members of his domain. Meanwhile, the ancient dragon complains about being left behind, with nothing except barrels smelling of alcohol. The ancient dragon entrusts Hiro with the divine dragon's egg, grateful for the unforgettable meal and newfound friendship. Hiro promises to prepare healthier dishes, delighting the ancient dragon with his thoughtful kindness. Suddenly, one of Hiro's mysterious cards activates, leaving the ancient dragon confused by its strange power. Moments later, the dragon feels completely rejuvenated, recovering its strength and sharpening all its senses. Overflowing with energy, the ancient dragon flies off to hunt devil boars. Hiro worries he lacks enough seasonings to satisfy the ancient dragon's enormous appetite, despite its renewed strength. The former bandit leader praises Hiro's kindness and promises to support his new lord faithfully, before Hiro can object. The former bandits joyfully lift him into the air and celebrate their new leader. A mysterious swordsman appears with a hooded companion, declaring he has come to kill Hiro. After years apart, Richard confronts Smirnoff while bringing a young companion, determined to settle their unfinished conflict. Instead of showing surprise, Smirnoff mocks Richard for choosing the path of a dark guild bounty hunter. Hearing the guild's name, the young girl recalls her father's warnings about its dangerous reputation. Meanwhile, the Dark Guild is revealed as a hidden organization handling assassinations, kidnappings, robberies, and secret missions. Finally, Smirnoff condemns Richard for abandoning the Night Order. Richard exposes Smirnoff's past, reminding everyone he was once born into a wealthy noble family. Surprisingly, Smirnoff admits his noble origins, leaving the young girl completely astonished. Meanwhile, Richard's companions quietly doubt Smirnoff's appearance, believing he resembles an ordinary bandit. Smirnoff explains he abandoned his noble family after rejecting corrupt nobles who oppressed people with heavy taxes. Unmoved by the explanation, Richard declares Smirnoff's fate is already sealed, despite his confident resistance. Smirnoff steps forward after hearing someone mention a warcat, sensing a familiar presence nearby. Soon Amelia appears before everyone, leaving the young girl stunned by their unexpected reunion. Curious about Amelia's arrival, the young girl wonders why she has come to this dangerous place. Amelia suspects they were searching for the great forest ruins where the Warcat's treasured Artemis bow is hidden. Instead, Amelia mocks the young girl, claiming the village's weakest outcast could never obtain the legendary treasure. Amelia blames the young girl's failing eyesight, revealing the reason her promising future disappeared. Recalling the past, Amelia cruelly reminds her of the days she was praised as a gifted archer. Even during training, the young girl could never land a single hit against Amelia, despite trying hard. Mocking those memories, Amelia admits she still enjoys remembering the defeated expression on her former student. Before Richard can react, Smirnoff warns him that rushing into battle would only get him killed. Richard reveals the Dark Guild's terrifying strength, admitting Smirnoff has become even stronger than before. Meanwhile, Amelia praises Richard's judgment, believing his restraint saved the young lord from certain defeat. Next, Amelia offers the young girl a single chance to strike her without resistance. Confidently, Amelia promises to accept one free attack, challenging the young girl without hesitation. Nervously, the young girl hesitates as Amelia calmly instructs her to aim for a vital spot. Smirnoff comforts the young girl, assuring her the god of war stands beside her in the coming challenge. Although afraid because of her failing eyesight, the young girl receives Smirnoff's confidence that she can win with one strike. Meanwhile, Richard encourages her to try without fear, reminding her failure is not the end. The young girl regains her courage and promises to give everything she has. Then she steps forward alone, preparing to face Amelia with renewed determination. She steadies her breathing, treating the challenge like drawing a bow before launching her attack. Focusing completely, she gathers her strength and lands a clean strike against Amelia's face. Instead of fighting back, Amelia suddenly embraces the stunned girl, leaving everyone confused. Moments later, the young girl realizes she truly knocked Amelia down with her single blow. Meanwhile, Richard coldly declares the real battle begins. Confident his overwhelming strength surpasses everyone present, Richard attacks first, promising Smirnoff an honorable death while confidently drawing his sword. However, Smirnoff easily blocks the assault and reveals his strength far surpasses Richard's expectations. Knocked to the ground, Richard accuses Smirnoff of fighting like a cowardly bandit. Smirnoff rejects the insult, explaining he now serves Lord Hero instead of living as a bandit. Hero Roswell casually introduces himself as the Great Forest's new lord, leaving Richard speechless. Richard orders Amelia to kill Hero, but Smirnoff questions whether he still believes victory is possible. Suddenly, a brilliant light crashes into the battlefield, forcing everyone to stop and watch. A legendary monster appears from the impact, leaving Richard and Amelia frozen in complete shock. Smirnoff calmly greets the creature, revealing it recognizes Hero as its master. Terrified Amelia realizes the legendary monster now sees her as nothing more than its next meal. The legendary monster dismisses Richard and Amelia as helpless before effortlessly knocking them aside. Meanwhile, Hero's group realizes the overwhelming display should prevent another reckless attack from their enemies. Surprised by her own strength, the young girl learns her successful strike came from the god of war's blessing. Soon after, Hero is reminded that he possesses military command abilities among his growing collection of skills. Opening his skill book, Hero confirms he also has territory management. Hero wishes he were stronger, but Smirnoff explains a lord's greatest power comes from empowering trusted allies. Meanwhile, Smirnoff praises Hero's companions, highlighting Amelia, the ancient dragon, and their remarkable abilities together. Hero's loyal allies gather, forming a force powerful enough to rival an entire nation's military. Later, the story shifts to the Roswell family estate, where Beast questions Hero's unexpected exile. Inside the mansion, Hero's father refuses outside interference and orders the visitor to leave immediately. Great Sage Lillian confronts Hero's father, criticizing his indifference toward the family's growing debt and Hero's exile. Instead, Hero's father boasts that removing Hero will quickly restore the family's wealth and repay every debt. Lillian warns this visit will be her last, because the Roswell estate faces a terrible future. Finally, Lillian declares the Roswell family has already stepped onto the path leading toward its own destruction. Hero intercepts a charging dire wolf, protecting Amelia before its attack can reach her. Relieved by the rescue, Amelia steadies herself while Hero makes sure she is unharmed. Soon afterward, the group realizes more dire wolves are chasing the Dragon Lord's egg, forcing an immediate retreat. Without hesitation, Hero shields Amelia once again and knocks another wolf away before it can attack. Amelia blushes as Hero carries her to safety, ending the dangerous encounter with the pursuing wolves. Hero blames himself for the recent danger, believing the journey needed stronger protection from the beginning. Meanwhile, Smirnoff's absence becomes unavoidable because his crew is incapacitated while the ancient dragon hunts a demon boar. Despite the growing danger ahead, Hiro decides to continue, knowing the forest contains even stronger monsters. Following the map carefully, Hiro and Amelia search for the Lord's estate. At last, Amelia notices the mansion's roof rising above the trees, confirming they have nearly reached their destination. Hiro and Amelia celebrate reaching the estate, hoping their exhausting journey has finally come to an end. Moments later, both discover a large mansion hidden deep within the forest, raising their expectations. Instead, they find no villagers, abandoned buildings, and a neglected estate surrounded by wilderness. Amelia struggles to believe Hiro has been assigned to govern such a ruined territory. Nevertheless, Hiro accepts the reality and heads inside to inspect his new domain more closely. Hiro and Amelia step inside the abandoned mansion, carefully examining its damaged halls and overgrown interior. Expecting the worst, Hiro searches for a usable room despite the building's ruined condition. Soon, they discover a chamber where a giant tree has grown through the wall without destroying everything. Surprisingly, the room remains clean, encouraging them to store the Dragon Lord's egg and establish a temporary base. While inspecting the area, Hiro finds a magic ore that could serve as valuable fuel for future use. Inside the mansion, Hiro activates the magic ore, hoping it can make their temporary shelter more comfortable. Carefully controlling his mana, he ignites the ore with basic fire magic and lights the room. Amelia reacts with surprise after discovering Hiro can perform simple magic despite his modest abilities. During their conversation, she realizes Hiro's father knowingly placed him in a territory destined to fail. Calmly, Hiro refuses Amelia's criticism, insisting she should never speak about his father that way. Rather than arguing, Hiro explains that both kindness and dishonesty eventually return to the people who choose them. Gently, he asks Amelia whether hiding the truth about her trial of skill has burdened her heart. After gaining her trust, Hiro requests the real reason she was being chased by the Minotaur. Amelia reveals she seeks the bow of Artemis to save her seriously ill younger sister. Listening carefully, Hiro learns the divine artifact grants perfect target detection, offering Amelia hope despite her poor eyesight. Amelia reveals her clan planned to hand her over as a lifelong servant to satisfy a powerful family's request. Shocked by the truth, Hiro immediately condemns the cruel arrangement and believes Amelia deserves a better future. Next, Amelia explains her family's survival depends on the annual martial tournament. Therefore, she seeks the bow of Artemis because its clairvoyance can overcome her failing eyesight. Despite losing her vision, Amelia remains confident her archery skills are unmatched if she can obtain the sacred bow. Amelia admits she failed to defeat the Minotaur, leaving her desperate to complete her mission. Determined to protect her younger sister, Amelia accepts any hardship to prevent her future from being stolen. Instead of relying on the divine artifact, Hiro offers to help using his own magic despite the uncertainty. Although unable to promise success, Hiro gently asks Amelia to close her eyes and trust him. Slowly, Hiro places his hand against Amelia's face, leaving her surprised by the unexpected gesture. Uncertain about Hiro's intentions, Amelia quietly wonders how his magic is supposed to help her. Carefully, Hiro asks Amelia to open her eyes, revealing a mysterious object resting before her vision. Surprise fills Amelia as Hiro explains the unfamiliar item is a pair of glasses that improves eyesight. Examining the thin lenses closely, she becomes curious about how such an unusual tool was created. Hiro reveals he fashioned the glasses with a metal frame and magically crafted ice instead of glass. He explains the glasses still need adjustments before they can perfectly match Amelia's eyesight. Unfortunately, the magical ice lenses begin melting, prompting Hiro to apologize for the temporary design. Delighted by the improvement, Amelia happily discovers she can clearly see her hands and the entire room again. Overcome with gratitude, Amelia suddenly embraces Hiro, thanking him for restoring part of her vision. Softly smiling, Amelia admits Hiro has given her something even more precious than clearer eyesight. Amelia unexpectedly praises Hiro's appearance, leaving him completely surprised by her sudden compliment. Embarrassed, Hiro struggles to understand Amelia's affectionate behavior as she moves even closer. Smiling warmly, Amelia gently touches Hiro's face, creating an awkward yet heartfelt moment between them. A strange sound interrupts their closeness, as both notice the Dragon Lord's egg reacting. The cloth covering the egg begins glowing brightly, drawing Hiro and Amelia's full attention. A mysterious revelation books appear before Hiro, astonishing both him and Amelia with their unexpected arrival. Moments later, the two related books begin merging into a single, more powerful revelation. Before long, Hiro receives the newly formed Divine Dragon Master revelation. Immediately afterward, cracks spread across the Dragon Lord's egg as it finally begins to hatch. Watching the glowing shell break apart, Hiro realizes the emerging divine dragon possesses extraordinary power respected, even by the ancient dragon. The Dragon Lord's egg finally hatches, revealing a newborn divine dragon in human form, and leaving Hiro and Amelia stunned by the unexpected sight. Amelia carefully bathes the playful horned child, trying to keep her calm while soap bubbles scatter everywhere. Meanwhile, the child wonders about Papa because Amelia says he handles sewing and laundry. Suddenly, the child dashes toward Papa, leaving Amelia chasing behind before remembering their clothes. Soon both eagerly invite Papa to join the bath. Embarrassed, Papa awkwardly averts his eyes after seeing Amelia. Hiro survives the awkward bath incident, while Amelia apologizes and everyone gradually calms down afterward. Later, Hiro recalls everything changed when the Divine Duke Dragon's egg finally hatched. Unexpectedly, a tiny horned girl emerges from the broken egg, astonishing Hiro and Amelia. They realize the legendary Divine Duke Dragon should have been an ancient dragon, not a child. Curious, Hiro and Amelia approach the newborn dragon, hoping to learn what she truly is. Awakening from the egg, the newborn dragon softly calls Hiro and Amelia her parents. Without hesitation, she leaps into Amelia's arms, surprising everyone with her instant attachment. Meanwhile, Hiro realizes newborn dragons naturally imprint on the first people they encounter. The little dragon happily calls Amelia Mama and Hiro Papa, with complete confidence. Finally, Hiro decides Amelia and the newborn dragon should take a proper bath together. Hiro quietly washes clothes outside while adjusting to his unexpected life as a dragon's guardian. Afterward, he sighs, wondering how caring for the newborn became his responsibility. Reading the guidebook, Hiro learns Divine Duke dragons require careful nurturing and proper living conditions. Unfortunately, their remote territory lacks enough supplies and facilities to raise her safely. Despite feeling overwhelmed, Hiro regains his resolve after the little dragon shows concern for him. Hiro finishes sewing adorable clothes, surprising Amelia with how quickly he dresses the little dragon. Delighted, the young dragon happily twirls around, making Hiro feel his hard work was worthwhile. Meanwhile, Amelia worries about the outfit, but Hiro warmly praises every detail with confidence. Smiling proudly, Amelia tells the little dragon she looks adorable in her new clothes. The little dragon learns she is the Divine Duke Dragon and begins remembering her own name. Shinryuko proudly repeats her name, making Hiro realize it sounds even cuter than before. Meanwhile, Amelia explains Divine Duke Dragon is only a title, so Hiro considers giving her a nickname. Carefully observing her appearance, Hiro notices her golden scales, red eyes, and tiny horns. Inspired by her shining features, Hiro thinks of a simple nickname that suits her perfectly. Hiro introduces the nickname Gull-chan, delighting the little dragon with her new name. Gull-chan happily accepts her new nickname, smiling brightly after Hiro calls her by it. Meanwhile, Amelia blushes as Gull-chan continues calling them Mama and Papa with affection. Watching them together, Hiro realizes he finally feels like part of a real family. Later, Hiro remembers studying under the great sage to become a capable future lord. Looking back further, Hiro recalls learning finance from his father, without understanding its importance then. Hiro remembers growing up without a loving family, carrying loneliness since before his birth. Reflecting quietly, he realizes he has never experienced the warmth of a real family. Meanwhile, Gull-chan decides to express her feelings toward Hiro and Amelia with their guidance. Smiling brightly, Gull-chan tells her parents she loves them, filling both with happiness. Hiro and Amelia proudly praise Gull-chan, cherishing the precious family they have built. Then he decides Gull-chan deserves a special reward for making everyone happy. Instead of laundry, Hiro prepares soapy water and asks Gull-chan to watch carefully. Next, Hiro gently blows through the mixture, creating floating bubbles before her eyes. Countless shimmering bubbles drift across the sky, leaving Gull-chan completely fascinated. Delighted, Gull-chan reaches toward the bubbles, wondering if they are Papa's magic. Hiro teaches Gull-chan that the floating lights are ordinary soap bubbles, delighting her with their simple beauty. Meanwhile, Amelia stands among the bubbles, catching Hiro's attention without realizing it. Overcome by the moment, Hiro honestly tells Amelia she looks beautiful. Embarrassed, Amelia quickly misunderstands his words while Hiro hurriedly explains himself. Curiously, Gull-chan watches their awkward exchange, wondering why they suddenly act differently. Gull-chan innocently asks about kissing, leaving Hiro and Amelia completely speechless with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Gull-chan explains she learned it by watching Hiro and Amelia after hatching from the egg. Flustered, Hiro desperately tries to explain the misunderstanding while asking Amelia for help. Instead, Gull-chan laughs playfully as Amelia quietly leaves to prepare their meal. Hiro renews his determination to build a peaceful territory where Gulchan can grow happily. Gulchan happily says spending time with Hiro always fills her with laughter and joy. Meanwhile, Hiro remembers his previous life, and realizes protecting Gulchan has made him much stronger. Suddenly a frightened scream echoes outside, sending Hiro and Gulchan rushing to rescue Amelia. Hiro quietly watches Gul happily spend time with the cat-eared woman and another child. She realizes Gul stays with both parents, exposing a family concern. Then Hiro opens a storage chest to reveal the real problem. Inside, the empty chest proves their food supplies are gone. Ashamed, the woman apologizes while Gul innocently asks about everyone's meal. The leftover slime survived inside the bag and secretly consumed every stored food supply. Amelia had screamed and fainted after discovering the giant slime inside the open bag. Hiro explains only the slime, seasoning and dried meat remain after the pork disappeared. Suddenly, the divine dragon lord arrives, expecting a grand meal after hearing the dragon had hatched. Then Hiro stands speechless as the disappointed guest angrily demands an explanation. Hiro nervously asks the mysterious visitor's identity after the unexpected arrival. The ancient dragon reminds Hiro about his sworn ally, making him realize the truth. Everyone confirms the visitor is the ancient dragon, while Hiro offers dried meat for breakfast. The dragon explains growing dragon children require far more food than ordinary humans. Hiro and the others decide they must quickly find enough food before the young dragon grows hungrier. The ancient dragon asks Hiro for permission to become Lord Divine Dragon's mentor. He explains every race possesses unique traditions and techniques only their own kind can teach. Hiro encourages Gul to carefully choose the path that feels right, believing the proposal is reasonable. Hiro tells Gul learning from another dragon would be beneficial. The ancient dragon quietly waits while Gul considers the important decision with everyone watching. Gul happily accepts the ancient dragon as a mentor and eagerly calls him Grandpa. The ancient dragon proudly promises to raise Lord Divine Dragon into a respected dragonkin. Gul cheerfully follows the ancient dragon while quickly adapting to the new guidance. The pair departs together as Hiro reminds them to avoid anything dangerous. After watching them leave, Hiro turns his attention towards solving the territory's growing food shortage. Amelia volunteers to hunt, hoping her skills can help solve the territory's food shortage. She explains preserved meat would provide enough supplies for the coming winter. Hiro asks about hunting tools, so Amelia offers to demonstrate a simple trapping method. Amelia teaches Hiro that basic traps require only vines and sturdy sticks. Then she explains local materials work best because animals easily detect unfamiliar scents. Amelia collects nearby vines and branches, explaining they are enough to build a simple hunting trap. Concerned, Hiro warns that dangerous creatures could roam the forest trail near the village. Confidently, Amelia says she inspected the area beforehand, though everyone should remain alert. Suddenly, memories of the giant slime leave Amelia trembling, making Hiro realize how frightening it was. Then she selects a suitable location and carefully begins setting up the hunting trap. Amelia finishes the first trap and plans to place several more along nearby animal trails. Pleased, Hiro notices Amelia enjoys helping while contributing to the territory's survival. Next, Amelia asks Hiro to wear special glasses before continuing the lessons. Spotting a bird nearby, she demonstrates how to observe prey from a safe distance. She reveals the cat-eared tribe's powerful sling, capable of bringing down large game. Amelia gently swings her sling, explaining a small stone can easily bring down a bird. Without hesitation, the stone flies forward and unleashes an unexpectedly powerful impact. Instantly, the bird falls from the tree after the overwhelming strike, shakes the area. Shocked, Hiro realizes Amelia restrained her strength, despite causing tremendous destruction. Relieved, Amelia finds the prey unconscious instead of dead, while Hiro resolves to control his enhanced power. Suddenly, Gul calls for Hiro and Amelia from the rooftop, eager to demonstrate a newly learned technique. Excitedly, Gul unleashes the skill, astonishing everyone watching from below. A massive blast erupts across the sky, shaking the surrounding area with overwhelming force. Moments later, the explosion tears through the distant landscape, leaving Hiro and Amelia speechless. Proudly, the ancient dragon reveals Gul already mastered the dragon tribe's powerful annihilating roar technique. Delighted, Gul runs toward Hiro, eagerly asking for proper praise after the successful demonstration. Smiling, Hiro pats Gul's head and compliments the impressive technique taught by the ancient dragon. The ancient dragon proudly accepts the recognition with complete confidence. Instead, Hiro punishes the ancient dragon by canceling dinner for causing such massive destruction. Embarrassed, the ancient dragon complains, but Hiro reminds him their food shortage makes reckless attacks unacceptable. Hiro firmly blames the ancient dragon, stressing the destroyed food threatens the territory's survival. Meanwhile, the ancient dragon pleads for mercy, hoping Gaul will help soften Hiro's decision. Unexpectedly, Gaul volunteers to eat Grandpa's meals instead, giving the ancient dragon hope while Hiro considers the situation. A cat-eared archer practices shooting targets near the estate, steadily improving her accuracy with each careful shot. Meanwhile, Hiro watches from nearby, pleased to see her training progressing smoothly. Wearing new glasses, she finally sees distant targets clearly and gains greater confidence. Together, they review preparations, leaving only supplies for the ancient dragon unfinished. Moments later, the cheerful archer rushes forward and happily greets Hiro with an enthusiastic hug. Hiro returns safely after a difficult journey while his companions quickly gather around to check on his condition. Soon afterward, a young girl excitedly announces that she and Gaul collected an impressive amount of food. Curious, Hiro and the cat-eared archer wonder what remarkable discovery awaits them. Without hesitation, the cheerful girl leads everyone toward the place with eager excitement. There, a massive collection of prey astonishes Hiro, proving their successful hunt exceeded every expectation. Hiro realizes the ancient dragon gathered powerful monsters instead of the ordinary food he requested. However, Hiro explains that creatures like minotaurs and medusas cannot be eaten as regular meals. Embarrassed, the ancient dragon admits it hunted those monsters only to display its overwhelming strength. Patiently, Hiro reminds the ancient dragon that he requested staple food for a practical reason. Hiro explains that excessive meat will spoil because their territory can preserve food only by smoking it. He explains that nature follows a cycle where every living thing eventually becomes nourishment for new life. Meanwhile, Gaul insists she can finish the large amount of food herself, leaving Hiro reluctantly convinced. Suddenly, an unfamiliar traveler begs not to be eaten after being discovered by the group. Gaul proudly reveals she found the frightened man inside a pitfall trap and brought him back. The rescued traveler introduces himself as Jack, a merchant working in the Rothwell territory. Hiro and the cat-eared archer become suspicious after noticing the merchant carries neither a wagon nor travel bags. Next, the merchant reveals a small magical pouch containing all of his merchandise. He explains the artifact stores countless goods, but inheriting it also left him burdened with his father's debts. Meanwhile, soaring prices across Rothwell territory have made trading increasingly difficult and unprofitable. Therefore, Jack travels through neighboring territories, using an abandoned mansion as a temporary stop while purchasing supplies. Jack formally introduces himself again, leaving Hiro troubled after hearing more about his difficult situation. Meanwhile, Hiro realizes the heavy taxes are destroying merchants and pushing the Rothwell territory toward ruin. Gaul notices Hiro's disappointment and asks whether her recent catch caused the problem. Patiently, Hiro explains that keeping Jack alive is important because merchants provide valuable goods for everyone. Gaul agrees to apologize to Jack, hoping they can continue receiving useful supplies in the future. Then Gaul sincerely apologizes to Jack, although she still cannot hide that he looks delicious to her. After accepting the apology, Jack clears the misunderstanding while Hiro praises Gaul for making things right. Hiro introduces himself as Hiro Rothwell and explains that he serves the Rothwell family by managing the territory. Generously, Hiro allows Jack to continue staying at the abandoned mansion during his trading trips. Suddenly, the cat-eared archer warns Hiro to stay cautious. Amelia worries that Hiro's kindness will let strangers take advantage of his generosity. She warns Hiro that protecting everyone could eventually bring him serious harm. Hiro apologizes to Amelia, but insists he cannot abandon his responsibility as the territory's lord, even after admitting people may deceive him. Hiro believes refusing those in need would betray his duty. He promises to help anyone seeking assistance, leaving Amelia speechless before quietly accepting his resolve. Jack admires Hiro's compassion, amazed that someone so young has already earned loyal companions. Rather than accepting the praise, Hiro credits his companions and admits they are all facing their own struggles. Despite holding the title of Lord, he reveals the territory has no citizens and remains burdened with countless problems. After hearing the situation, Jack presents a business proposal that could help improve the territory. Seeing value in the monster corpses, Jack offers to purchase the entire collection and sell the meat for profit. Although Hiro welcomes the offer, he asks how Jack will handle the monsters that cannot be eaten. Confidently, Jack explains every monster has valuable parts, from magical materials to rare dragon resources. Next, he offers to process the remains himself and deduct the cost from the final payment. Embarrassed, Jack admits he lacks enough money to purchase everything immediately. Before Jack can finish explaining, Amelia mistakenly suspects he is trying to deceive Hiro once again. Instead of accepting a simple deal, Jack proposes signing a formal contract that benefits both sides. He presents a magical contract that allows payment to be postponed until later. Under the agreement, Jack will collect the goods weekly, while Hiro receives payment at the end of the following month. Although Jack offers to cover the company's commission himself, Hiro immediately rejects the unfair arrangement. Rather than exploiting Jack's debt, Hiro accepts a balanced contract, believing a reliable trade route already benefits his territory greatly. Jack apologizes for his earlier conduct and respectfully asks Hiro to finalize their business contract. Next, Jack explains that every noble contract requires a guarantor according to company policy. Because the guarantor is usually a noble's wife or heir, Jack requests someone to fill that role temporarily. Hiro turns to Amelia and politely asks whether she can help with the paperwork. Caught completely off guard, Amelia freezes in surprise after realizing Hiro chose her for the formal agreement. Hiro explains the guarantor will only be his wife on paper, leaving Amelia quietly flustered by the unexpected request. Blushing deeply, Amelia admits she would accept, but wants Hiro to ask her properly. Nervously, Hiro calls Amelia's name while trying to understand what she truly means. Gathering his courage, Hiro formally asks Amelia to become his wife so the contract can proceed. Embarrassed yet unable to refuse, Amelia shyly accepts the arrangement, though she insists it is only for the paperwork. Suddenly, another warrior confronts Amelia, accusing her of disgracing their family by remaining beside Hiro. The newcomer harshly declares that a proud warrior catfolk should never marry an outsider. Drawing her bow without hesitation, the furious warrior orders Amelia to return home and threatens Hiro's life if she refuses. Hiro encounters Natasha, who unexpectedly blocks his path and questions why he entered the forest. Without hesitation, Natasha orders Hiro to return to the village or face her deadly judgment. Then Hiro discovers Natasha knows Amelia, who trained her since childhood with unwavering guidance and discipline. Meanwhile, Natasha explains Amelia leads the village's elite reconnaissance unit, searching for Hiro after leaving. Finally, Natasha reveals humans nearby remain the true threat across the land they must confront. Hiro questions Natasha after she claims humans have always caused the land's greatest troubles. Natasha reveals humans ignored history and betrayed the demi-human village, despite peaceful coexistence. Remembering Hiro's kindness, Natasha explains he rescued her instead of abandoning her after battle. Elder suggests peaceful discussion, but Natasha remains suspicious because humans rarely showed such compassion. Finally, Natasha summons wolves and angrily accuses Hiro of poisoning Amelia with human medicine. Hiro realizes the growing wolf attacks prove someone is deliberately targeting the village. A powerful beast offers immediate retaliation, but Hiro calmly refuses to escalate the conflict. Instead, Hiro prioritizes Amelia's safety, believing further violence would only worsen her situation. Meanwhile, the wolves continue surrounding everyone, forcing Hiro to consider every possible solution. Hiro weighs sacrifice against battle, knowing either choice could cost his life. He realizes ordinary knowledge cannot solve the desperate crisis surrounding the village. Remembering Marisen's advice, Hiro searches for one decisive move before hope completely disappears. Determined to protect Amelia, Hiro chooses to spend her gifted points despite the unknown outcome. Meanwhile, Natasha prepares the wolves for battle as tension reaches its highest point. Finally, Hiro activates the Sacred Scrolls lottery, triggering divine revelation before the attack begins. Hiro obtains a special ranked divine book containing the power of the God of Abundance. Curiously, Hiro opens the mysterious book and carefully examines its unexpected contents. Instead, the revelation greatly increases crop growth and grants valuable agricultural seeds for cultivation. Although disappointed, Hiro realizes the blessing could still benefit his territory in the future. Meanwhile, Natasha remains unconvinced, believing Hiro's peaceful approach cannot erase humanity's past actions. A frightened child steps forward, begging Natasha not to harm Hiro and Amelia under any circumstances. Natasha accuses Amelia of abandoning her people, believing humans changed her loyalty completely, determined to prove her beliefs. Natasha draws her bow despite Hiro refusing to escape. Meanwhile, Hiro accepts the unavoidable attack, deciding to shield the child with his own body. Natasha releases her arrow, sending the tense confrontation toward its decisive moment. Hiro braces himself as Natasha's arrow speeds directly toward his unprotected body. Believing defeat is certain, Hiro quietly prepares to accept the consequences of his decision. Suddenly, Smirnov intercepts the arrow, saving Hiro from the fatal attack at the last moment. Smirnov reminds Hiro his people still depend on him and cannot afford losing their leader. Meanwhile, Smirnov introduces farmers and craftsmen, proving Hero already has loyal supporters beside him. After hearing their story, Hero learns homeless farmers lost their land because unpaid taxes seized their farms. Smirnov explains those villagers came hoping to contribute instead of asking for charity. Realizing the truth, Hero accepts that a territory grows through everyone's efforts, not his alone. Seeing Hero's determination, Natasha begins recognizing her earlier judgment was based on misunderstanding. With renewed confidence, Hero vows to resolve the conflict peacefully. While fulfilling his duty as Lord Hero quickly assigns roles, placing Amelia, Smirnov, and the ancient dragon in charge of protecting everyone. Next, Hero activates another revelation card and confidently begins executing his carefully prepared strategy. Immediately, Hero orders the charging magic wolves to sit, stunning everyone watching the battlefield. Natasha freezes in disbelief as the obedient wolves completely ignore her expectations. Seeing the opening, Smirnov rushes forward, taking advantage of Natasha's surprise to end the confrontation peacefully. Smirnov swiftly closes the distance, catching Natasha completely off guard with his overwhelming speed. Unable to evade another strike, Natasha prepares one final attack despite the dangerous situation. Instead, Smirnov subdues Natasha before she can continue fighting, ending her desperate resistance. Calmly, Smirnov reminds Natasha that risking her life solves nothing and urges her to live. Then Natasha accepts defeat as Smirnov gently carries her away from the battlefield. After the battle ends, Hero sincerely thanks Smirnov for stopping the conflict without unnecessary bloodshed. Relieved, Hero confirms the magic wolves escaped unharmed, leaving everyone safe from further fighting. Proudly, Hero explains his revelation's strengthened beast commands, unexpectedly affecting even the ancient dragon. Later, Natasha calmly asks Amelia a question after the tense confrontation finally settles. She wonders why Amelia still chooses to protect humans, despite their troubled history with demi-humans. Amelia explains Hero saved her because he believed helping someone in danger was always the right choice. Remembering their traditions, Amelia reveals the war cat, Ear tribe never forgets kindness or unpaid debts. Humbled by her mistake, Natasha admits she judged Hero unfairly and accepts responsibility for her actions. Instead of seeking punishment, Hero asks Natasha for a single favor before everyone departs. She agrees to guide Hero's group to the Warcat, Ear Tribe's village alongside Amelia. Arriving at the Warcat, Ear Tribe's village, Hero's group prepares to introduce themselves properly before meeting its residents. Hero leads his companions through the demon forest, approaching a hidden village. Exhaustion slows Hero while a beastkin companion assures him the destination is near. An ancient dragon suggests flying everyone instead to arrive faster. However, Hero chooses walking, hoping to greet neighboring villagers peacefully and avoid conflict. The dragon receives a playful punishment, ending the journey with light-hearted spirits. Hero's companions question whether their small group is prepared for the upcoming visit. Natasha and Amelia explain the villagers remain deeply distrustful of humans. Nevertheless, Hero refuses to gather everyone, believing each person already has important responsibilities. Meanwhile, Jack is entrusted with managing materials and tools until the group returns. Elsewhere, farmers, craftsmen, and children continue developing the territory, ensuring steady progress despite Hero's absence. Then Hero explains stronger ties with the War-Cat tribe will benefit both sides in the future. Meanwhile, he believes trading with the village will strengthen both communities, despite limited resources. Hero reveals his goal of becoming the bridge connecting the forest and the village. Natasha worries the villagers may refuse her involvement because of her background. However, she believes the tribe respects courage, making Hero's determination impossible to ignore. Hero's companions worry the mission could become dangerous, despite their careful preparations. Meanwhile, Hero hopes negotiations remain peaceful while quietly preparing a backup plan. Soon, the group reaches a massive natural passage leading toward the hidden village. Everyone admires the enormous entrance, recognizing it as a natural fortress protecting the settlement. Suddenly, armed war-cat guards block their path, warning the visitors not to advance further. Arriving at the village entrance, Hero politely introduces himself and requests a peaceful meeting. Instead, the war-cat chief dismisses his proposal and orders the visitors to leave immediately. Remaining composed, Hero asks the tribe to listen before reaching any conclusions. Suddenly, armed guards draw their weapons, prompting Hero's companions to prepare for battle. Without hesitation, Natasha protects Hero, declaring she will stand against anyone threatening her benefactor. The war-cat chief recognizes the sacred bow, leaving her stunned by the unexpected sight. Meanwhile, Amelia raises the legendary bow of Artemis, proving Hero's group possesses extraordinary trust. Ignoring the hostility, Amelia demands the tribe listen before rejecting Hero's request. Seeing her confidence, the chief realizes Amelia is far younger than expected. Frustration quickly turns into a heated exchange as both sides refuse to back down. Hero urgently stops the argument, but the chief orders an immediate attack. Countless arrows rain toward Hero's group, leaving everyone bracing for the deadly assault. Suddenly, the attack is completely blocked, astonishing the war cat, warriors watching the battlefield. Instead of magic, a powerful wing beat scatters every arrow with overwhelming force. A colossal dragon reveals itself, shocking the entire war cat tribe into silence. The war cat chief is stunned, after realizing Hero's group commands an ancient silver dragon. Suddenly, the dragon fires a powerful blast, demonstrating overwhelming strength before everyone. Instead of celebrating, Hero calmly reminds the dragon that both sides had already raised their weapons. Witnessing the dragon obey, Hero leaves the war. Cat Chief questioning the young leader's true identity, Hero kneels respectfully, apologizing for his companion's actions and seeking peaceful negotiations. Hero respectfully kneels, but the war cat chief asks him to stand and address her properly. After introducing herself as Esmeralda, she thanks Hero for showing restraint despite his overwhelming power. Curious about his character, Esmeralda asks why he came to the war, cat territory. Hero calmly explains he first wishes to greet his new neighbors before anything else. Then Hero reveals he also hopes to witness the upcoming martial arts tournament firsthand. Esmeralda notices the tense atmosphere and invites Hero to continue their discussion elsewhere. Soon, she leads Hero's group toward the tribe's mansion for a proper conversation. Along the way, Esmeralda explains the sacred tree is believed to house a god. She also reveals the tribe has protected the holy tree for generations while pursuing greater strength. Finally, the group approaches the village entrance as Esmeralda prepares them for the lively settlement ahead. Hero enters the war cat village, admiring the impressive settlement hidden within the forest. Towering trees surround countless homes, revealing a peaceful community protected by nature. Meanwhile, curious villagers quietly observe the unexpected human visitors entering their homeland. Elsewhere, local residents wonder whether Hero's arrival will change the tribe's future or disrupt its peace. Hero and his companions discover a peaceful village built around gigantic trees, admiring its unusual homes hidden within the forest. Meanwhile, several beastfolk children secretly watch the newcomers, uncertain whether the visiting humans pose any threat. Noticing suspicious eyes nearby, Hero's group remains cautious and prepares for unexpected trouble while approaching the village. Suddenly, numerous beastfolk villagers rush toward the travelers. Instead of hostility, the villagers warmly welcome Hero's party, excited to meet the first humans ever to visit their village. Beastfolk women eagerly surround Hero's companion, overwhelming him with attention until a village leader quickly stops the commotion. The chieftain apologizes for the villagers' behavior, explaining their excitement while ensuring Hero's group receives proper respect. Afterward, she admits the villagers are unusually sensitive to strength. Hero laughs with relief, realizing the unexpected welcome was far friendlier than the attack he had anticipated. The chieftain leads everyone toward the mansion, hoping to continue the visit before another misunderstanding interrupts their meeting. Hero's party enters the chieftain's private room, welcome to discuss important matters in comfort. Admiring the impressive interior, Hero and his companions prepare to begin the formal meeting. The chieftain reveals the invitation involves more than greeting guests and observing the martial arts tournament. Responding directly, Hero explains his group arrived with two important objectives. First, Hero proposes establishing trade with the Warcat tribe to strengthen cooperation between both territories. The chieftain reminds Hero that her domain suffers from countless hardships, making any trade proposal difficult to accept. She explains the land was devastated by wars between humans and beastfolk. As a result, the ruined soil attracts monsters and cannot support farmland. Rather than giving up, Hero confidently reveals he already possesses a solution for their desperate situation. Hero displays numerous divine blessings, astonishing the chieftain with abilities that could transform the tribe's future. The chieftain is surprised that Hero possesses countless powerful blessings, despite being exiled from his noble family. Hero explains those abilities brought him exile instead of status. Curious about his true purpose, the chieftain asks whether Hero seeks revenge or conquest after his betrayal. Instead, Hero reveals his dream of creating a peaceful land where no one suffers from hunger or war. To achieve that goal, Hero explains his territory currently survives by hunting while preparing for future growth through new settlers. Hero explains that cooperation with the Warcat tribe is essential because their forest knowledge can benefit both territories. After hearing the trade proposal, the chieftain asks Hiro to reveal the second purpose behind his visit. Hiro states that his other goal is rescuing Amelia's younger sister from her difficult situation. He explains Amelia's sister could be forced into servitude if she loses the upcoming tournament. Hearing this, the chieftain angrily reveals Emira was exiled over the matter, exposing the tribe's internal conflict. The chieftain reveals that Amelia and her younger sister have both been exiled from the village. She explains the exile follows sacred traditions, protecting the divine tree and the tribe's hidden location from outsiders. Hiro listens carefully, as Amelia adds that revealing her family's situation could bring suspicion upon the entire tribe. Furthermore, Amelia admits some desperate beastfolk even abandon their tribe and join outlaw groups to survive. The chieftain questions Amelia's decision, reminding her that Emira accepted the danger to protect their beloved family. Amelia is reunited with her younger sister, Amira, and realizes she has safely returned, despite being exiled. Overcome with relief, Amira embraces Amelia, believing they would never meet again after leaving the village. The chieftain explains she secretly protected Amira, surprising Amelia with the truth behind her survival. She reveals Amira was falsely accused before the tournament. Hiro interrupts the explanation, asking what future awaits Amelia and Emira after everything they have endured. The chieftain asks Hiro to accept Amelia and Emira into his territory, although the decision could create conflict with anti-human factions. Hiro then mentions the abandoned beastfolk children he noticed, realizing they faced the same hardship as Amelia. The chieftain sadly explains she lacks the authority to protect every vulnerable child, despite wanting to help. She reveals those children face only two futures: being sold as laborers or dying in despair. Seeking hope, Hiro asks to take the abandoned beastfolk children into his territory. Confidently, he promises food, shelter, education, and honest work for every child. Surprised, the chieftain hears Hiro suggest relatives could still visit the children. Recognizing Hiro's compassion, the chieftain praises his character before their discussion is interrupted. Moments later, an elf tribe envoy arrives, planning to purchase the abandoned children and another girl. The chieftain rejects the proposal, insisting the children's future matters more than accepting a human labor contract. Meanwhile, the elf tribe envoy refuses to cancel the agreement, warning it would destroy years of trust. Fearing greater conflict, the chieftain declares the village will resist anyone threatening their home. Before tensions escalate further, Hiro steps forward and announces he has another proposal. Remembering the Warcat tribe values strength above all else, Hiro prepares a solution based on their traditions. Hiro proposes settling the dispute through an intertribal martial arts tournament instead of starting a pointless conflict. Proudly, the Warcat tribe accepts immediately, refusing to avoid any challenge involving strength. Next, the chieftain suggests the winner should earn one request from the losing side. Interested by the proposal, the elf tribe selects Alexia as its representative for the tournament. The Warcat tribe chooses Amelia, confident their divine weapons will support her in battle. Hiro gives Amelia special glasses that restore her eyesight, allowing her to see clearly again after many years. Overjoyed, Emira happily confirms Amelia's vision has returned. Next, Amelia demonstrates her legendary archery by accurately striking a distant target with incredible precision. Watching the flawless shot, Hiro realizes Amelia's skills remain as exceptional as everyone claimed. Meanwhile, the chieftain quietly acknowledges that the tribe's prodigy archer has finally returned. 3 days later, the intertribal martial arts tournament is announced. Honored guests gather as the tribal martial tournament officially begins inside the grand outdoor coliseum. 3 tribes and invited human warriors assemble, bringing their strongest fighters to compete for victory. Garius, Alexia, and Amelia are introduced as the champions representing their respective tribes. Each warrior's abilities and past reveal the strengths and burdens carried into the tournament together. The 3 champions stand ready, bearing their tribe's hopes before the decisive battle begins. Amelia enters the arena as hostile spectators condemn her for siding with humans before the match begins. Hiro and his companions watch uneasily, realizing the crowd's resentment is far stronger than expected. Meanwhile, Gol comforts the young girl while remaining frustrated by the cat tribe's harsh attitude. Amelia regains confidence, trusting Hiro's glasses, the Artemis bow, and Gol's support to overcome every challenge. Nearby, the elf leaders explain that magical artifacts provided by their tribe make the tournament possible. The organizers activate a protective barrier, ensuring every battle remains safe for both fighters and spectators. Next, the officials explain that combat allows unrestricted weapons and abilities, but killing is strictly forbidden. A magical proxy demonstrates how injuries are replicated, while excessive damage results in immediate defeat. Finally, the judges warn that attacking after victory brings severe punishment through a powerful restraining spell. Garius, Amelia, and Alexia reach their starting positions as every tournament preparation concludes. The chieftain receives the signal, officially starting the tribal martial tournament before every gathered spectator. As the battle begins, Hiro watches closely, while everyone recognizes the match will decide the land's future. Meanwhile, Amelia hides behind large rocks, carefully selecting a safe position before making her first move. Elsewhere, Alexia prepares magical arrows as Garius activates his complete concealment ability to disappear. Realizing her disadvantage at long range, Amelia patiently observes the battlefield and waits for an opening. Amelia suddenly senses Garius approaching after his concealment skill brings him within striking distance. Garius launches a fierce surprise attack, landing a powerful blow before Amelia can fully react. Hiro watches in alarm as the magical proxy records the heavy damage dealt to Amelia. The opening assault allows Garius to eliminate one opponent immediately. Although Hiro's blessing saves her, Amelia realizes the reckless charge feels suspicious, leaving Hiro with growing concern. Amelia realizes Garius charged directly, instead of relying entirely on his stealth ability. She fires the opening shot, expecting Garius to dodge so she can launch a stronger follow-up attack. Instead, Garius endures the arrow and continues rushing forward without slowing his advance. Amelia immediately releases another arrow, but Garius keeps closing the distance through the relentless barrage. As his attacks become harder to block, Amelia realizes she cannot keep deflecting every strike forever. She escapes upward with an aerial maneuver, hoping to regroup before Garius closes the distance again. Garius instantly catches up, overwhelming Amelia with relentless speed and strength beyond her expectations. After knocking Amelia to the ground, Garius quietly asks her to finish the battle. As Amelia loses consciousness, Garius suspects someone tampered with his drink before the tournament. Believing defeat is inevitable, Garius urges Amelia to strike him down with her bow instead. Amelia understands Garius's resolve and decides to honor him by fighting with everything she has. She steadies herself, determined to withstand the assault and create one final opportunity to counterattack. Trusting Hiro's blessing, Amelia prepares a strategy, knowing ordinary arrows cannot stop Garius. Recognizing the perfect moment, Amelia releases her strongest attack without hesitation. Divine lightning speed bursts across the battlefield, sending a devastating barrage straight toward Garius. Amelia's rapid multi-shot overwhelms Garius, forcing him to collapse after enduring the relentless barrage. The referee declares Amelia the winner, astonishing everyone as the fallen prodigy defeats her tribe's strongest warrior. Although victorious, Amelia still feels the pain and exhaustion left behind by the fierce battle. Standing beside Garius, Amelia sympathizes with the suffering he endured throughout the match. She detection skill senses a new danger approaching, warning that another threat has entered the battlefield. Amelia suddenly senses a hidden attack, but the unexpected strike pierces her before she can react. The damaged artifact shatters in her hand, leaving Amelia shocked by the sudden betrayal. Alexia reveals she never expected Amelia to survive, satisfied that destroying the special artifact fulfilled her objective. Alexia narrowly avoids a surprise attack after the Warcat. Ear Tribe's revelation warns her of the incoming danger. Although she survives, her glasses are destroyed, leading Alexia to suspect the elf representative intentionally targeted her. Determined to uncover the truth, Alexia confronts the elf representative and questions her suspicious actions. Meanwhile, Garua's warning about Polly being poisoned makes Alexia believe a hidden scheme is unfolding. She reveals a berserker potion causing complete madness. The elf admits she tested her potion's side effects after becoming curious about Alexia's unexpected victory. Alexia condemns the use of poison, but the elf shifts the blame toward Garuas instead. Meanwhile, the elf explains Garuas desperately begged for the potion to secure victory. Next, she reveals the medicine greatly enhances physical abilities beyond normal human limits. Finally, the elf explains she originally taught magic in a village before creating such potions. Abandoned children lacking combat talent are left without families or any place to call home. Across the village, countless kittens are discarded because everyone believes strength alone determines worth. Despite proposing many rescue and support plans, the elf fails to convince anyone to change. Eventually, she resigns as a teacher and secretly sends abandoned children to the elven forest for safety. Now the elf quietly asks Alexia what those rescued children have come to call her. Haunted by guilt, the elf recalls being branded a slave merchant after separating countless children from their families. Later, Garros convinced her that gaining overwhelming strength could transform the village and accepted the potion. Instead, Garus became consumed by power, leaving the village unchanged and filling the elf with regret. Then the elf urges Alexia to seize her own future, rather than waiting for others. Finally, Alexia unleashes a powerful lightning spell, trapping the battlefield inside a thunder prison. Alexia notices the barrier fails to suppress magic and wonders how her injuries appeared, despite its protection. Without hesitation, she launches another fierce attack, refusing to give her opponent time to recover. Meanwhile, the elf calmly blocks the assault with wind shield and recognizes Alexia's determination. Seizing the opening, Alexia prepares a decisive strike, believing one accurate blow will end the battle. Instead, the elf swiftly avoids the attack, surprising Alexia with her remarkable physical agility. Alexia's powerful attack is redirected as the elf counters with a devastating arrow tornado. Spectators realize the spell serves as both an overwhelming offense and an unbreakable defense. Watching nervously, Amelia's family fears defeat, but believes encouraging words can strengthen her resolve. Together, the children loudly cheer Amelia, hoping their voices reach her across the battlefield. Hearing their support, Amelia gathers her determination and prepares to continue the fierce battle. Alexia struggles to stand after the powerful attack, refusing to admit defeat despite her painful injuries. Meanwhile, the elf questions whether Alexia can continue fighting after exhausting nearly every option. Suddenly, Alexia realizes her bow's gems are shattered, leaving her revelation ability completely exhausted. Remaining calm, she retreats to create distance while searching for another chance to fight back. Without hesitation, the elf unleashes a devastating shock-wave blast, determined to finish the battle. She realizes her blurred vision without glasses makes accurately targeting her opponent nearly impossible. Desperate to survive, she remembers Hiro's advice while firing a scatter shot to buy time. Suddenly, Alexia recalls Hiro teaching Amelia how to craft temporary magical glasses from simple ice magic. Meanwhile, Hiro patiently explained how carved ice could function as lenses through basic shaping techniques. Although still confused, Amelia begins recalling Hiro's lesson, hoping it will help Alexia overcome her disadvantage. Hiro's advice helps Alexia regain slightly clearer vision, giving her hope despite her damaged glasses. Carefully recalling every step, she shapes ice into a narrow tube and crafts makeshift lenses. Moments later, Alexia completes an improvised sniper scope, astonishing everyone watching the battle. The elf notices Alexia covering one eye and realizes she has devised a new strategy. Confidently, the elf prepares a decisive shot, determined to strike before Alexia can attack first. She unleashes a massive lightning arrow barrage, forcing Alexia into a desperate situation. Instead of surrendering, Alexia grips the bow with her legs and prepares to fire despite her injured hands. Leaping forward, she releases a powerful heavy-class arrow toward the incoming attack. Meanwhile, the elf answers with a maximum power lightning arrow, creating a violent collision. Finally, both attacks crash together, leaving the battlefield engulfed in a tremendous explosion. Amelia's single arrow pierces the elf's magic, leaving her stunned by the unexpected attack. Unable to accept defeat, the elf collapses as Amelia's decisive strike ends the fierce battle soon afterward. The judges declare Amelia the winner, securing humanity's victory in the tournament. Overcome with relief, Amelia sheds tears of joy while silently thanking Hiro for helping her succeed. A beastkin girl happily tastes the village meal, surprised by its delicious flavor and peaceful atmosphere. Next, she eagerly tries another dish, discovering even slime cuisine can become an enjoyable meal. Afterward, simple fried potatoes amaze her, proving ordinary ingredients can produce an unforgettable taste. Meanwhile, her cheerful reaction pleases the nearby companion, who feels satisfied seeing her enjoy every bite. Then Hiro invites everyone to celebrate the victory with a generous feast prepared for the entire group. Hiro receives sincere praise as everyone admires his knowledge, strength, and remarkable cooking skills, despite his young age. The villagers credit Hiro for rescuing Amelia, recognizing his leadership and countless contributions to their future. Later, Hiro reminds everyone that Amelia's dedication also helped the village. Soon, Hiro reveals unexpected news, leaving Alexia confused as she struggles to understand his true intention. Alexia learns she has been officially exiled from her clan. After receiving the exile documents, Alexia carefully reads every condition written by the clan chief. Despite her concern for the abandoned kittens, the chief refuses to break the existing agreement with Hiro. Determined to help, Hiro respectfully approaches the chief and presents a proposal for the exiled pair. Without hesitation, he requests permission to accept Alexia and Garius into his territory after their exile. Hearing the proposal, the chief questions Hiro's intentions, explaining that no official rules exist for handling exiles. Alexia misunderstands Hiro's proposal, believing he intends to keep her as his personal captive. Embarrassment quickly fades as she questions Hiro's real objective, unable to understand his unexpected kindness. nearby. A veteran explains that Hero always places others before himself. Meanwhile, the Warcat tribe officially acknowledges Hero as an ally, activating a sacred bond between both sides. From that moment, Hero becomes the recognized ruler of the Demon Forest and the Warcat tribe's territory. Meanwhile, the tribe's growing alliance greatly strengthens Hero's forces. However, Hero explains that accepting exiles could provoke political disputes unless he has a proper justification. After hearing the concern, he calmly acknowledges the risk while continuing to consider a reasonable solution. Instead of abandoning Alexia, Hero points out her valuable teaching skills. A chief decides the Warcat tribe's children will receive education, giving Alexia an important new role. Meanwhile, Hero explains that expanding trade requires stronger security, making Garius the perfect guardian for important people. After hearing the plan, the elder realizes Hero carefully considered everyone's future and accepts his responsibility as a lord. Although Hero knows his request is unreasonable, he still allows Alexia the freedom to refuse without pressure. Seeing Hero protect abandoned children convinces Alexia that his kindness is exactly what they truly need. She painful confession reminds Alexia of her own helpless past, leaving her deeply moved. A young Warcat child eagerly asks Alexia to become the tribe's teacher. Touched by the children's trust, Alexia accepts the role and warmly embraces the little girl with tears of relief. Meanwhile, the tribe's chief praises Hero's character, while Amelia quietly agrees with that heartfelt opinion. Later, Amelia offers her own proposal, deciding to respect Alexia's privacy instead of questioning her past. Finally, the chief encourages Amelia to grow stronger. Amelia asks whether returning to the village is possible, while Hero considers the request before giving an answer. Carefully, Hero explains that reuniting with her family and eventually becoming chief would be a valuable opportunity. Confused by the mention of family, Amelia hesitates, because she believes her place is beside Hero. Smiling gently, Hero reassures Amelia that the arrangement is only temporary. Unexpectedly, Amelia slaps Hero's cheek, leaving him completely stunned by her sudden reaction. Amelia tearfully calls Hero foolish, unable to accept his decision despite understanding his good intentions. Seeing her cry, Hero tries to speak, but Amelia runs away before he can comfort her. Alarmed by the situation, the children urge Hero to chase after Amelia. Without wasting another moment, immediately, Hero rushes after her, while the elders quietly realize his lack of experience despite his remarkable abilities. Watching Hero disappear, they remember he is still a young lord carrying responsibilities far beyond his age, standing before Amelia. Hero listens as she admits her first impression of him was completely mistaken. Gradually, Amelia explains that Hero's actions and kindness made her realize how extraordinary he truly is. Humbly, Hero insists everything happened through luck, refusing to believe he possesses any special talent. Instead, Amelia tells Hero that even his stubborn humility is one of the qualities she admires most. Finally, gathering her courage, Amelia openly confesses her deep love for Hero. Amelia fears Hero no longer needs her, but he gently apologizes and comforts her with a warm embrace. Blushing deeply, Hero finally returns Amelia's confession and sincerely asks her to remain by his side. Together, they quietly embrace beneath the forest trees, sharing a heartfelt moment after clearing their misunderstandings. Soon, Hero admires the peaceful scenery and dreams of building a beautiful place where they can live together. Looking ahead, Hero hopes the territory will continue prospering. Amelia wonders why Hero wants to establish the territory so quickly after encouraging her to return home. Calmly, Hero reveals that recent events confirmed his suspicions. Finally, Hero predicts Roswell territory's finances are nearing collapse. The Roswell Count's residence prepares for a formal meal, where a young chef nervously serves an unusual dish to the noble family. After seeing the simple food, the Count becomes furious, dismissing it as unworthy of the prestigious Roswell family and startling the frightened chef. Anger fills the dining hall as the Count condemns the meal, refusing to accept common food at his table. Meanwhile, Marin Roswell calmly samples the dish, believing that trying something different once in a while is perfectly acceptable. Instead of criticizing the chef, Marin kindly asks about his years of service, surprising everyone with his considerate attitude. Marin learns the chef has served the Roswell family for decades, yet his wages barely support his household, despite his loyal dedication. After hearing about the chef's financial struggles and devotion, Marin quietly reaches a decision that surprises everyone in the dining hall. Rather than showing mercy immediately, Marin dismisses the chef from his position, leaving the devastated man begging for another chance. The chef desperately explains that poor ingredient supplies caused the disappointing meal and fears losing everything if dismissed. Realizing the chef's family would suffer the most, Marin concludes that a different solution is necessary and prepares to reveal his true intention. Marin unexpectedly offers to hire the chef's entire family as his personal night companions, leaving the exhausted man completely stunned. Although the chef quickly accepts the proposal, the Count coldly warns that anyone attempting to flee will face execution. Watching Marin's actions, the Count realizes his son has begun revealing abilities and intentions that remained hidden before Hiro's exile. Growing suspicious, the Count considers using his divine revelation skill, believing unseen forces may be influencing recent events. As uncertainty spreads through the dining room, Marin questions his father about the situation, hoping to understand why everything has changed so drastically. Marin summons Mars, the family's secretary and maid, ordering her to bring the estate's financial records for the current term. Without hesitation, Mars delivers the requested report, allowing the Rosewell family to inspect their territory's income and expenses. As the Count reviews the documents, he is shocked to discover the estate's tax revenue has fallen far below expectations. Seeking an explanation, the Count questions why the farmers' harvests have produced only half their usual tax income. Mars calmly explains that a severe drought has damaged the crops, causing poor harvests and reducing the territory's overall revenue. The Count insists the recent mountain eruption prevented complete crop failure, believing the disaster fully explains the territory's reduced harvest. However, Mars reports that crop growth remains unusually slow, despite Lord Marison's divine revelation skill, raising doubts about the official explanation. Reviewing the financial records, Marin discovers another cause behind the declining tax revenue after noticing suspicious payment figures. He identifies the Ardmike Trading Company as paying almost no taxes compared to the previous term, making it the most suspicious entry. Examining the documents further, Marin learns the company has been importing large quantities of extremely rare materials, deepening his suspicion of hidden wrongdoing. Marin explains that trading companies avoid taxes while purchasing goods, allowing them to resell expensive products elsewhere and earn enormous profits. The Count realizes those valuable supplies originate from the demonic Great Forest, making the suspicious trading activity impossible to ignore. Marin asks whether his father has heard the rumors, but the Count immediately refuses to believe such unbelievable claims. According to the rumors, a hidden village shelters refugees within the demonic Great Forest, protected by a mysterious savior who commands dragons. Despite Marin's explanation, the Count dismisses the story as nonsense, insisting the cursed forest could never support such a settlement. Marin asks Mars to summon Lillian for information about the northern forest, only to learn she has already departed in pursuit of Hiro. Mars then reveals that barbarian forces have been invading the territory for several days, delaying an important report. Furious at the omission, the Count scolds Mars, believing the great sage's presence should have prevented any barbarian invasion. Realizing the enemy's military strength rivals the kingdom's own, the Count fears the delayed response has already caused serious damage. A mysterious woman appears, revealing that the refugee village protected by dragons stands at the entrance to the ruined northern region. The Count recalls that after twin sons were born, he believed one possessed a divine revelation skill that doubled the territory's agricultural growth. During the divine oracle ceremony, Marison inherited the divine revelation skill, while Hiro was judged talentless and cast aside. Convinced Hiro was useless, the Count exiled him, believing his departure would not affect the territory despite collapsing harvests and tax revenue. As recent miracles and strange events unfold, the Count begins questioning whether Hiro's hidden power caused the prosperity all along. A shocking possibility overwhelms him, as he wonders if Hiro accepted exile because everything had unfolded according to his own plan. The Count realizes Hiro's kind nature has never changed, remembering how he quietly endured years of hardship without ever blaming others. Painful memories return as the Count recalls knowing Hiro from their previous life and recognizing the same selfless personality. Overwhelmed with guilt, he admits that he was the one who abandoned Hiro and left him with nothing after reincarnation. The Count remembers Hiro revealing that his parents had died, making him realize his own actions had worsened the young man's suffering. He finally confesses that a drunken accident caused by himself killed Hiro's parents in their previous life, and the crime was secretly covered up. The Count admits he stole Hiro's life insurance after the fatal accident, rebuilt his failing company with that money. Reflecting on both lives, he realizes his selfish nature has never changed, always enriching himself by taking from others instead of accepting responsibility. Conflicted by guilt, the Count struggles to decide what he should do, knowing Hiro's determination cannot be overcome through manipulation or force. Marin proposes inviting the mysterious savior to work with the Rosewell family, believing cooperation could solve their growing crisis. Instead of accepting the suggestion, the Count angrily refuses, Unwilling to lower his pride before the eldest son, he personally exiled. Marin argues that the demonic Great Forest belongs to the Rosewell family, so any village and dragons living there remain under their authority. After forming a strategy, Marin summons Georg, preparing to carry out his bold plan for the Northern Territory. Introducing Georg as a skilled lower noble, Marin assigns him a critical mission despite his status falling short of a sword saint. Marin orders Georg to deliver a royal decree requesting the dragon tamer and dragons to reinforce the northern front against the invading barbarians. Confident in the operation, Marin declares Georg will lead the dragon mercenary corps and become the hero who saves their territory. Marin warns that if people learn the eldest son commands dragons, dissatisfied citizens could rebel against the Rosewell family. To prevent unrest, Marin proposes declaring the hidden village a heretical settlement and erasing its existence from official records. Accepting the strategy, the Count issues a royal decree ordering Georg to retrieve the dragons and dragon tamer, then use their strength against the northern barbarians. When Georg asks how to respond if the villagers resist, the Count reveals that obtaining control of the dragons is his true objective. The Count coldly orders Georg to burn the entire village if they defy the royal decree, entrusting him with the ruthless mission. Inside the Rosewell family office, the Count quietly reviews documents while considering how to seize the dragon's power for his own ambitions. Believing the dragons could guarantee lasting prosperity, he dreams of building an independent nation beyond the kingdom's control. Meanwhile, the Count dismisses the people as subjects who exist only to serve their lord, rejecting the idea of a frontier savior. After reflecting on Hiro's actions, he reluctantly admits his previous judgment was mistaken and begins questioning his own beliefs. Even so, the Count convinces himself that wisdom alone cannot overcome reality, refusing to abandon his long-held convictions. Watching Hiro stand proudly beside his companions, the Count silently vows to steal everything from him once again. Hiro and his companions leave the village after heavy rain forces them to remain there for an entire month. Emilia apologizes for the unexpected delay, but Hiro understands the weather prevented them from departing sooner. Instead of wasting time, Hiro gains useful knowledge about local businesses, history, and geography during their extended stay. Confidently, Hiro assures the group his territory is secure, because he prepared precautions before leaving. Meanwhile, Hiro reveals the ancient dragon and Emilia are scouting ahead, ready to report any danger before the party arrives. Carefully exploring the forest, Hiro's party notices strange footprints as a companion warns the area beyond the village is extremely dangerous. Examining the trail, Emilia identifies the marks as belonging to a large pack of magical wolves still roaming nearby. Suddenly, Hiro senses movement behind him and quickly turns around in surprise as an unseen figure approaches. Alarmed by the unexpected sight, his companions rush toward Hiro after realizing the mysterious creature has already reached him. To everyone's surprise, a small wolf leaps into Hiro's arms affectionately instead of launching an attack. Holding the friendly wolf, Hiro watches Emilia arrive with a young girl who happily claims the animal as Kero-chan. Curious about the situation, the group learns the dragon previously named the wolf Kero-chan, surprising Hiro and the others. Soon afterward, the companions discover Kero-chan is actually a Cerberus, an extremely rare evolved species of magical wolf. After hearing the child explain she rescued Kero-chan from bullies, Hiro listens as she asks permission to keep the wolf at home. Without hesitation, Hiro consults Natasha about adopting the magical wolf, and she immediately agrees to welcome Kero-chan into their family. After receiving Hiro's approval, the child happily learns that Kero-chan can become a loyal guardian with proper care and training. Meanwhile, Hiro officially welcomes Kero-chan into his territory, astonishing his companions because a divine dragon and Cerberus make an incredible combination. Delighted by the decision, the child promises to protect Kero-chan as family, while Emilia feels relieved the wolf will no longer suffer bullying. Moments later, the joyful atmosphere disappears when the child urgently informs Hiro that serious trouble has erupted back home. Immediately growing concerned, Hiro fears monsters, bandits, or another disaster has struck despite leaving the ancient dragon behind to guard the territory. Approaching the territory, Hiro notices something unusual ahead as the entire group slows down to inspect the unexpected sight. Instead of finding destruction, everyone discovers neatly restored buildings, organized farmland, and a beautifully renovated mansion. Watching the thriving settlement, Hiro's companions wonder why the once empty fields have become so productive in such a short time. Relieved by the outcome, Hiro realizes the reported trouble was actually good news, while the ancient dragon confirms Kero-chan has already been accepted. A dragon explains that Go completed the protective barrier after finding Kero, leaving Hiro impressed by everything accomplished during his absence. The ancient dragon reveals that a powerful barrier now surrounds the territory, preventing anyone with hostile intentions from entering. Confused by the unexpected defense, Hiro asks why such a powerful barrier was created around the settlement. Growing frustrated, the ancient dragon complains that guarding the territory every day cannot be repaid with only fried chicken. Calming the situation, the ancient dragon explains the barrier keeps enemies away, while Hiro wonders how future settlers will enter safely. Soon afterward, Jack arrives and casually mentions the territory has accumulated surplus funds, leaving Hiro surprised by the unexpected prosperity. Jack explains that after delivering farming tools, he returns 2 weeks later and discovers the fields have already produced wheat and soybeans. Inspecting the farmland, Hiro learns the newly planted crops have grown remarkably fast, astonishing everyone with the unexpected harvest. Meanwhile, overflowing storage forces the excess harvest to be sold in town, creating surplus funds, while Hiro questions the impossible harvest speed. Realizing the cause, Hiro concludes his divine revelation skill accelerated crop growth, although harvesting so quickly could create future problems. Soon afterward, Hiro approaches a waiting villager, hoping to hear information that might help solve the territory's growing challenges. Hoping to improve the territory, Hiro asks a local woman whether daily life has become difficult since the recent changes. After hearing her concerns, Hiro learns the rapid harvests create labor shortages because new fields require constant cultivation and soil rotation. Meanwhile, the woman explains many men stopped helping after joining the ancient dragon for daily drinking gatherings. Instead of working the farmland, the men remain occupied elsewhere, forcing the women to manage the expanding fields almost entirely alone. Hiro quietly understands the ancient dragon's drinking parties have unexpectedly become the territory's biggest problem. Determined to solve the labor shortage, Hiro asks the villagers to gather at the mansion while Amelia and the others help bring everyone together. Before leaving, Hiro waves goodbye, as the villagers Kiro-chan and his companions head toward the mansion. After everyone departs, Hiro turns to Jack and asks about the current state of his personal assets. Checking the records, Jack reveals Hiro has already accumulated savings, totaling 300 gold coins from the territory's success. Completely astonished by the unexpected fortune, Hiro repeats the amount in disbelief, while Jack calmly confirms the impressive total. After reviewing the finances, Hiro realizes 300 gold coins can support the territory for more than 10 years, despite selling the harvest cheaply. Carefully calculating the budget, Hiro confirms his savings provide enough resources to operate the territory for a long time. Meanwhile, Hiro considers guaranteeing every citizen's livelihood, believing the growing workforce can sustain future development despite rising expenses. Questioning his decision, Amelia wonders whether Hiro truly intends to support every resident living in the territory. Smiling confidently, Hiro explains that the citizens support him through taxes and harvests, so improving their lives is his responsibility as their lord. Confidently addressing his companions, Hiro explains that every noble has a duty to support the citizens as much as possible. Instead of agreeing, the entire group rejects Hiro's belief, insisting his way of thinking is far from ordinary. Listening carefully, Amelia understands Hiro's intentions, but points out that the settlers were never helpless beggars needing complete support. Remaining determined, Hiro clarifies that his goal is not simply feeding everyone but creating a better future without hunger. Then Hiro reveals his true dream of building a society where people help one another equally, instead of living behind social barriers. Reflecting on the kingdom, Hiro believes the world is filled with unfair systems that leave countless people struggling unnecessarily. Recalling his observations, Hiro explains that nobles enjoy comfortable lives while ordinary citizens endure heavy taxes and constant hardship. Determined to change that system, Hiro proposes building a stable welfare society using profitable knowledge, despite maintaining reasonable tax income. Inspired by his vision, Amelia realizes that creating a prosperous town could encourage neighboring territories to follow the same path. His dream begins taking shape as the villagers, Kiro-chan, and his companions move toward a future built on shared happiness and mutual support. Determined to change the world's unfair system, Hiro promises to prove his ideals through action while earning everyone's trust step by step. Next, Hiro decides to create public works projects, giving every citizen meaningful jobs to strengthen the territory and improve their livelihoods. Hiro returns to his mansion, where the completed residents welcomes him as summoned villagers and companions settle into their new home. After inspecting the renovated mansion, Hiro thanks everyone for finishing the repairs and gathering despite his unexpected absence. Learning about the territory's latest situation, Hiro quickly decides that immediate action is necessary for future development. He announces a new plan, proposing public works projects to improve infrastructure and strengthen daily life across the domain. The gathered residents exchange puzzled looks, struggling to understand the unfamiliar proposal, while waiting for Hiro to explain its purpose. The residents stare at Hiro in confusion, admitting they have never heard of public works, despite managing farms and daily labor. One worker explains the unfamiliar term, confirming ordinary people and craftsmen know nothing about such projects. Realizing the concept is unknown, Hiro decides to explain it simply so everyone can understand his development plan. He describes public works as building roads, bridges, gates, and other facilities that strengthen and improve the territory. After promising to provide the funds, Hiro asks everyone to develop the land, leaving the villagers eager to hear his first construction project. Hiro reveals his true goal, announcing that every resident will receive land to build and own a home. The villagers are surprised by the generous proposal, while one companion quickly objects, believing the decision is far too unreasonable. Hiro calmly confirms that constructing homes is exactly the first project he wants everyone to complete together. His companion explains that nobles usually force taxpayers to build roads and bridges instead of rewarding them with houses. Despite the traditional system, Hiro believes providing homes will attract more settlers, strengthen the territory, and increase future tax revenue naturally. The villagers fear Hiro's generous proposal, believing accepting free homes would leave them burdened with impossible obligations afterward. Calmly addressing their concerns, Hiro explains that unlike other nobles, his plan is meant to improve the citizens' lives. Instead of collecting taxes, Hiro promises to pay wages during construction, astonishing everyone with his unexpected policy. Although the payments are temporary and limited by his funds, Hiro remains determined to begin the development project. Then Hiro explains that public works serve three goals: boosting industry, improving living standards, and preserving the territory for future growth. Hiro explains that public works create the foundation for industry, allowing the empty territory to become a self-sufficient and prosperous domain. Then he describes how better living conditions increase productivity, while harvested crops can be distributed through trading companies. Hiro reveals that commercial sales generate tax revenue, providing funds to launch even more development projects across the territory. The officials are impressed, realizing Hiro's strategy can create economic activity, even in land that currently has almost nothing. He emphasizes that this is only the beginning, with resource distribution and economic stability becoming his immediate priorities. Facing concerns about the shortage of workers, Hiro listens as an advisor warns the territory could eventually collapse without enough labor. To solve the problem, Hiro presents several beast folk children, believing they can help support the territory's future development. Some residents mistakenly assume he bought slaves, yet Hiro immediately explains the orphaned children were never purchased. Instead, he reveals that the Warcat clan entrusted the children to his care in exchange for raising and educating them. Finally, Hiro announces they will temporarily live at the mansion before dormitories and a school are constructed for them. One resident understands Hiro's overall plan, but worries the territory has no children to raise and support in the future. Smiling warmly, several villagers gladly accept the beast folk children as family, promising to care for them like their own sons and daughters. Watching the joyful scene, Amelia realizes humans and beast folk can truly share happiness by helping one another. Encouraged by everyone's kindness, Hiro decides to reward their goodwill and announces he will reveal his divine skill. Holding a mysterious divine book, Hiro explains that blessings from the gods appear after good deeds, though each reward depends entirely on luck. Hiro activates his divine revelation skill, opening the sacred gacha book to receive a blessing earned through his recent good deeds. A rare reward appears before everyone as Hiro obtains the Book of Dionysus, the god of intoxication, astonishing the gathered residents. Carefully examining the divine book, Hiro discovers it contains a mysterious item sealed within its pages. Inside, he finds an unusual bag of crop seeds and begins reading the detailed description recorded in the book. After studying the information, Hiro learns the seeds are called Breath of Abundance and Frenzy, leaving Amelia curious about their extraordinary properties. After reading the item's name, Hiro worries the mysterious seeds might be dangerous and considers throwing them into the fireplace. Before he can discard them, the gathered residents urgently stop him, recognizing the seeds as an incredibly valuable treasure. Amelia explains the seeds belong to an extinct, highest-grade grape variety, leaving Hiro stunned by their true identity. A knowledgeable villager reveals these legendary grapes normally require over 10 years to mature, yet this variety can be harvested within only 3 years. Considering the opportunity, Hiro plans to make the grapes the territory's specialty, while his advisor suggests claiming they originated from the demonic Great Forest. Hiro considers producing wine from the legendary grapes, hoping to create a stable source of income beyond the ancient dragon's support. Immediately, Amelia and the Beastfolk girls volunteer to handle the winemaking, confidently offering their help with the entire process. Although one companion dismisses old superstitions, Amelia recommends respecting the ancient tradition because the grapes originated from a divine blessing. After considering their advice, Hiro agrees that the sacred seeds deserve proper treatment before cultivation begins. He realizes the territory already lacks workers, and adding vineyards and winemaking would place an even heavier burden on the available labor force. Hiro carefully considers the situation, realizing every possible solution brings new problems, without an obvious answer. Recruiting settlers seems risky because strangers could threaten the territory's security and uncover valuable secrets. Hiring skilled craftsmen also worries everyone, as protecting the existence of the extinct grape variety would become nearly impossible. Unable to find a reliable alternative, Hiro begins wondering whether he should personally manage both the vineyards and the winemaking. Remembering how he handled work, household chores, and caring for his sister in his previous life, Hiro gathers the determination to shoulder the burden once again. Amelia quickly stops Hiro, insisting he cannot manage the territory's administration and every major task entirely by himself. Gathering around him, his companions encourage Hiro to trust them and share the responsibility of developing the territory together. Realizing his thoughts were obvious, Hiro admits he feels anxious about recruiting dependable people willing to cooperate with his plans. Amelia reassures him that his kindness has already inspired others, believing more capable allies will naturally gather around his leadership. Looking toward the future, Hiro embraces her encouragement, convinced that happiness shared with others will continue attracting even more happiness. A group of armed visitors discovers an invisible barrier, leaving their leader shocked after his sword is effortlessly deflected. Unable to break through the mysterious protection, the leader abandons the attempt and considers finding another solution. Instead of hostility, Amelia calmly approaches the visitors and asks about their identities and intentions. After hearing about the Dragon Lord's barrier, the leader realizes the rumors were true and politely explains he means no harm. He reveals that many refugees escaped from Rosewell after hearing of a safe village, hoping its savior would offer them shelter and protection. Gal rushed through the mansion with her wolf companion, determined to alert her father after spotting many unfamiliar people approaching the territory. Reaching the hall, she urgently gathered everyone's attention and warned that a large group of strangers had arrived outside. Concerned by her report, Hiro and the others followed Gal to inspect the unexpected visitors waiting beyond the barrier. The travelers explained they had escaped danger, heard about the savior, and asked Gal to deliver their request for shelter. Realizing frightened commoners had gathered seeking protection, Hiro prepared to decide how his territory would welcome the growing refugees. Hiro listened as the refugees explained they had fled another land, while his companions noticed they had even built sturdy shelters along the journey. Instead of accepting them immediately, Hiro refused their request because he wanted to understand their intentions before allowing anyone inside. An older traveler introduced himself as Sword Saint Smirnoff, surprising Hiro and everyone gathered around the refugees. Embarrassed by the misunderstanding, Hiro admitted he was the territory's young lord and asked Smirnoff to direct every request to him. The newcomers quietly observed the peaceful village, realizing the rumored land protected by dragons truly belonged to the exiled noble. Smirnoff carefully observed Hiro's territory, realizing its hidden military strength and unusual allies made entering without permission impossible. After hearing Smirnoff's concerns, Hiro invited the refugees to the mansion, explaining that trust required proper discussion instead of careless acceptance. Meanwhile, Hiro considered the possibility that the well-dressed newcomers could be criminals, hiding behind respectable appearances and false stories, rather than judging everyone equally. Hiro pointed out that Smirnoff and his companions deserved the same trust they expected from others. Convinced by Hiro's reasoning, Smirnoff agreed the desperate refugees should not be abandoned after risking everything to reach the protected territory. Smirnoff warned Hiro that excessive kindness could someday bring trouble, though he sincerely appreciated the young lord's compassionate decision. Meanwhile, one cloaked traveler secretly believed Hiro's generosity would help him accomplish a hidden objective without raising suspicion. Before allowing the group inside, Hiro ordered everyone to remain still, making it clear that any suspicious action would endanger them all. Keeping his guard up, Hiro questioned the visitors about their true objective, insisting nothing valuable existed within his peaceful territory. Without revealing further details, the mysterious traveler claimed their mission served the nation's future and denied having any intention of stealing from Hiro. A royal messenger presented Hiro with an official decree ordering him to join the kingdom's army and march to the battlefield immediately. Recognizing his father's royal seal, Hiro realized the order was genuine, although the messenger admitted he did not know the noble's true intentions. Hiro firmly refused the command, declaring that protecting his territory and its people mattered more than joining the war. Rather than escalating the conflict, the messenger advised Hiro to obey peacefully, instead of forcing the situation through violence. Remaining calm, Hiro warned that anyone choosing conflict would only bring unnecessary suffering upon themselves while he sought to preserve peace. One disguised visitor suddenly seized a cat, girl hostage, hoping to force Hiro into obeying the royal decree through intimidation. Before the threat could continue, the captive swiftly broke free and struck the attacker with overwhelming speed, sending him crashing backward. Furious by the betrayal, the cat girl declared the strangers had deceived Hiro from the beginning and exploited his kindness for their scheme. Another enemy rushed forward to support his companion, but the cat girl effortlessly blocked the assault and overwhelmed him in close combat. Without giving the attackers another chance, she finished the fight with a powerful strike, leaving both enemies defeated before they could threaten Hiro again. Amelia pinned another attacker to the ground, warning him that resisting would only make the situation worse for everyone involved. Hiro rushed forward to stop Amelia before her anger went too far, hoping the conflict could end without more violence. At the same time, Gaul fearlessly protected Amelia by striking another enemy, scolding him for exploiting innocent people's kindness. When another assailant targeted Gaul, Hiro shielded her and activated his gotcha skill, summoning defensive cards to block the powerful attack. Seeing the Iron Fist completely deflected, the messenger realized Hiro possessed unexpected abilities as the battle suddenly shifted in the territory's favor. The royal messenger ordered everyone to stay calm while effortlessly deflecting an incoming attack to prevent the battle from escalating further. After scanning the surroundings, he detected a skilled archer positioned above the mansion and warned his companions to remain alert. Meanwhile, the hidden archer realized the messenger had uncovered her position as he organized the fighters and prepared for another assault. Rather than continuing the clash, Hiro urged both sides to settle the dispute through discussion, believing the conflict served no purpose. Ignoring Hiro's peaceful proposal, the messenger insisted the royal decree must be obeyed, leaving the tense standoff unresolved. Hiro exposed the intruders' true goal, realizing they had targeted the Dragon Clan's power instead of delivering the royal decree. Honestly, Gol stepped forward and declared that the dragon they had threatened was the future hope of the Dragon Clan, while Silver Wing revealed herself as Gol's guardian. Moments later, the mighty ancient dragon Silver Wing appeared before everyone, shaking the battlefield and leaving the attackers frozen in disbelief. Terrified by the legendary dragon's presence, the invaders realized they had provoked a divine guardian far beyond their expectations. Ignoring their panic, Silver Wing unleashed overwhelming power, delivering swift judgment against those who had dared threaten Hiro's peaceful territory. Silver Wing released a powerful breath attack, and the overwhelming pressure alone caused the invading soldiers to collapse in terror before the blast reached them. Watching the unconscious enemies, Silver Wing calmly remarked that anyone defeated so easily lacked the strength to challenge an ancient dragon. Meanwhile, Gol finally realized the strange smell she had noticed earlier came from the ancient dragon, leaving Hiro awkwardly amused. After the battle ended, Silver Wing ordered the defeated intruders removed immediately and forbidden from entering the territory again. As Hiro examined the royal decree left behind, he quietly realized his father's order had triggered the entire confrontation. Reading the royal decree carefully, Hiro realized his father intended to recruit both him and the Dragon Clan for the coming war. He quietly calculated that Rosewell territory would be caught in the conflict within 6 months, bringing trade disruptions and another wave of refugees. Although Hiro considered meeting his father, he quickly abandoned the idea and searched for another way to protect his growing territory. Smirnov pointed out that Hiro underestimated his own strength, reminding him the territory possessed far greater potential than he believed. Finally, Smirnov admitted he disliked Hiro's pessimistic thinking and urged the young lord to have more confidence in his future. Smirnov reminded everyone that Hiro's life protected countless people, making his survival essential for the territory's future and stability. Hiro entrusted Smirnov with defending the territory, while Smirnov vowed to protect his young lord regardless of the dangers ahead. Although Hiro admitted he still lacked confidence in safeguarding the land, Smirnov promised his full support, assuring everyone they would face the coming challenges together. Hiro works alone inside the Lord's office, surrounded by towering piles of documents that continue growing despite his constant efforts. Exhaustion spreads across Hiro's face as he realizes another sleepless night awaits because the paperwork never seems to decrease. After taking responsibility for public works, Hiro becomes buried beneath construction plans, financial reports, permits, and endless administrative documents. Although sleep deprived, Hiro regains his determination, reminding himself to keep working hard and fulfill the expectations placed upon him. Just as Hiro decides to take a brief break, a beast-eared young woman enters the office and requests a moment of his time. Beast-eared girl brings Hiro a barrel of sugar mixed with seashells, asking why the unusual shipment arrived together. Hiro explains that he personally ordered the seashells, leaving the curious girl wondering what purpose they could serve. Instead of wasting parchment, Hiro plans to create writing tools while also using the crushed shells to improve farmland productivity. Although Hiro cannot fully explain everything yet, he asks for patience as the project will become clear when the time is right. Hiro reveals a box filled with chalk, introducing the practical writing tools he had specially requested to be produced. Hiro tastes Amelia's freshly baked sweets, praising her effort while recognizing that her baking skills continue improving. Amelia admits she is still learning because the finest pastries were prepared by her teacher rather than herself. To compare the results, Amelia presents 2 different cookies, explaining that one belongs to Smirnoff while the other is her own. Although Amelia worries about their appearance, Hiro learns Smirnoff taught her the recipe and confidently samples one of the treats. After taking a bite, Hiro smiles with satisfaction, deciding the cookies are delicious, regardless of their imperfect shape. Amelia notices food on Hiro's face and becomes concerned after seeing the dark circles beneath his eyes from another sleepless night. Gently holding Hiro's hand, Amelia encourages him to rest properly, reminding him that sweets alone cannot completely relieve exhaustion. Feeling comforted by her kindness, Hiro relaxes beside Amelia, grateful for the peaceful moment after days of non-stop work. Suddenly, Smirnoff rushes into the room and catches the pair sitting closely together, immediately misunderstanding the situation. Embarrassment quickly fills the room as Smirnoff apologizes in confusion, while Hiro and Amelia hurriedly try to explain nothing improper had happened. Hiro and Amelia enjoy the freshly baked sweets, while Smirnoff feels pleased that everyone appreciates his teacher's delicious recipes. Soon afterward, Smirnoff reports that several farmers want Hiro's help because unusual changes have been noticed in the fields. Rather than making assumptions, Hiro decides to inspect the farmland himself, seeing the visit as both an investigation and a welcome break from paperwork. After arriving outside, Hiro and Amelia greet the villagers, who warmly welcome them as they head toward the agricultural area. Along the way, Hiro learns the territory's population has grown, thanks to refugees fleeing the Northern War, increasing both opportunities and responsibilities. Hiro learns that forestry and land development have expanded the northern village, creating more usable land for future growth. Using the steady supply of timber, the territory now produces building materials locally and has even completed a new school. As the farmland continues expanding, harvests increase despite recent food shortages, encouraging Hiro to hope more settlers will arrive. Even while witnessing the territory's progress, Hiro realizes future development will not proceed without new challenges emerging. Determined to strengthen the domain, Hiro decides to welcome more war refugees and settlers, knowing greater prosperity will also affect his father's tax revenue. Hiro worries that accepting more refugees could anger his father and complicate the royal decree governing ownership of the territory. Lost in thought during the inspection, Hiro nearly stumbles into a manure pit before Smirnoff quickly pulls him to safety. Continuing their tour, Hiro discovers healthy grapevines loaded with ripe fruit, surprising everyone gathered in the vineyard. Seeing the abundant harvest, Hiro realizes the grapes have matured far sooner than anyone expected for a newly planted vineyard. He confirms the vines produced fruit years ahead of schedule, revealing another remarkable success for the territory's development. The farmer explains that the grapevines grew at an abnormal speed, blooming and producing fruit only weeks after being pruned. Amelia learns the remaining vines were thinned yesterday, yet the grapes had already ripened by the following morning. Comparing the results with the divine revelation's blessing, Hiro realizes the vineyard's growth is advancing far faster than expected. Hearing that corn, soybeans, and wheat also mature unusually quickly, Hiro concludes the phenomenon cannot be explained by the blessing alone. Determined to uncover the truth, Hiro begins reviewing every possible factor while searching for the hidden cause behind the accelerated crop growth. Hiro carefully studies the divine revelation records, believing one of the territory's blessings may be affecting domestic affairs and crop production. After comparing the blessings, Hiro realizes multiple effects are stacking together, greatly increasing growth beyond their normal limits. Calculating the combined bonuses, Hiro concludes the overlapping blessings accelerate development nearly 14 times faster than expected. Meanwhile, a farmer brings over a barrel of freshly processed grapes, giving Hiro another clue about the mysterious phenomenon. Opening the barrel, Hiro is astonished to discover the grapes had already fermented into wine within a single day, confirming the accelerated growth affects production as well. Hiro explains that the extraordinary harvest is not caused by the divine revelation alone, but by several factors working together. Standing before the villagers, Hiro praises the citizens' dedication, recognizing their hard work as the true reason behind the territory's success. Emilia points out that everyone contributes by sharing responsibilities, allowing the children to study while others secure food for the community. Smirnoff adds that his daily patrols keep the territory peaceful, ensuring every resident can live and work without constant conflict. Realizing everyone already carries heavy responsibilities, Hiro decides not to overwork himself, because doing so would only increase the burden on others. Hiro announces a 2-day holiday and plans a harvest festival, inviting everyone to celebrate the territory's successful season together. Before the celebration begins, a massive object suddenly crashes from the sky, shocking Hiro, Emilia, and everyone nearby. Dust fills the area as Smirnoff realizes the enormous creature resembles a legendary monster previously seen only in books. Once the dust settles, the visitors identify the beast as a Catabalpas, an extremely dangerous monster feared throughout the kingdom. Smirnoff immediately orders everyone to take cover, warning that the Catabalpas possesses a deadly evil eye capable of causing a national-level disaster. The ancient dragon calmly explains that Gull destroyed the Catabalpas' deadly evil eye, astonishing everyone with the effortless feat. Concerned for Gull's safety, Hiro discusses the Catabalpas with the ancient dragon, believing the monster's deadly gaze makes hunting it too dangerous. As Hiro recalls the Catabalpas' lethal ability, the ancient dragon reveals its evil eye is actually a curse placed upon humans. The dragon clan considers a Catabalpas nothing more than ordinary cattle, leaving Hiro surprised by their completely different perspective. Although treated like livestock by dragons, the ancient dragon explains the Catabalpas is an extremely rare species whose meat is enjoyed only once every few decades. The ancient dragon praises Hiro for finding such a rare Catabalpas, and recalls seeing the same creature in a distant land long ago. Curious about its origin, Hiro asks where the monster came from, but the ancient dragon believes that place holds no remaining danger. Far away, a mysterious fortress surrounded by lightning appears as a dark figure kneels before an imposing ruler. The ruler learns that the Catabalpas guarding a sealed gate has been slain, treating the intrusion as an unforgivable offense. Suspecting a greater conspiracy, the ruler wonders who is responsible while preparing for the Northern Demon Lord's coming war. A mysterious black-haired man investigates the Catabalpas' landing site, traces its blood toward the demonic Great Forest. Smiling coldly, the stranger vows to unleash an undead army against the forest, revealing himself as a dangerous new enemy, while preparing revenge against the ancient dragon. Undead skeletons suddenly surrounded a caravan in the forest as a mysterious cloaked man demanded the location of a dragon's hideout from the terrified travelers. After learning rumors about a village protected by dragons, the cloaked stranger accepted the answer, while a thick fog unexpectedly covered the surrounding area. Standing beneath the moonlight, the mysterious man confirmed the hidden village was his destination and eagerly prepared to hunt the dragon. Meanwhile, Hiro traveled through Rosewell territory with his companions along the southern road of the demonic Great Forest toward their next objective. During the journey, one companion apologized for handling the trading company's business personally. Hiro explained that the caravan disappearances also affected his territory, giving him a personal reason to investigate the mysterious incidents. While searching the forest, the group confirmed multiple caravans had vanished within the territory, without leaving any clear traces behind. The merchant revealed that the missing caravan had been transporting supplies to the Warcat clan village before all communication suddenly stopped. Curious about their communication method, Hiro learned every trading caravan carried magic crystals that allowed their locations to be tracked during conversations. Despite traveling with armed escorts, several caravans still disappeared in the same area. Hiro decided to investigate the disappearances by searching for clues, prompting the merchant to ask how they would begin the investigation. Instead of wandering blindly, Hiro entrusted the search to Kiro, whose exceptional tracking ability had helped locate missing people and objects before. The merchant explained that Cerberus possessed senses far sharper than ordinary magic wolves, allowing them to follow months-old scents with proper training. After receiving a personal belonging from one of the missing caravan members, Kiro gained a reliable scent, making the search much more efficient. Confident in Kiro's skills, Hiro promised a Catabalpas steak as a reward, and the loyal companion immediately began tracking the missing caravan's trail. Kiro carefully searched the ground for clues while Hiro and the others patiently watched, hoping the loyal companion would discover the missing caravan's trail. Meanwhile, the young girl grew nervous about the eerie forest, but the group reassured her that their strength was enough to face any lurking danger. As they ventured deeper, the merchant admitted the gloomy forest felt unusually unsettling. Believing the location could shelter criminals, the merchant suspected bandits had chosen the dense forest as a secret hideout for their operations. However, Hiro explained the ancient dragon's barrier protected the region, making such a hideout unlikely, despite the suspicious atmosphere. The Guardian explained that accepting refugees had weakened the dragon's barrier, allowing anyone without hostile intent toward Hiro to enter the protected territory. Hiro realized the missing caravans could have been captured by highly skilled intruders, capable of surviving deep within the dangerous forest. The merchant revealed the missing caravan carried 2 merchants and 3 A-rank adventurers assigned as escorts from the Royal Capital's Guild. Hearing those details, Hiro questioned the unusually powerful escort, and the merchant explained the valuable shipment required stronger protection than normal cargo. Besides transporting daily necessities, the merchant disclosed the caravan had also been carrying Hiro's treasured wine. Hiro learned the caravan's route led toward the Holy Seisieka Duchy, convincing him the trusted A-rank escorts were unlikely to have betrayed the shipment. After hearing the road's destination, Hiro realized the situation had become far more dangerous because only the duchy and the Great Tomb of Arg lay ahead. While the others questioned his concern, Hiro explained that merchants commonly traveled between neighboring territories, making the route itself seem ordinary. Instead, Hiro suspected the missing merchants and escorts had been captured and taken prisoner by forces from the Holy Seisieka Duchy. The Guardian questioned that conclusion, reminding Hiro the ongoing war was taking place in the northern lands rather than the south. Hiro recalled that the Kingdom of Asgard, the Holy Seisieka Duchy, and the Demon Kingdom had maintained peace through an ancient non-aggression treaty for generations. Considering the political situation, Hiro reasoned that if the balance collapsed, the Seisieka Duchy would likely target the demonic Great Forest first, pointing toward the border region. Hiro explained that controlling this territory would provide direct access to the Kingdom of Asgard. Although evidence remained scarce, Hiro believed discovering a single clue could prove his theory before Karo suddenly detected something nearby. Following Karo's lead, the group uncovered the missing caravan wagon hidden inside the forest. The abandoned wagon still held its cargo without any signs of battle, leaving Hiro puzzled because only the people had mysteriously disappeared. Watching Kiro grow tense, Hiro realized the loyal Cerberus had sensed something unusual, suggesting the group had overlooked an important clue. Rather than finding evidence, the Guardian concluded someone had already found them, causing everyone to become alert for an approaching threat. Moments later, several undead warriors silently emerged from the surrounding forest and surrounded Hiro's party before anyone could react. Seeing the terrifying undead, the frightened young girl immediately clung to Hiro, making it difficult for him to move as the enemies closed in. As the undead charged toward the group, the frightened young girl clung tightly to Hiro, leaving him unable to react immediately. Before the skeleton could strike, Karo leaped forward and slammed the attacker aside, saving Hiro and the young girl from danger. Meanwhile, the Dragon Guardian entrusted Karo with protecting the others, while calmly stepping forward to confront the undead alone. Although reluctant to fight in a weakened form, the Guardian accepted the situation and prepared to eliminate the approaching enemies. With a single Dragon Claw attack, the Guardian crushed the undead warrior instantly, demonstrating overwhelming strength that halted the enemy's advance. The Dragon Guardian ordered everyone to escape, but Hiro stayed behind, waiting for instructions as more undead surrounded their position. Soon, the defeated undead rose again, proving they could recover almost immediately after being struck down by powerful attacks. Realizing physical attacks were ineffective, the Guardian concluded a skilled necromancer controlled the undead and prepared to use dragon breath instead. Meanwhile, Hiro noticed one skeleton still carried the trading company's communication crystal, revealing the undead had once been caravan members. Horrified by the discovery, Hiro realized the missing merchants and escorts had been transformed into undead, exposing the cruel fate that had befallen the entire caravan. The Dragon Guardian recognized the mysterious necromancer as the one responsible for violating the Dragon King's resting place and creating the undead army. Hiro quickly realized the ancient dragon already knew the undead necromancer, confirming the attack had been carefully planned from the beginning. Without explaining further, the Guardian ordered everyone onto the flying beast before revealing the plan after they escaped the battlefield. While carrying the group through the sky, the Guardian decided to create a barrier that would burn away the curse binding the undead. Determined to honor the fallen victims, the Guardian accepted responsibility for the tragedy and prepared to release every cursed soul with respect. The Dragon Guardian unleashed Dragon's Requiem, releasing a devastating breath attack that engulfed the battlefield and incinerated the surrounding undead. As the flames consumed the enemies, the Guardian thanked Hiro before transforming into a flying beast and rising above the forest. While Hiro watched in confusion, the Guardian explained the Catablepas had come from the Great Tomb of Arg, where an old enemy likely tracked the dragon's location. Recalling previous encounters, the Guardian concluded the mastermind behind the undead attack was the ruler of the Great Tomb of Arg. Without wasting time, the group flew back toward Hero's territory before nightfall, determined to prepare for the looming threat. Hero watched the ancient dragon soar above the forest as radiant barriers spread across the land, beginning the solemn ritual to purify the cursed undead. Undead creatures quietly surrounded the mansion, trapping everyone inside as the dangerous attack began. The beast-eared warrior calmed the frightened children and entrusted the adults with protecting the shelter. Before leaving, she ordered everyone to lock the gate and remain inside, determined to defend the village. Outside, a powerful warrior charged into battle, cutting down waves of undead before they reached the mansion. Finally, he encouraged the exhausted defenders, reminding them they were the village's last line of defense. Defenders prepared for a desperate battle as countless undead surrounded the village, hoping to survive until sunrise. Meanwhile, Alexia inspected the damaged barrier while her companions anxiously asked whether it could still be restored. After examining the magic, she realized the barrier had been breached by an unknown force beyond ordinary magical knowledge. Instead of giving up, Alexia reinforced the broken sections with temporary barrier spells, buying valuable time for everyone. Finally, she concluded that a mysterious man commanding the undead army had shattered the ancient dragon barrier, then instructed the front line to hold their positions until reinforcements arrived. A mysterious man noticed the treasured item had disappeared, calmly reflecting on how everything created by humans eventually vanished. Seated upon a skeleton, he admired humanity's brief resistance before deciding to reward their determination with a final gift. Meanwhile, the exhausted defenders feared they could not survive until dawn as the undead army continued advancing relentlessly. Suddenly, the mysterious commander appeared before the battlefield, pushing the defenders closer to despair with his overwhelming presence. Without warning, a powerful flying creature unleashed Dragon's Grand Tremor, shaking the battlefield and striking the undead forces with tremendous force. The flying creature's devastating attack shattered the battlefield, crushing countless undead and stopping their advance toward the village. After the dust settled, the survivors emerged safely, confirming every villager had reached the manor without suffering any casualties. The defenders realized someone powerful had intervened after Alexia's barrier delayed the undead long enough for help to arrive. Soon, a mysterious robed figure appeared, drawing everyone's attention as the heroes cautiously observed the unexpected visitor. A mysterious man addressed Alucard with calm familiarity, revealing they had known each other long before the battle began. The young lord was shocked after learning the mysterious enemy was Alucard, the legendary progenitor vampire from ancient myths. Ada Dragon Elder declared that defeating the powerful necromancer was his responsibility because the disaster had begun through him. Instead of launching a reckless attack, he proposed a plan that would prevent catastrophic destruction across the battlefield. Next, the Dragon Elder announced he would seal the manor with the strongest dragon barrier, sacrificing his once Jan in Jan A's and lifetime technique. Finally, he prepared to confront Alucard again, while the young lord questioned whether such an extreme measure was truly necessary. Alucard confidently declared that his master's power had made him stronger, believing the Dragon Elder could no longer defeat him. Meanwhile, the Dragon Elder calmly accepted the challenge and instructed everyone to remain inside the manor while he faced the enemy alone. The young lord and his companions wished him victory, urging him not to overexert himself during the dangerous battle. Before fighting, the Dragon Elder ordered everyone to leave the manor so they could escape before his technique was unleashed. He activated the dragon's treasure vault, releasing an overwhelming power that signaled the beginning of the decisive confrontation. Alucard observed the completed dragon barrier, realizing breaking through the ultimate defensive technique would require considerable effort. Meanwhile, the Dragon Elder launched a devastating flame-offering bomb, sending an enormous blast crashing toward his opponent. The powerful explosion shook the battlefield, while the young lord and his companions watched the fierce clash from a safe distance. Seeing the overwhelming attack, the group admired the Dragon Elder's incredible magic and believed victory was within reach. Finally, the frontline warriors grew confident, convinced that no ordinary creature could survive such a destructive assault. After surviving the devastating explosion, Alucard revealed that the Dragon Elder's powerful technique still could not overcome his cursed strength. Soon, he cast Necromancy's second form, raising a massive bone wall that completely blocked the incoming attack. Without wasting another moment, both fighters charged forward and exchanged fierce blows across the shattered battlefield. During the intense clash, Alucard effortlessly dodged the Dragon Elder's attacks before launching precise counterstrikes that forced him backward. Despite fighting with everything he had, the Dragon Elder was overwhelmed, realizing his opponent's combat skill far exceeded his expectations. Alucard summoned the fourth form, creating a massive bone lance that struck the Dragon Elder and shook the battlefield. Immediately afterward, countless skeletons swarmed the Dragon Elder, attempting to overwhelm his wings through relentless numbers. Refusing to surrender, the Dragon Elder broke free from the undead assault and roared while driving the skeletons away. Meanwhile, Alucard unleashed another devastating spell, causing a violent explosion that engulfed the Dragon Elder's position. Despite the overwhelming attack, the Dragon Elder vowed to protect the land until his final breath as Alucard activated Necromancy's Lododo-th form, funeral rite of the last spear. The young girl rushed forward to stop the battle, pleading with the Dragon Elder not to sacrifice his life, while everyone watched in shock. Meanwhile, the young lord and his companions stepped beside her, declaring the territory belonged to all of them, and promising to defend their home together. Hero gathered his allies and villagers, assigning everyone defensive positions as they prepared to protect their territory together. Next, Hero placed every fighter under his command, and activated Revelation to coordinate the entire force. Immediately, the core command effect strengthened every soldier, greatly increasing their combat abilities before battle. Meanwhile, the empowered warriors felt overwhelming strength flowing through their bodies, boosting their confidence for the coming fight. However, the enemy remained confident, while Hero believed launching a decisive attack offered the strongest defense against the invading army. An elf unleashed her strongest fire magic, attempting to overwhelm the enemy commander with a powerful attack. Instead, the enemy blocked the spell, using a massive wind barrier, surprising everyone with an unexpected defensive technique. Without hesitation, Hero ordered the rescue squad to advance, while the enemy remained occupied by the failed attack. Meanwhile, support members escorted civilians towards safety as Lord Dragon prepared to protect the retreating group in human form. Hero instructed every non-combatant to retreat into the manor, ensuring the battlefield remained clear for the coming clash. The ancient dragon apologized for the failed defense, but Hero refused to blame an ally who had risked everything to protect the territory. Instead, Hero declared that every companion was valuable, strengthening his allies' determination despite the enemy's threats. Meanwhile, the enemy acknowledged Hero's resolve before deciding to seize the ancient dragon through force. Soon, Hero and his companions stood together, calmly facing the approaching enemy deep within the forest. The Dark Commander advanced with an army of skeletons, beginning the decisive confrontation against Hero's defending force. He declared the battlefield belonged to hatred, and believed overwhelming numbers would crush Hero's defense. Soon the skeleton army charged forward, confident that Hero's forces could not withstand the assault. Meanwhile, Hero calmly organized his formation, ordering the archers to stop the undead before they reached the front line. Immediately, the elven archers released a coordinated volley, filling the battlefield with arrows aimed at the advancing enemies. As countless skeletons collapsed, Hero's strategy succeeded, allowing his army to repel the attack without suffering a single casualty. Hero noticed several skeletons surviving the arrow barrage, realizing the enemy's advance had not completely stopped. Instead of panicking, Hero stayed calm and carefully observed the battlefield before making his next decision. Meanwhile, he reminded everyone that offense secured victory only after a solid defense created the right opportunity. Using that strategy, Hero waited until the undead force moved into the ideal position for a decisive counterattack. Finally, Hero ordered Alexia to unleash tornado of arrows, trapping the advancing skeleton army inside a devastating storm of attacks. Alexia's tornado of arrows devastated the skeleton army, but a hidden blood spear spell suddenly emerged from the battlefield. Without hesitation, Alexia shielded Hero from the surprise attack, preventing him from suffering a direct hit. After confirming Alexia's condition, Hero realized additional enemy forces had secretly joined the battle. Meanwhile, powerful undead mages appeared, threatening to overwhelm the weakened front line with their numbers. Determined to stop them, Hero asked whether elf-grade mana could overpower the necromancers, and Alexia prepared to fight despite the danger. Enemy spells collided violently, creating a massive explosion, while the undead launched another dangerous blood maelstrom attack. Meanwhile, Amelia intercepted the attack, protecting Hero by canceling most of the enemy's magic, before confirming his safety. Next, Amelia confidently drew the bow of Artemis, preparing to eliminate the advancing undead with flawless accuracy. Using enhanced speed, she unleashed a devastating multi-strike arrow barrage that pierced through the enemy formation. However, one enemy slipped past the attack after two targets overlapped, forcing Hero and Amelia to prepare for another clash. Hero realized the battle could not continue through attrition, knowing his forces would eventually be overwhelmed despite maintaining formation. Immediately he assigned Alexia to counter powerful spells, ordered the archers to support the vanguard, and prepared the Smirnov family for melee. Next, Hero gathered everyone into the central formation, calling every available fighter to the battlefield. Meanwhile, the undead army advanced for a direct assault as the enemy commander confidently ordered them to crush Hero's defenses. Without delay, the frontline warriors braced themselves and raised heavy barricades, preparing for the enemy's inevitable charge. The front line used massive logs to stop the skeleton army, preventing the undead from breaking through the defensive barricade. Meanwhile, the defenders focused on eliminating only the skeletons that managed to slip past the wooden barrier. However, the enemy commander revealed the barricade was only a distraction as skeletons suddenly seized Hero and his companions from behind. Within moments, Hero's entire group was restrained, allowing the enemy commander to believe victory was already secured. Instead of panicking, Hero remained calm, because the enemy's attempt to capture the rear guard had unfolded exactly as he expected. The enemy commander doubted Hero's confidence, believing the young lord was only bluffing to hide his desperate situation. Instead, Hero revealed he had learned the truth by listening to the voices of the fallen dead surrounding the battlefield. Next, Hero exposed the necromancer's weakness, explaining that destroyed corpses could never be raised a second time. Meanwhile, the restless skeletons begged for release, proving Hero's understanding of the undead was genuine. However, the enemy remained confident, claiming countless buried corpses still guaranteed overwhelming superiority despite Hero's revelations. Hero admitted they could not defeat the undead horde through ordinary combat, so everyone had to combine their strengths. Next, Hero revealed the real battle was about to begin, because every earlier action had prepared the enemy for one decisive attack. He called for his final allies, who arrived fully prepared, and announced they were ready to unleash their full power. Hero gathered his companions outside the mansion as everyone prepared to confront the approaching dragon together. Meanwhile, two confident allies volunteered to withstand the dragon's breath and protect the others during the battle. Hero introduced the Dragon Roar strategy, positioning every fighter before launching the territory's counterattack. Determination grew among the defenders as they encouraged their strongest guardian to carry out the critical plan. Soon afterward, a majestic winged dragon appeared beneath the moonlight, marking the beginning of the fierce confrontation. The enemy dragon noticed the strange barrel and questioned Hero's unusual plan while observing the battlefield carefully. Meanwhile, Hero's ally realized the barrel was filled with oil, preparing it to strengthen the upcoming dragon breath attack. Next, the flying dragon released the prepared barrel toward the target before launching its powerful breath attack. Immediately afterward, two dragons unleashed a combined breath attack, creating a massive explosion that devastated the battlefield. Despite the powerful blast, the enemy survived, proving the coordinated strategy was effective but still insufficient to finish the battle. The massive explosion shook the battlefield, yet the mysterious enemy remained standing after enduring the powerful attack. Hero quickly ordered the rear guard to retreat behind the barrier, while the front line prepared to defend until sunrise. Meanwhile, the enemy realized the explosion was not created by magic, as the surrounding undead remained completely unaffected. Hero revealed that the brilliant flash came from burning magnesium lime, a farming material repurposed for the battle. Hearing the explanation, the enemy was surprised that Hero had transformed ordinary agricultural supplies into effective weapons against powerful foes. The mysterious enemy praised Hero's exceptional knowledge and leadership, recognizing abilities far beyond those of an ordinary young noble. Curious about Hero's true identity, the enemy activated an ancient ability to examine the information engraved upon his soul. Ancient records surrounded the enemy, as the mysterious technique searched through Hero's hidden origin and destiny. After completing the investigation, the enemy concluded Hero possessed an existence capable of disrupting the world's natural laws. Believing Hero's potential threatened the world's balance, the enemy drew a weapon and resolved to eliminate him before his power could grow further. The enemy's killing intent alarmed everyone, prompting Hero's companion to urge the group to retreat behind the protective barrier. Ignoring the warning, the mysterious enemy leaped forward beneath the moonlight and launched a direct attack toward Hero. Without hesitation, Hero's loyal ally intercepted the assault, shielding him while forcing the attacker to halt. The enemy recognized the warrior's immense strength, but judged close combat to be outside the warrior's true specialty. Determined to protect Hero, the brave guardian stepped forward, believing he could still play a vital role in the desperate battle. The loyal warrior declared that protecting Hero was his true duty and challenged the mysterious enemy without hesitation. Charging forward, the warrior unleashed a refined sword technique, forcing the enemy to defend against the swift assault. His sacred sword thrust struck directly, but the enemy calmly blocked the powerful attack with overwhelming strength. Recognizing the holy swordsmanship, the enemy praised the warrior's skill before easily enduring another relentless strike. Undead skeletons suddenly surrounded the battlefield, and although the warrior cut through them repeatedly, the enemy remained completely unharmed. the enemy mocked the warrior, claiming his spirit would fail before his holy sword could defeat the endless undead army. Instead of recklessly attacking, the warrior distracted the enemy while his companions quietly prepared the next stage of their plan. The enemy noticed the flying dragon's movements becoming unusual, and realized something unexpected was unfolding above. Suddenly, the dragon unleashed a powerful great quake, shattering the ground and forcing the enemy to deal with the massive shockwave. As the dust settled, the enemy calmly walked forward again, showing the devastating attack had failed to stop the relentless advance. The enemy realized Hero had intentionally drawn him away, exposing that the entire confrontation had been part of a carefully prepared trap. Hero explained that retreating would only allow the enemy to regain the advantage, so everyone had to maintain the pressure. The enemy threatened to awaken every buried undead soldier, but Hero firmly refused to let that plan succeed. Without hesitation, Hero ordered the young girl to begin the next phase, and she immediately accepted the important mission, gathering magical energy with both hands. The girl condensed a brilliant sphere, preparing the decisive technique for the final clash. The young girl unleashed the great golden dragon vein, shattering the battlefield and disrupting the enemy's carefully maintained formation. Hero immediately recognized the opening, ordering every ally to attack from both sides before the enemy could recover. Meanwhile, the enemy quickly gathered undead soldiers into a defensive wall, but Hero calmly instructed Amelia to hold her position. Arrows rained through the skeleton shield, striking the enemy from multiple directions and breaking the protection of the undead. Watching the attack succeed, the enemy was stunned that Amelia's arrows had pierced the skeletal barrier with such overwhelming power. Amelia strengthened her arrows with wind magic, while Hero directed the ancient dragon to support the carefully timed attack. The enemy responded by surrounding himself with undead and activating Dragon's protection to reinforce his final defensive position. Even so, the enemy realized Hero had combined barrier magic into a magical prison, an unexpected technique that trapped him completely. Accepting the outcome, the enemy admitted total defeat after recognizing Hero's strategy had overwhelmed every countermeasure. They stared in disbelief before finally realizing their difficult plan had succeeded, and the fierce battle was finally over. Hero and his companions celebrated as their carefully prepared strategy finally succeeded, bringing the long battle to a victorious conclusion. Meanwhile, the defeated enemy remained standing with the surviving undead, calmly observing the victorious group from a distance. Rather than resisting further, the enemy admitted defeat and acknowledged that Hero's party had accomplished an extraordinary feat. Instead of delivering the final blow, Hero proposed ending the conflict peacefully by sharing a meal and talking together. Surprised by Hero's unexpected kindness, the enemy questioned his intentions while the tense battlefield finally began to calm down. Hero's companions explained that his kindness and honesty inspired everyone to believe in the peaceful future he wanted to build together. After accepting Hero's proposal, the defeated enemy requested one final condition before agreeing to end the conflict peacefully. He gladly accepted, welcoming the former enemy as a new friend, and marking the beginning of their unexpected alliance. Hero finished preparing the outdoor dining area, ensuring every detail was ready before the guests arrived. Nearby, a cheerful maid and her giant wolf approached, pleased after completing their assigned work together. Next, Hero entrusted the maid with serving a freshly prepared dish, while the loyal wolf carefully accompanied her. Soon, the meal reached the waiting guests, drawing their attention as the carefully arranged feast impressed everyone. Finally, the noble visitor calmly accepted only food and sake, revealing refined tastes while Hero's hospitality earned quiet recognition. Watching from nearby, Hero quietly observed the honored guests enjoying the carefully prepared feast with clear satisfaction. Without warning, the black-haired noble sternly reprimanded a companion, exposing an intimidating side despite praising the meal. Feeling discouraged, the hardworking maid received reassurance from Hero after believing her sincere efforts had gone unrecognized. Elsewhere, the towering guest questioned the ceremonial umbrella, confidently insisting sunlight no longer posed any concern. Together, Hero and his allies faced the visitors calmly, making it clear that anyone threatening the group would face his resolve. Smiling confidently, Hero admitted that Lord Alucard's anger frightened him more than anything else around the gathering. Moments later, an unexpected visitor warmly greeted Hero, surprising everyone with her sudden appearance at the celebration. Curiosity spread as Hero introduced his companion, prompting questions about the mysterious woman standing beside him. Attention quickly shifted when the visitor revealed herself as Lillian, the world's greatest grand mage, astonishing every guest. Then Lillian embraced Hero without hesitation, showing their lifelong friendship and leaving the onlookers completely speechless. Hero warned Amelia not to misjudge Lillian, explaining their childhood friendship often appeared more dramatic than it truly was to outsiders nearby. Meanwhile, Hiro explained Lillian had lived at the estate as a resident mage and once served as his childhood tutor before leaving. Later, Lillian revealed she had searched for a new patron after the Rosewell family collapsed into hardship and uncertainty alone for years. Afterwards, she described confronting the family about unpaid debts, getting expelled before discovering Hiro's growing village deep within the forest by chance. Lillian happily joined Hiro for the feast, convinced his kindness offered the welcoming home she had long sought after years wandering. Amused by the feast, the visitors jokingly guarded their favorite food and drinks, revealing how much they enjoyed Hiro's generous hospitality. Smiling calmly, Hiro invited Lillian to remain with everyone, promising plenty of ingredients for another memorable meal together. The kitchen presented a special Catabalpaz roast, adding an extraordinary centerpiece to the already impressive banquet. Surprise quickly spread when Alucard learned the roast came from an undead creature, leaving both guests hesitant, despite Hiro's confidence. Alucard and Lillian cautiously examined the unusual dish, preparing themselves to judge its flavor before reaching any conclusions. After tasting the meal, Alucard stood abruptly before Hiro, leaving everyone uncertain about his sudden reaction to the extraordinary feast. Instead, Alucard embraced Hiro tightly, expressing overwhelming admiration after realizing the remarkable flavor had completely exceeded his expectations. Accepting his defeat gracefully, Alucard offered Hiro a token of gratitude, acknowledging the unforgettable meal with sincere respect and appreciation. Suddenly, a terrifying dark force erupted nearby, transforming the peaceful atmosphere as an enormous supernatural power burst into existence. Watching carefully, Hiro learned the mysterious phenomenon was the progenitor's curse, revealing another dangerous secret surrounding Alucard's true nature. Alucard explained that Hiro's powerful barrier rivaled the legendary dragon's protection, preventing the progenitor's curse from spreading beyond the village. Meanwhile, Lillian examined the extraordinary multi-layered barrier, realizing it resembled something found only in ancient legends rather than reality. Surrounded by trusted allies, Hiro learned the village had grown into a miraculous sanctuary that exceeded every rumor reaching distant lands. Even Alucard acknowledged the settlement's remarkable strength, recognizing elves, elite beastmen, and other powerful residents living together peacefully. Then Lillian concluded that inspecting Hiro's territory had been the right decision, as its hidden strength explained the northern region's changing balance. Concern spread across Hiro's face as he questioned why Oliver had abandoned the northern fort, a vital defensive position against invading forces. Without hesitation, Lillian explained that the Demon King's army overwhelmed the front, leaving exhausted defenders unable to hold their ground alone. Elsewhere, Marison sought reinforcements while retreating soldiers gathered in nearby villages, yet no further updates ever reached the region. Carefully analyzing the situation, Hiro realized the rugged mountain roads created the ideal route for commanders, attempting to withdraw safely. Lillian recognized Hiro had uncovered Oliver's true objective, proving his growing insight into the Northern Campaign's hidden strategy. Realizing the danger, Hiro concluded Oliver intended to use innocent commoners as shields while escaping the collapsing Northern Front. Concerned by the consequences, Lillian explained the royal family's reputation would suffer if the Northern Territory were lost, though Oliver still held a hidden advantage. Without hesitation, Lillian declared that Oliver's ultimate goal was reclaiming the territory once the circumstances favored his return. Beyond that, she predicted Oliver's expanding military power would recover the North before launching campaigns against the Demon King's domain. Shocked by the revelation, Hiro learned Oliver likely intended to banish him into the Northern Demon Territory to remove him permanently. Stepping forward, the Beastwoman declared that Hiro's territory existed because he had saved her life, despite his own difficult circumstances. Reflecting on the past, she admitted she once misunderstood Hiro before realizing he treated every resident with equal kindness and respect. Throughout the village, grateful residents enjoyed peaceful lives, recognizing that Hiro's sacrifices had created the prosperous home they cherished together. Determined voices rose as the Beastwoman vowed everyone would resist anyone attempting to reclaim the territory from Hiro's care. Hiro explained, he never intended to return the land, believing his exile had allowed him to build the ideal territory he always envisioned. Determined to protect his achievements, Hiro explained that his territory would pursue independence once the necessary conditions had been fulfilled. Recognizing the growing crisis, he decided to travel to the northern fort and propose a ceasefire before war spread across the Rosewell domain. Carefully assessing the situation, Hiro warned that fleeing refugees could overwhelm the territory, making immediate preventive action absolutely necessary. Unexpectedly, Lillian offered to accompany Hiro as a respected guest, believing her presence would discourage Oliver from making excessive demands. Calmly, Hiro questioned whether negotiations still had a chance, remembering Lillian's lesson that acting first often created the strongest bargaining position. Gratefully accepting the invitation, Lillian officially became an honored guest of Hiro's territory as everyone welcomed her warmly. Afterward, Hiro announced a northern expedition, planning to travel with only a small elite group to demonstrate peaceful intentions. Meanwhile, Hiro selected Lillian, the Silver Dragon, and the two Dragon Kings, while Alucard also volunteered to accompany the mission. Next, Hiro entrusted Amelia with managing the territory, estimating the journey would require no more than 3 months. Smiling confidently, Amelia encouraged Hiro before his departure, reassuring him that everything would remain safe until the expedition ended. Gently, Amelia admitted she wanted to accompany Hiro because worry, rather than distrust, filled her heart before the dangerous journey. Although she believed in Hiro's abilities, Amelia confessed that unexpected accidents and their first long separation made her anxious. Patiently, Hiro reassured Amelia that everything would be fine, encouraging her to share every concern instead of carrying them alone. Hiro promised to complete the negotiations successfully and return home safely, easing Amelia's lingering fears. He announced that the expedition would depart at dawn, giving everyone time to prepare for the important mission ahead. Meanwhile, the Roswell forces established a camp near the northern fort, after completely subduing the surrounding area under their control. Inside the command tent, a powerful leader criticized the kingdom's shield, believing its reputation far exceeded the army's actual performance. A report revealed suspicious activity across the southern territory, prompting careful monitoring before the situation could worsen further. Reviewing intelligence documents, the commander recognized several familiar names, including the ancient dragon and other influential figures supporting Hiro's territory. The growing alliance alarmed the commander, who realized the undead king and the great forest witch had joined forces, threatening the region's balance. Elsewhere, the great demon lord Ekaterina discovered Hiro's profile, expressing surprise that someone so unassuming had united legendary allies before deciding he would become her future companion. Hiro reached the mountain pass and spotted a fortress standing near the border between the Count's territory and the Demon Kingdom. After landing on a nearby hill, the exhausted flying beast rested while Hiro prepared to observe the battlefield carefully. Heavy footsteps suddenly echoed across the rocky ground, signaling that a dangerous enemy was approaching the area. From the hillside, Hiro studied the fortress closely, searching for important details before making his next decision. Ruined gates and fallen soldiers revealed the fortress had already endured a brutal battle before Hiro's arrival. Hiro realized the battlefield had fallen into chaos after the commander fled, leaving the remaining forces confused and leaderless. Soon, a wagon carrying valuable cargo raced across the rocky plains, while fierce wolf-like monsters relentlessly chased its escorts. Meanwhile, the frightened guards struggled to protect the cargo, knowing everything would be lost if the monsters caught them. Despite their desperate efforts, the pursuing beasts steadily closed the distance, pushing the escaping convoy towards certain danger. Suddenly, a powerful strike crashed into the ground before the wagon, forcing everyone to face an unexpected new threat. Hiro reassured the frightened survivors, promising his group would protect them while taking control of the dangerous situation. Without hesitation, Hiro ordered the Elder Dragon and Alucard to hold the enemy line and prevent the monsters from advancing. Next, Hiro instructed Goal to escort the civilians to safety, allowing the rescue to begin without delay. Goal suddenly recognized the refugees, making Hiro realize they shared an unexpected connection with his companion. Moments later, Hiro discovered an injured one-eyed man among the survivors, and questioned why he had appeared on the battlefield. The one-eyed survivor revealed that Lord Oliver had assigned a secret mission after accusing them of disobeying orders and ruining their honor. Although Hiro urged everyone to evacuate immediately, the survivors refused to leave the dangerous battlefield behind. Instead, they insisted the wagon's supplies were essential for surviving the conflict and could not be abandoned. Their leader explained that failure would destroy their noble house, making the valuable cargo more important than their own lives. Moved by their determination, Hiro invited the survivors to settle in his territory and offered them a chance to begin again. Hiro honestly admitted his remote territory lacked wealth and prestige, yet he still invited the survivors to build a new future there. Instead of promising luxury, Hiro explained that his land offered simple living, enough food, and peaceful days for everyone. Although the survivors doubted his proposal, Hiro encouraged them to choose life over hopeless sacrifice and needless death. He then invited the remaining soldiers to join his growing army and protect the territory together. To prove his strength, Hiro revealed powerful undead warriors under his command, astonishing the frightened survivors with his overwhelming forces. Alucard ordered the frightened soldiers to either serve the undead king or leave the battlefield immediately, without causing further trouble. Terrified by Alucard's overwhelming presence, several soldiers panicked and fled as their leader watched in disbelief. After the survivors escaped, Alucard calmly returned to Hero, explaining that the fleeing soldiers had only blocked their path. Meanwhile, the remaining escorts struggled to hold back the pursuing wolf, like monsters, knowing they could not resist much longer. Before the beasts attacked again, the elder dragon prepared to unleash a devastating breath, but Alucard remained calm and ready to face the threat. A young girl stopped the confrontation, reminding everyone that fighting would only deepen the conflict and prevent reconciliation. Hero accepted the warning, apologized to his companions, and searched for a peaceful solution instead of continuing the battle. A gifted mage stepped forward, confidently offering a spell capable of accomplishing what seemed impossible without further bloodshed. The mage immediately gathered magical energy, preparing a powerful spell to resolve the dangerous situation. A spatial transfer spell teleported the pursuing soldiers and wolves far from the battlefield, ending the chase without unnecessary violence. The mage completed the spatial transfer spell, sending the pursuing enemies away before the battlefield finally became quiet again. After confirming the rescue succeeded, the exhausted mage leaned against Hero, while reporting that everyone had been safely returned. Hero asked where the enemies had been transported, learning they had likely been sent back to the Demon King's territory. Realizing the invasion had already begun, Hero questioned how the conflict had escalated into such a dangerous situation. The mage explained that the entire crisis started because of Oliver's reckless actions, revealing the true cause behind the invasion. Hero learned that minor clashes between northern tribes and humans had always existed, but the Demon Kingdom's intervention changed the situation. The mage explained that the non-aggression pact was only an informal agreement without real enforcement or binding authority. She described how the Holy Sashika Duchy, the Demon Kingdom, and Asgard Kingdom each maintained different roles in preserving regional stability. Hero realized the growing conflict could spread into a devastating world war if the fragile balance completely collapsed. Finally, the mage led Hero to inspect a wagon, preparing to reveal important evidence behind the escalating crisis. Hero discovered frightened demon-folk women imprisoned inside cages, making him realize the wagon carried victims instead of ordinary supplies. The mage explained that demon-folk slaves were highly valued by wealthy nobles, and Oliver had exploited a weakness in the treaty. She revealed the crime happened on neutral land, where Oliver believed he could silence the tribes without facing immediate consequences. Taking advantage of the Demon Kingdom's limited authority, Oliver continued his brutal scheme without fear of public intervention. Hero finally learned Oliver had kidnapped tribal children, stolen valuables, and relied on threats and blackmail, exposing him as nothing more than a ruthless criminal. The mage explained that Oliver wasted his stolen wealth on luxury, gambling, and pleasure before crushing his people with heavy taxes. Hero sadly admitted Oliver had committed countless crimes only to satisfy his own greed, bringing disgrace to his family. Suddenly, an unfamiliar presence interrupted the discussion, prompting Alucard and the others to prepare for an unexpected visitor. A royal envoy appeared and formally announced the arrival of Demon Queen Ekaterina, revealing Lillian had guided her to their location. Lillian apologized to Hero, believing her decision had been necessary even though it unexpectedly led to a far more serious situation. Demon Queen Ekaterina recognized Hero as the fallen Rosewell family's son, and observed him carefully from above. Sensing danger, Hero's companions immediately prepared to defend him. Calling upon the Silver Dragon to stand guard, Alucard and the Elder Dragon stepped forward, ready to confront the unexpected visitors while shielding Hero behind them. Before either side attacked, Hero rushed between them and desperately tried to stop the battle from beginning. Ignoring Hero's plea, the Demon Queen's escorts charged forward, determined to restrain everyone before any peaceful discussion could begin. A tremendous impact shook the battlefield, as the Demon Queen effortlessly stopped the clash before anyone could continue fighting. When the dust settled, Hero saw Demon Queen Ekaterina standing unharmed, while Alucard remained beside her without panic. Ekaterina casually revealed that such attacks barely affected her, showing overwhelming confidence despite the fierce confrontation. Hero realized the Demon Queen possessed terrifying strength, far beyond what his strongest companions could overcome together. Facing the impossible difference in power, Hero carefully watched as Ekaterina calmly prepared to decide their next course of action. Hero suddenly proposed marriage to Demon Queen Ekaterina to stop the conflict peacefully, leaving her completely stunned as she blushed in disbelief at the unexpected proposal. Hero was surprised when the Demon Lord suddenly asked him to marry her, leaving him unable to understand the unexpected proposal. Instead of rejecting her, Hero admitted she looked attractive, causing the Demon Lord to wonder why he still seemed uncertain. Confusion overwhelmed Hiro as he tried to understand the reason behind the marriage proposal and organize his thoughts. Remembering Goal and Sensei, Hiro realized he could not abandon his trusted companions, despite wanting to avoid the situation. Then he decided to accept the proposal temporarily while planning to protect everyone before choosing his own future. Hiro apologized for his hesitation, explaining that the sudden proposal and unusual location had left him completely confused. The Demon Lord realized Hiro's reaction was understandable and admitted she had not considered his feelings carefully enough. Soon, Prime Minister Arnolith arrived and insisted they move elsewhere because the current atmosphere was unsuitable for such an important discussion. Arnolith prepared to relocate everyone, but the Demon Lord quickly stopped her before she could continue the arrangement. Instead, the Demon Lord decided only Hiro should accompany her, refusing to summon the others and leaving the remaining companions behind. Hiro asked for a moment to understand the situation, while Shinyu unexpectedly remained beside him during the transfer. Moments later, Hiro arrived inside the Demon Lord's magnificent castle, where she welcomed him with a calm expression. The Demon Lord noticed Shinyu had accompanied Hiro because the spatial transfer magic had brought them together. Realizing escape was impossible inside the castle, Hiro accepted that he had no choice but to hear the Demon Lord's request. The Demon Lord then invited Hiro to dedicate a heartfelt love song to her, leaving him speechless before the unusual demand. Hiro respectfully declined the Demon Lord's generous marriage proposal, explaining that he could not accept her offer. The Demon Lord clarified she wanted Hiro as her first wife, yet he apologized again and firmly maintained his decision. Hiro revealed he had already promised his future to another woman, leaving the Demon Lord quietly reflecting on his vow. Although disappointed, the Demon Lord accepted Hiro's feelings and believed she could never overcome the bond he already cherished. Shinyu's sudden closeness caused a misunderstanding, but Hiro quickly denied she was the woman who had received his heartfelt promise. Hiro revealed that the woman he trusted most belonged to the Warcat-eared tribe, explaining why he remained devoted to her. The Demon Lord questioned whether Hiro preferred cat-eared women, but he clarified that love came before her race or appearance. Hearing his honest answer, the Demon Lord laughed warmly and appreciated Hiro's sincere feelings without becoming angry. Although Hiro could have gained immense power by joining her, the Demon Lord admired his unwavering loyalty to the woman he loved. The Demon Lord smiled at Hiro's determination, while Shinyu quietly watched beside him, wondering what the Demon Lord truly intended next. Then he questioned Hiro about the powerful companions beside him, while Hiro calmly explained their mission was peaceful diplomacy. Hiro assured the Demon Lord that direct negotiations with his homeland should prevent unnecessary conflict between both sides. He then proposed establishing a truce between the Demon Kingdom and the Roswell Earldom to secure lasting peace. The Demon Lord finally understood Hiro's diplomatic purpose and carefully considered the possibility of a formal truce agreement. After listening, the Demon Lord reminded Hiro that the success of those negotiations depended entirely on Earl Roswell's decision. Hiro acknowledged the Demon Lord's concerns, explaining that the continuing war would burden his territory with growing numbers of refugees. Despite understanding Hiro's reasoning, the Demon Lord firmly refused every proposal, unwilling to accept any conditions for peace. She argued that humans had created the conflict inside her lands and now expected her to end the crisis for their benefit. Hiro sympathized with her position, but insisted that reaching an agreement remained the only practical way to protect both territories. The Demon Lord proposed that Roswell secede from the kingdom of Asgard, but Hiro immediately rejected the impossible demand because his territory had only recently been established. Then he explained that the territory had been entrusted to him by his father, making secession impossible because he lacked full ownership. He warned that forcing independence would only trigger a military uprising and create another conflict instead of ending the war. The Demon Lord insisted influential leaders could approve the separation, believing no one would object if they accepted the proposal. She further argued that prolonged warfare would eventually encourage Lord Roswell to seize Hiro's territory through military strength. Hiro admitted independence had always been one of his goals, but he remained determined to achieve it for his people's future through the proper path. Faced with another proposal, Hiro admitted he still could not accept the Demon Lord's confession, despite understanding her sincere feelings. Calmly, the Demon Lord explained that marrying her would free Hiro from human conflicts and place him under the Demon Kingdom's protection. Rather than insisting on romance, she acknowledged his rejection while emphasizing that an independent territory would benefit the unstable world. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord warned that ancient monsters remained a national-level threat, leaving Hiro's territory exposed to future dangers. She revealed those enemies had attacked recklessly before, but a carefully planned surprise assault would be far more devastating. To support her warning, the Demon Lord recalled how the previous battle ended because a lucky strike hit the enemy's weak point. Confidently, she declared that another war could destroy her kingdom since fortune alone would never guarantee victory twice. Next, the Demon Lord explained that the ancient dragon and the undead king had troubled every nation for countless years. Even their strange behavior became another problem, as they constantly caused trouble and disrupted peaceful lives across the land. Smiling afterward, the Demon Lord admitted the long-standing grudge had finally ended, while her subordinates quietly apologized for the chaos. Hero warned that if one nation monopolized overwhelming power, every major country would unite and launch attacks against it. After considering Hero's concern, the Demon Lord proposed presenting the territory's independence as a decision she had forced upon him. Unsatisfied with a simple verbal promise, she ordered Prime Minister Arnolith to bring a treasured royal jewel as proof of trust. Carefully, the Demon Lord entrusted Hero with the family heirloom, offering it as a symbol of friendship and wishing it would guide his future. Instead of using the jewel on powerful monsters, Hero decided to entrust it to Shinyu, believing it would strengthen his territory even further. The Demon Lord transferred a fragment of her soul into the treasured jewel, causing Gull's body to radiate with extraordinary power. Suddenly, Gull awakened with both divine and demonic traits, astonishing everyone inside the Demon Lord's castle. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord explained that Gull had become a divine demon dragon, a legendary existence once known only through ancient tales. Excited by the transformation, Gull happily showed Hero her new appearance, proudly announcing that she had successfully changed. Seeing Hero's concern, the Demon Lord calmly reassured him that Gull remained safe, because the divine and demonic powers were merely balancing each other. The Demon Lord advised Hero to rest in the castle for several days, while inviting his companions to stay in separate guest rooms. Afterward, she decided to postpone the Declaration of Independence, and ordered Arnolith to teach Hero about national politics. Unexpectedly, Arnolith reported that Lord Oliver Roswell had abandoned his main territory and was heading toward Hero's domain. Upon hearing the urgent report, everyone realized the situation had changed before Hero could complete his diplomatic mission. Meanwhile, Lord Oliver Roswell advanced with his forces, intending to seize the great demonic forest within only a few days. Lord Oliver led his guards and a maid through the Villwood, finally entering Hero's territory, despite the dangerous journey. Suddenly, rustling sounds echoed from the forest, causing Oliver to become alert, while carefully observing the surrounding trees. Above the road, startled birds took flight as the group steadily advanced, sensing unusual activity hidden within the woods. Although the maid worried about his condition, Oliver regained his composure and continued the expedition without turning back. Determination strengthened Oliver's resolve as he remembered his duty as the kingdom's shield, refusing to let fear or exhaustion stop him. Lord Oliver and the maid continued on foot after losing their carriage, discussing Hero's difficult territory and the long journey ahead. Meanwhile, the maid stayed optimistic, encouraging Oliver to view the exhausting walk as valuable training instead of a burden. Soon afterward, Oliver challenged the maid to a duel once they reached a large rock, showing his competitive spirit. Determination filled Oliver as he eagerly anticipated testing his strength again, refusing to let fatigue weaken his resolve. The pair arrived at Hero's developing settlement, where neat houses and open roads revealed steady progress within the territory. Lord Oliver and the maid reached the village, where thriving fields, hard-working farmers, and a protective barrier immediately changed their impression of Hero's territory. Careful observation convinced Oliver that the settlement was far more prosperous than the abandoned land he had expected to find. Relief crossed Oliver's face as he prepared to greet Hero with the respect owed to the territory's rightful lord. Without hesitation, Oliver ordered his soldiers into formation before leading the procession toward the village in a disciplined advance. Suddenly, a powerful barrier reacted to the approaching troops, startling Oliver and forcing him to stop before entering the settlement. Lord Oliver discovered that only he had passed through the barrier, leaving the maid outside, while both struggled to understand the strange phenomenon. The maid immediately began analyzing the barrier's magic, carefully consulting her reference book to uncover the reason behind its unusual behavior. As the investigation continued, her research revealed ancient magical principles, and the barrier's true nature gradually became clearer. Careful examination identified the defense as a temple-grade cage barrier strengthened by blood, related magic, and powerful protective enchantments. The maid concluded that the barrier rejected hostile intruders while terrifying nearby monsters, forcing them to remain at the forest's edge. Lord Oliver blamed Hero for the hardships of the journey, believing every inconvenience had been deliberately arranged to test his patience. Memories resurfaced as Oliver recalled how Hero's poor reputation had weakened his standing despite being the eldest son. Another incident came to mind when Lillian's actions ruined an important northern trade agreement, worsening the family's problems. Bitterness overwhelmed Oliver as he convinced himself that every setback had been caused by Hiro's failures. Suddenly, a young beastkin child approached the group, interrupting Oliver's thoughts and drawing his attention away from the past. A furious knight tried to attack the beastkin child, but Lord Oliver immediately stepped forward and stopped the reckless action before it escalated. Ignoring the frightened child's innocence, Oliver struck the beastkin down after believing the unexpected approach had shown disrespect toward a noble. Disgusted by the encounter, Oliver declared the beastkin guilty and treated the child as nothing more than worthless livestock. Without hesitation, Oliver ordered his soldiers to execute the child, prompting one knight to raise a weapon and rush forward. Before the attack could succeed, a powerful force hurled the knight backward, proving that someone unseen was protecting the beastkin child. Amelia rushed forward to protect the injured beastkin child, declaring that Lord Hero Rothwell's territory would never tolerate such violence. Furious, Lord Oliver demanded Amelia reveal her identity, while dismissing her words with arrogance and contempt. Calmly, Amelia introduced herself and explained that she was safeguarding the village until Lord Hero returned from his journey. After learning Hero was away on official business, Oliver accepted the explanation, but immediately considered another way to pressure the territory. Without hesitation, Oliver ordered his soldiers to collect overdue taxes from the village, escalating the conflict despite Hero's absence. Lord Oliver commanded his soldiers to seize the villagers' food and supplies, threatening to capture anyone unable to pay the demanded taxes. Amelia immediately challenged his authority, reminding Oliver that he had no right to collect taxes from Hero's territory. Confidently, Oliver claimed the Rothwell land still belonged to his family, insisting he was only lending the territory to Hero. Refusing to back down, Amelia argued that Hero had built the village from nothing, and that no one could simply take it away. Ignoring her protest, Oliver insisted he was only carrying out his duty as lord by collecting taxes from what he considered his own land. Amelia firmly rejected Oliver's twisted reasoning, insisting that any taxes should be discussed with Hero instead of exploiting his absence. Unmoved by her argument, Oliver accused Hero of failing to control his followers and dismissed Amelia's objections as meaningless. Soon afterward, soldiers restrained Amelia while she struggled to break free, refusing to abandon the village despite the overwhelming force. To force her surrender, Oliver threatened the captured beastkin child, warning that any resistance would cost the innocent life. Amelia condemned Oliver for using a child as leverage, but he coldly claimed he was merely exercising his rightful authority. She froze in shock as Oliver's shameless words left her speechless, making the situation even more disturbing. Mocking her reaction, Oliver ridiculed Amelia without remorse, treating her humiliation as entertainment instead of recognizing his own cruelty. Struggling to understand, Amelia questioned how Hero could be related to such a ruthless father, believing they were completely different people. Stepping closer, Oliver threatened Amelia by claiming he would personally uncover the difference through her body, revealing his vile intentions. Confident that nobody could oppose him, Oliver ordered his subordinates to prepare a camp while planning to remain inside Hero's territory. Amelia desperately begged Oliver to stop, fearing that Lord Hero would never forgive the cruel actions committed against the innocent villagers. Ignoring her pleas, Oliver mocked Amelia's tears while his soldiers silenced her and continued preparing the camp without hesitation. Suddenly, several of Hero's subordinates arrived, standing together to confront the invading soldiers before the situation worsened. One warrior calmly introduced himself as Hero's subordinate, refusing to be intimidated by Oliver's insults and arrogance. Oliver proudly declared that commoners existed only to serve nobles, revealing the ruthless beliefs that guided every decision he made. She arrogantly declared that Hero's land, people, and subordinates all belonged to him because he considered everything his son's property. Facing the villagers, Oliver insisted he could treat his property however he wished, daring anyone present to challenge his authority. Unable to tolerate those claims any longer, Hero's subordinate charged straight toward Oliver, openly rejecting his tyranny and preparing to fight. A masked fighter rushed toward the noble after spotting him alone, convinced that overwhelming force would secure an easy victory. Meanwhile, the noble remained calm, quickly judging his opponent's reckless behavior and preparing a precise countermeasure. He activated the divine revelation skill, Scapegoat of Atonement, instantly switching places with another target before the attack connected. As a result, the masked fighter accidentally struck his own ally, causing the planned assault to collapse immediately. Frustration filled the battlefield when the masked warrior realized the divine skill had completely turned his confident attack against his own side. The masked swordsman continued attacking, but the knight calmly blocked every strike and exploited the fighter's narrow focus. Soon, two elves arrived after completing their retrieval mission, surprising the enemy leader with their unexpected appearance. The old man realized rescuing the elves had been the true objective and acknowledged the knight's careful planning. Meanwhile, the elves observed nearly 30 enemy guards scattered throughout the forest, carefully assessing the situation before acting, rather than launching a reckless assault. The knight gathered his companions and prepared a smarter strategy, knowing their smaller group could not win a direct battle. Guests dismissed Oliver Rosewell's noble title, insisting that status alone carried no authority on the battlefield where strength decided everything. Oliver expressed disappointment, believing a fellow noble should not abandon reason or faith so easily, despite difficult circumstances. Gwes revealed his identity as Smirnov, the former Holy City Knight and Sword Saint, astonishing Oliver with his true background. Oliver questioned why Smirnov trusted an exiled man over the High Priest, challenging the loyalty behind his decision. Smirnov explained that the Oracle's revelations only concerned domestic affairs, exposing flaws in the High Priest's judgment and strengthening his faith in Hero. Facing Oliver Rosewell, Smirnov rejected the value of noble titles, believing actions and strength mattered far more than status. Calmly, Oliver criticized Smirnov's decision, disappointed that a fellow noble had lost faith in the High Priest's judgment. Without hesitation, Smirnov revealed he was the former Holy City Knight and Sword Saint, earning Oliver's respect through his experience. Meanwhile, Oliver questioned why Smirnov chose to believe the exiled Hero instead of accepting the High Priest's conclusion. Then Smirnov explained that Hero's oracle only concerned domestic affairs, exposing the High Priest's misunderstanding and confirming Hero had been judged unfairly. Confused by Oliver's claims, Smirnov insisted that Master Hero's divine revelation was genuine and questioned the old noble's reasoning. Instead of backing down, Oliver declared he would reveal what true divine revelation looked like through his own power. Immediately, Oliver activated several oracle cards, calling upon their blessings to strengthen his forces and eliminate the supposed traitor. At his command, an empowered knight surged forward, receiving enhanced abilities before charging straight into battle. Meanwhile, Smirnov calmly intercepted the attack, meeting the knight head on and preventing the boosted assault from breaking his defense. Smirnov struggled against the enhanced royal knight, realizing the enemy's strength had reached an entirely different level through the oracle's blessing. Watching his allies fall one after another, Smirnov understood they could no longer withstand the kingdom's veteran knights in direct combat. He immediately ordered everyone to retreat behind the barrier, while personally holding back the advancing enemies to protect the group. Furious at their withdrawal, Oliver Rosewell commanded his soldiers to chase the escaping defenders without hesitation. Standing alone before the pursuing force, Smirnov warned that chasing them was pointless, because anyone opposing Hero's territory had already become their enemy. Smirnov declared that the barrier would reject the invaders, then prepared to stop them before they could advance any farther. Determined to protect Hero's territory, he challenged the entire enemy force alone, while Oliver ordered his knights to crush him. Surrounded from every direction, Smirnov fought fiercely, blocking blades and striking back to keep the attackers away from his retreating allies. Despite facing overwhelming numbers, he refused to yield, holding his ground as enemy soldiers continued pressing their assault. Anger filled Smirnov's voice as he condemned the selfishness of corrupt nobles, strengthening his resolve to defend Hero and everyone under his protection. Smirnov declared that his shield existed to protect the kingdom's people, not corrupt nobles who abused their authority for personal gain. Although several knights admitted they were only fulfilling their duties to support their families, they continued surrounding Smirnov with hesitation. Seeing their wavering resolve, Oliver Rosewell harshly ordered every knight to stop hesitating and attack without showing mercy. Rather than accepting Oliver's command, one knight questioned whether fighting people from their own domain truly served any meaningful purpose. Enraged by their hesitation, Oliver activated divine revelation, harassment of the mad tyrant, transforming his subordinates into berserkers who obeyed without question. The berserk knight charged without fear, forcing Smirnov to defend against relentless attacks while enduring the overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, Smirnov was thrown backward by the knight's monstrous strength, realizing the divine revelation had created an inhuman opponent. Even after suffering a deep wound, Smirnov fought back fiercely, refusing to surrender, despite the severe injury. Meanwhile, the berserk knight ignored his own safety, pressing the attack with complete disregard for the damage to his body. Driven by the tyrant's blessing, the knight devoted every remaining ounce of strength to battle, abandoning all concern for his own life. Smirnov continued resisting the berserk knights, but their relentless attacks proved that ordinary techniques could no longer stop them. Gradually, he realized Oliver's divine revelation had transformed the soldiers into undead, like warriors who could only be stopped by death. Instead of taking their lives, Smirnov refused to cross that line, knowing he could never face Master Hero after such a choice. While defending himself, Smirnov searched for the strategy Hero would have used against such an impossible situation. Meanwhile, Oliver quietly approached from behind, exploiting Smirnov's distraction and exposing a dangerous opening in the middle of the battle. Oliver struck Smirnov from behind, criticizing his hesitation and mocking his refusal to use deadly force against the Berserk Knights. Despite the painful wound, Smirnov struggled to remain standing as his companions anxiously watched from behind the barrier. Confidently, Oliver learned the barrier blocked physical and magical attacks, while Smirnov warned everyone not to leave its protection. Rather than attacking the barrier directly, Oliver threatened to burn the entire village, forcing Smirnov into a difficult position. Finally, Oliver explained that ordinary barriers could not stop the flow of air, revealing a weakness he intended to exploit against Hero's territory. Oliver explained that even if the flames could not cross the barrier, the intense heat alone would still burn everyone inside. Confidently, he revealed that destroying the village had always been part of his plan, leaving Smirnov with few remaining options. Meanwhile, Oliver assured his followers they possessed a special barrier capable of blocking even the outside air from entering. Next, he announced a rare creature acquired through northern trade, intending to use it to seize Hero's territory and eliminate its defenders. Realization struck Smirnov when a massive flame cyclops giant soldier emerged, confirming the village faced an even greater threat than expected. Oliver coldly declared that the flame cyclops giant soldier could engulf the entire area in flames, promising to watch Smirnov suffer until the end. Without hesitation, he ordered the giant to unleash its fire, expecting Hero's territory to be consumed in a single devastating attack. Suddenly the giant vanished before anyone understood what had happened, while a report confirmed the missing flame cyclops giant soldier had been secured. Meanwhile, Hero arrived with his companions, leaving Oliver speechless as the unexpected appearance completely overturned his carefully prepared plan. A stern noble criticized Hero while his companions stood behind him, facing the tense judgment together. Soon afterward, Hero found the wounded Smirnov, who admitted his failure despite fighting with determination. Without hesitation, Hero entrusted Smirnov to receive treatment and prepared to handle the remaining situation himself as new figures approached. Later, Hero respectfully greeted his father, apologizing for meeting him under such unexpected circumstances. He explained his sudden visit during the northern inspection, leaving his father surprised by the unexpected timing and the situation unfolding before them. Hero listened as his father blamed a woman for ruining a valuable weapon that had been difficult to obtain. Instead of backing down, Hero questioned the accusation, but his father refused to explain and challenged him instead. Hero firmly demanded the reason behind the cruel treatment of his companions, refusing to overlook their suffering. His father criticized Hero for wandering with women during wartime and claimed his territory lacked proper discipline. Meanwhile, Smirnov and the others revealed that criminals had entered the territory, exposing weak background screening and causing the recent conflict. Hero heard harsh accusations that the Beastkin servants lacked discipline and failed to respect noble customs. His father defended the punishment, insisting he acted because Hero had neglected his responsibilities as lord. Smirnov exposed the truth, explaining the attackers assaulted a young cat, Earchild, attempted robbery, and harassed Amelia before being stopped. Even after hearing the report, Hero's father dismissed the incident as a misunderstanding caused by mistaking the child for a monster. The noble justified his actions by claiming he was merely inspecting the village after accepting an invitation from the Beastkin woman. After hearing the report, Hero's father asked Mars to confirm his version of the incident, expecting her agreement. Calmly, Hero rejected the explanation and refused to trust his father's words without convincing evidence. Filled with anger, Hero insisted his wounded comrades and Amelia's tears proved they had suffered unfairly. Surprised by the confession, his father realized Amelia held a deeply important place in Hero's heart despite being Beastkin. Then he declared Hero's territory a rebel stronghold, allied with aberrant races, and ordered the assembled knights to begin their operation. Enraged, Hero's father declared him a grave threat to the Asgard kingdom, and ordered the knights to eliminate him immediately. Meanwhile, Hero revealed that enemy soldiers had already been captured, while powerful summoned forces surrounded the battlefield and secured the area. Facing the accusation calmly, Hero concluded that Rothwell territory no longer deserved his loyalty after everything that had happened. Stepping forward, Hero announced he had an important report for Count Rothwell, leaving his father stunned by the unexpected turn. Finally, Hero declared Vilewood independent from the Asgard kingdom, and vowed to transform it into the prosperous Forest of Paradise. Confidently, Hero's ally revealed that Vilewood had already secured recognition from Rothwell and the Holy Principality of Kishim through careful negotiations. Meanwhile, Additional evidence connected Fioar's Flame 100 demon soldiers to the case, prompting the church to begin a formal investigation. Calmly adjusting her glasses, the woman warned Hiro's father that the investigation could lead to him being prosecuted as a national criminal. Shocked by the accusation, Hiro's father refused to accept defeat and convinced himself that someone had stolen everything from him. He suspected the entire confrontation had been arranged to seize the throne, believing the unexpected events were part of a larger scheme. Furious, Hiro's father questioned how someone without divine favor could build a prosperous land and command such powerful monsters. Unable to accept reality, he insisted Hiro possessed nothing, and never should have achieved such remarkable success. Confusion filled the noble's mind as he convinced himself Hiro's accomplishments had to be impossible by ordinary means. Standing firm, Hiro declared that birth never determined a person's future, because steady effort and determination created true strength. Without hesitation, Hiro drew his sword, blocked his father's attack, and launched a swift counterstrike that forced the older noble backward. With a single swift move, Hiro disarmed his father and held his sword at his throat, proving the battle was already over. Calmly, Hiro urged his father to surrender, leaving the older noble shocked by his son's unexpected swordsmanship. Looking back on his journey, Hiro thanked his father, explaining that life in Vilewood had forced him to grow stronger through hardship. Hearing those words, his father quietly acknowledged Hiro's growth and reflected on everything that had happened. Suddenly, anger overwhelmed the older noble as he accused Hiro of repaying his past kindness with betrayal, refusing to accept the outcome. Furious, Hiro's father demanded repayment for his upbringing, noble status, and the territory he had once granted his son. Greed consumed the older noble as he ordered Hiro to surrender the country and its entire military in return. Without hesitation, Hiro accepted the demand, promising to repay every favor he had ever received from his father. Momentarily relieved, his father stepped closer, believing Hiro had finally submitted and understood his expectations. Instead, Hiro struck with a powerful punch, sending his father flying and ending the false hope of reconciliation. After sending his father crashing backward, Hiro stood firm and silently waited for the older noble's next move. Calmly, Hiro explained that his strike was repayment for every act of cruelty disguised as kindness throughout the years. Then, Hiro declared that true kindness expected nothing in return, while his father's greed had only spread suffering and resentment. Unable to deny the accusations, the older noble listened as Hiro warned that every hidden crime would soon be exposed. He announced that the Rothwell family would lose its noble title, have its lands confiscated, and face judgment before the court of absolute justice. Determined to end the conflict, Hiro condemned Oliver Rothwell's failed rule and prepared to deliver his final judgment. Without hesitation, Hiro permanently exiled Oliver from Vilewood, forbade him from returning, and ordered him to leave immediately. Fear finally overwhelmed Oliver when a giant monster appeared behind him, forcing the disgraced noble to flee in panic. Watching the scene unfold, Hiro relaxed at last, realizing the long confrontation had finally come to an end. Moments later, Amelia approached with concern, and Hiro gently comforted her, relieved that she was safe after everything they had endured. Quietly, Amelia questioned whether Hiro had truly made the right decision, noticing he had acted differently than before. Thoughtfully, Hiro explained that protecting lasting peace sometimes required difficult choices, even when they caused temporary conflict. Meanwhile, he admitted some people could no longer be saved because they ultimately chose to destroy themselves. Seeing Hiro's sorrow, Amelia gently realized his heart remained burdened, despite achieving victory over his father. Then he confessed that part of him had still hoped Oliver could change, and accepting that painful truth continued to hurt him. Gently, Amelia comforted Hiro, assuring him his compassion would make the Forest of Paradise a peaceful and prosperous nation. Meanwhile, Oliver wandered alone through the forest, carrying only bitterness after losing everything he once possessed, consumed by resentment. Oliver convinced himself that Hiro had betrayed his kindness, refusing to acknowledge his own mistakes. Despite his anger, thoughts of the fortune he had left behind gave Oliver hope that the Rothwell family could recover someday. Suddenly, another figure found Oliver deep within the forest, signaling that his troubled journey was far from over. Alone in the forest, Oliver encountered a mysterious figure who blocked every escape route with a magical barrier and warned him not to resist. Soon afterward, Marison revealed himself as an envoy of the Holy Church and calmly informed Oliver that he had come to escort him into custody. Within the Kingdom of Asgard, the Holy Church Cathedral welcomes the leaders of 3 allied nations for a formal judgment. Inside the Grand Hall, the tribunal begins as everyone prepares to review Oliver's actions during the Northern War. Meanwhile, the King of Asgard, Pontiff Logia, and Duke Sachika demand an explanation for Oliver's abandoned territory and journey into the Great Forest. Soon afterward, Roswell steps before the tribunal to present his testimony in Oliver's defense. Calmly, Roswell states the army carried out a strategic withdrawal after barbarians violated the border, denying that their forces had been completely defeated. Roswell firmly rejects the accusations, insisting the army's withdrawal was a calculated decision, instead of a humiliating defeat. Suddenly, Cardinal Theodore interrupts the hearing and challenges anyone who dismisses Roswell's explanation as a mere excuse. Confidently, Theodore reveals that survivors from the northern battlefield personally reported the true events after receiving sanctuary. Nearby, several soldiers step forward before the tribunal, prepared to testify about everything they witnessed during the campaign. Theodore identifies the witnesses as soldiers who escaped from the demon kingdom and brought valuable evidence for the investigation. Cardinal Theodore presents the witnesses' confessions, arguing their detailed accounts are too consistent to dismiss as false testimony. Next, Theodore explains the witnesses were lesser nobles serving House Roswell, assigned to transport secret cargo near the border. Afterward, one witness admits the mission was described as a single operation, while the shipment was believed destined for black market slave traders. Roswell denies issuing such orders and questions whether any evidence directly connects him to the secret mission. Meanwhile, another witness reveals frequent disappearances of demon race women and children, linking the incidents to a hidden conspiracy that threatened to ignite a greater war. Cardinal Theodore requests a thorough investigation, declaring that Oliver Roswell orchestrated the entire conspiracy despite serving the royal family. Furious, Roswell rejects the accusation and demands to know who made such outrageous claims against him. Soon, the tribunal reveals the testimony came directly from the Demon Lord. Surprising everyone inside the courtroom, the King of Asgard presents a written document identifying the hero as Hero Roswell, leaving Oliver visibly shaken. He explains Hero rejected the Demon Lord's marriage proposal, rescued kidnapped Demon Kingdom citizens, and exposed the slave trade instead of betraying the kingdom. The King of Asgard explains that Hero's growing military strength forced the three nations to recognize his territory as an independent nation. Unable to accept the decision, Roswell declares Hero is no longer his heir and blames the failed divine oracle for everything. Furiously, Roswell accuses Hero of masterminding the entire conspiracy and claims he is the true criminal behind the crisis. Desperation drives Roswell to insist Hero has served the Demon Lord since birth and secretly plotted against the kingdom. Before the accusations continue further, Cardinal Theodore firmly interrupts Roswell, bringing his emotional outburst to an immediate end. Cardinal Theodore presents testimony and physical evidence, warning Roswell that continued denial will lead to a formal inquisition. Furthermore, Theodore explains that a guilty verdict would bring Roswell's execution and the complete downfall of House Roswell. Desperately, Roswell appeals to the King of Asgard, insisting the accusations are unreasonable and requesting the king's judgment. Meanwhile, the tribunal reminds everyone that Asgard, the Duchy of Sachika, and the Holy Church stand united against the Demon Lord. Roswell admits the incident endangered the kingdom, although he argues proper preparations could have justified declaring war at the right moment. The King of Asgard admits Roswell's long service deserves consideration, making a fair judgment difficult for him to deliver alone. Therefore, the king entrusts Cardinal Theodore with the final verdict, requesting that Roswell's past achievements be weighed carefully. Respectfully, Cardinal Theodore accepts the responsibility and prepares to announce the church's official judgment before the tribunal. Moments later, Theodore orders Oliver Roswell to take his own life, promising salvation through that final act. Finally, Theodore reminds Roswell that overwhelming evidence proves his crimes, making this final opportunity his only remaining path to redemption. Cardinal Theodore explains that if Roswell dies during the Inquisition, the investigation will end without any further trial. Meanwhile, Theodore offers Roswell a final choice, promising his family and heir will be spared if he accepts full responsibility alone. After a long silence, Roswell accepts the offer and agrees to receive salvation through the church's judgment. Quietly, Roswell expresses gratitude to God, preparing himself to face the punishment awaiting him. The tribunal orders Oliver Roswell to be taken to the dungeon, bringing the public hearing to its conclusion. After the trial ends, guards escort Oliver Roswell out of the cathedral while he quietly conceals his true intentions. Moments later, Roswell secretly activates a magic item and successfully escapes into a nearby forest before anyone notices. Freed from custody, Roswell ridicules the church's judgment and confidently believes the divine oracle cannot determine his fate. Confidently recalling his hidden fortune and escape skill, Roswell decides to rebuild his life by starting a new business. Without warning, mysterious figures appear from the shadows, surrounding Roswell and stopping his escape before he can flee farther. Unexpectedly, members of the Holy See's elite Spear of God unit emerge from the forest and surround Oliver Roswell before he can escape. Beside Cardinal Theodore, the Special Papal Office Inquisition Enforcement Unit quietly blocks every possible route of retreat. Startled by Theodore's appearance, Roswell realizes the Church had already predicted his attempt to flee the punishment. Meanwhile, Theodore reveals that a tracking spell had been placed on Roswell beforehand, ensuring his escape plan would ultimately fail. Finally, Roswell understands Hero anticipated his actions from the beginning, leaving him with no chance to evade capture. Suspiciously, Oliver Roswell realizes the Church has been following a hidden plan far beyond his expectations. Calmly, Cardinal Theodore admits Roswell uncovered part of the truth, but criticizes his greed for ruining everything. Meanwhile, Theodore reveals the Holy See's true objective was securing the great forest of demonic beasts without unnecessary conflict. Instead, Hero Roswell gathered overwhelming military strength by uniting dragon clans, powerful allies, and respected races under his banner. Theodore explains Hero's growing alliance could have become Asgard's greatest weapon, allowing the Holy See to eradicate every remaining follower of the Demon Lord. Cardinal Theodore declares that Oliver Roswell must accept responsibility, leaving him with only two choices: obedience or death. Angrily, Roswell condemns the Church's methods, while Theodore calmly insists the Inquisition exists to investigate heretics rather than torture them. Next, Theodore reveals the Church can extract the divine oracle from condemned heretics and entrust it to faithful believers. Gravely, Theodore admits the process is a forbidden ritual, yet considers it the only path to guide heretics toward salvation. Roswell realizes the priests examined him with the eye of God's revelation and suspects they intend to seize his divine oracle. Cardinal Theodore reveals that Oliver Roswell's divine revelation differs from the world's natural order, making it impossible for others to inherit its power. Nevertheless, Theodore insists the miracle granted by God could still be used to save countless misguided heretics. Furiously, Roswell rejects the Church's reasoning, refusing to participate in what he considers a senseless massacre. Patiently, Theodore reminds Roswell that the situation has not changed and that only two paths remain before him. Finally, Theodore orders Oliver Roswell to make his decision, bringing the confrontation to its decisive moment. Hesitantly, Oliver Roswell accepts Cardinal Theodore's proposal, receiving power in exchange for his cooperation. Instead of praising God, Roswell admits his actions are driven entirely by personal ambition and the desire to reclaim everything he lost. Meanwhile, Theodore explains the Holy See has concluded that divine power is essential to spread God's teachings across the world. Without hesitation, Theodore assigns Roswell the mission of obtaining the Dragon Clan's divine oracle. Then Theodore reveals the Church's plan to resurrect a new god from the former divine dragon's remains, and forge a weapon capable of destroying God's enemies. Deep within the Forest of Paradise, Hero's independent territory flourished behind sturdy walls, surrounded by dense trees and peaceful scenery. Meanwhile, Hero rested beside his loyal white companion, quietly reflecting on his responsibilities and future plans. Soon, a familiar beastkin girl discovered Hero and approached him after searching throughout the territory. Instead of finding him idle, she realized Hero remained focused on the ancient dragon's return and the challenges ahead. She reminded Hero that he had worked tirelessly for 3 months and deserved a brief rest before continuing his duties. Hero explained that despite appointing administrators, he still handled construction, farming, public works, and many other tasks throughout the territory. However, Hero admitted, countless responsibilities remained unfinished, proving the territory still needed more support, despite everyone's efforts. After considering the situation, Hero decided they should first solve the urgent problem standing directly before them. Soon, a massive group of immigrants gathered outside the city gates, leaving the residents uncertain about how to accommodate them. Seeing the growing crowd, Hero and the Beastkin girl estimated nearly 5,000 newcomers had arrived within only a few days. Hero realized accepting thousands of immigrants at once was impossible, yet he refused to abandon people seeking shelter in his territory. Instead of sending others, Hero decided to inspect the newcomers personally, so he could create the best solution for everyone. Believing first-hand observation was essential, Hero insisted some problems could only be understood by seeing them himself. After reassuring everyone that Amelia would accompany him, Hero prepared to leave the castle without hesitation. Finally, Amelia accepted Hero's decision, stayed by his side, and followed him toward the city gates to investigate the immigrants together. Hero and Amelia reached the gathering area, where thousands of immigrants filled the open field with wagons, tents, and countless families. Observing the crowd, Hiro realized the settlement resembled a small village rather than a temporary refugee camp. Meanwhile, Amelia noticed many well-dressed people and a bustling marketplace operating among the immigrants. Hiro spotted numerous people holding unfamiliar religious symbols while praying, unlike anything he had seen before. After examining the strange emblem, Hiro concluded it differed completely from Asgard's holy church, making the immigrants' origins even more mysterious. Hiro cautiously approached a hooded figure, who introduced himself as a member of the undead dragon cult, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Amelia demanded the stranger reveal his identity, and the hooded man removed his cloak, revealing himself as Jack. Jack explained he had joined the immigrant group after many unexpected events and invited Hiro to learn the full story, leading Hiro and Amelia deeper into the camp. Jack promised they would better understand the undead dragon cult by seeing it firsthand. Soon, Hiro discovered a massive sacred creature behind an altar, realizing the mysterious cult possessed something far beyond his expectations. Hiro and Amelia were surprised to discover the enormous creature was not feared but sincerely worshipped by the gathered followers. Curious about the unexpected situation, Hiro asked Jack how the undead dragon cult had changed so dramatically. Jack explained everything had begun only 3 months earlier, shortly after the refugees arrived in the forest. Meanwhile, he revealed that Earl Rothwell had disappeared, leaving the domain to his legitimate son, Marison. Hearing the story, Hiro realized Jack had intended to return to his father's domain, but his father's sudden disappearance had changed everything. Jack explained that although Marison became the new lord, another powerful faction soon rose and continued the oppression throughout the domain. He revealed the Holy Church recognized no other faith, treating anyone who worshipped different gods as enemies. Meanwhile, countless people disappeared after being taken by the Inquisitors, and those who returned were never the same. Jack continued that his entire merchant caravan was dismissed, while officials falsely accused them of supporting a rebellion to seize their cargo. He explained that losing his merchandise also destroyed his credibility, leaving him with neither a business nor a future. Jack gathered Hiro's stored cargo from guarded warehouses, distributed it through several caravans, and planned to return every shipment safely. Unfortunately, while recovering the goods, Jack's group was surrounded after the Inquisitors discovered their movements and accused them of heresy. Just as defeat seemed unavoidable, an unexpected savior suddenly appeared and turned the desperate situation around. Soon, the ancient dragons and the undead king stood before everyone, overwhelming the attackers with their powerful presence. Witnessing the miraculous rescue, desperate refugees gathered around their protectors, believing the dragon-riding savior had finally answered their hopes. Jack explained that after reaching the village, people eagerly sought blessings from the ancient dragons, causing the new faith to spread rapidly. Surprised, Jack admitted he expected Hiro to spend months preparing for the immigrants, not encourage them to govern themselves. Hiro questioned where that misunderstanding came from, while Amelia listened carefully beside him. Jack revealed the ancient dragons and the undead king had suggested the immigrants manage themselves, which led to a market and temporary camp. Smiling awkwardly, Hiro denied giving those instructions, leaving Jack shocked that the idea had never come from him. The ancient dragons and the undead king insisted they had done nothing wrong, claiming they merely ruled where humans had failed. Hiro reminded them that he had worried about their disappearance while expecting them to help build the kingdom together. Instead, the pair argued Hiro had abandoned them at the Demon Lord's castle, leaving them with no other choice. They described enduring exhausting days, maintaining the castle with magic, while constantly attending to the Demon Lord's demands. They both complained that Hiro should have brought them home sooner, sparing them from the humiliating hardships they had suffered. Hiro reminded the ancient dragons that he had been forced to leave, because his father's army was approaching, and there was no time to wake them. The ancient dragons dismissed his explanation, insisting that human affairs meant nothing to them. Watching the argument continue, Hiro and Amelia realized the pair were simply sulking despite everything that had happened. Hiro warned that allowing the refugees to govern themselves without limits would eventually cause serious shortages of food and water. Confidently, the ancient dragons claimed they had more than enough food and alcohol, believing the growing settlement would face no problems. Hiro recognized the wine and realized the ancient dragons were consuming supplies that had been entrusted to Jack for the territory. The ancient dragon defended its actions, insisting the food and drink belonged to whoever had hunted or claimed them first. Hiro firmly explained that selling those supplies provided the money needed to support everyone living in the domain. Even so, the ancient dragons dismissed his reasoning, believing meat existed to be eaten and wine could simply be replaced. Frustrated, Hiro declared that every bottle represented the hard work of his people and refused to let anyone treat it carelessly. Hiro lost his patience and activated his gacha skill, preparing to force the ancient dragons to understand his point through action. Immediately, the ancient dragons froze in shock as Hiro's sudden display of power completely changed the atmosphere. Keeping his composure, Hiro decided to settle the dispute with a different approach. Instead of continuing the argument, he ordered the ancient dragons and the undead king to build homes, cultivate farmland, and develop roads for the expanding territory. Both were left stunned by Hiro's command, questioning why they had suddenly been assigned such enormous construction duties. Hiro explained that ruling a territory was difficult and reminded the ancient dragon they were trusted allies, not servants. Next, Hiro declared that allies could never take the domain's resources freely and demanded proper repayment for everything they had used. He warned that failing their assigned work would cost the ancient dragon and the undead king their meals and evening drinks, until they completed the mission. Hiro announced a strict policy that banned meals and evening drinks. The dragon and the long-haired companion immediately showed shocked expressions as everyone listened. Across the clearing, the flying beast reacted with complete disbelief, refusing to accept the sudden restrictions placed upon the group. Unable to hide his frustration, the long-haired man lamented the loss of food and liquor, believing his daily life had become unbearable. After calming the situation, Hiro explained that the rules mainly concerned humans before instructing Jack to assist with the upcoming tasks. He requested information about the stored goods and their expected profits, preparing to organize the territory's economy more efficiently. After hearing the report, Hiro agreed that they could not remain idle, because the eastern trade city of the Asgard Kingdom faced an urgent situation. Determined to act quickly, Hiro ordered everyone to continue construction with available forest and lumberyard materials until his return. Before departing, Hiro instructed Jack to prepare for the journey. Although the dragon and the long-haired companion protested, the group moved forward with the plan. Soon, Hiro disappeared into the distance, leaving the others silently watching the empty road after his departure. The long-haired man wondered when Hiro would return, while the dragon realized the promised time could mean tomorrow, or even a year later. Alucard realized Hiro's decision had consequences, admitting the trouble could have been avoided if they had simply returned by the original route. Watching the situation unfold, the dragon understood Hiro was completely serious, and recognized that nothing would stop him from enforcing his plans. Faced with losing both food and liquor, the long-haired man reluctantly accepted that resisting Hiro's rules would only make matters worse. Seeing the growing tension, the horned woman urged everyone to cooperate, believing teamwork offered the only way to solve their problems. Finally, Alucard accepted the proposal, sealing their agreement with a firm handshake as they prepared to work toward the same goal. Alucard admitted that none of them understood how humans built farmland or residential areas, making Hiro's instructions difficult to carry out. Instead of giving up, the horned woman proposed using dragon abilities to clear forests, gather lumber, and prepare farmland by removing roots and stones. Meanwhile, Alucard assigned the undead to transport timber and clear heavy debris, estimating the entire task could be completed within 3 days. After considering the progress, Alucard realized the remaining challenge was designing a proper residential area for future settlers. At that moment, Kero caught everyone's attention, prompting Alucard and the horned woman to wonder whether the small companion had a useful idea. Alucard and the horned woman turned to Kero, hoping the loyal companion understood how Hiro usually handled human settlements. Instead of offering advice, Kero happily built a small doghouse and rested inside it, proudly showing what seemed like a perfect home. Disappointed by the result, Alucard concluded that Kero's idea could not solve the problem, while the horned woman dismissed the tiny shelter as useless. Next, the horned woman questioned why humans needed large houses, believing caves or abandoned ruins were enough for ordinary living. However, Alucard reminded everyone that humans were far more fragile than dragons or beasts, making proper homes essential before recruiting future soldiers. Alucard considered Hiro's strategy more carefully, realizing that recruiting people into the army could become a practical solution despite his initial doubts. While calculating the plan, Alucard recognized that every new soldier would also require food, clothing, and shelter to survive. The horned woman reminded him that harming the refugees would ruin Hiro's efforts, forcing Alucard to abandon any reckless ideas. Just then, she quietly offered Alucard some liquor, knowing it would ease his frustration without disrupting their shared mission. Before long, a young villager arrived carrying today's offering of liquor and respectfully requested that the group listen to a serious grievance in return. The young villager explained that simple shelters help travelers survive the harsh winter, asking the group to use their strength to protect vulnerable people. Hearing those words, Alucard immediately demanded to see the shelters, leaving the frightened villager frozen in fear before the overwhelming presence. Terrified by Alucard's intimidating manner, the villager misunderstood the request and feared he had somehow caused offense. Unable to calm himself, the villager begged for mercy, believing his life was in immediate danger despite Alucard's true intention. Finally, the horned woman clarified that they only wanted to inspect the houses, while Alucard adjusted his approach to avoid frightening the innocent villager. Facing difficult conditions, the young villager admitted his shelter was only a tent with a simple mat, providing little protection from the weather. Curiosity led Alucard to ask about carpenters, after hearing they could build proper homes for people instead of temporary shelters. Patiently, the villager explained that carpenters were craftsmen with the knowledge to construct durable buildings that could withstand harsh conditions. Interested by the profession, Alucard immediately asked whether any carpenter was still available to assist with the settlement's construction. Unfortunately, the villager revealed that although carpenters remained, the shortage of materials meant they could only build small, fragile huts. Alucard declared that farmland and residential areas had to be completed quickly, realizing Hero would expect visible progress upon returning. Overwhelmed by the announcement, the young villager gratefully realized they would receive guidance, work, and proper homes instead of struggling alone. Fearing the news would spread too quickly, the horned woman warned the villager to lower his voice before attracting everyone's attention. Soon, nearby villagers gathered in disbelief, amazed that they would receive jobs as well as houses to survive the coming winter. The grateful villagers praised the undead king for giving them hope, while Alucard quietly accepted their gratitude despite feeling slightly embarrassed. Realizing there was no turning back, the horned woman urged Alucard to act quickly before Hero returned and discovered their lack of progress. Without hesitation, Alucard formed a new plan, asking the dragon to carry him into the sky so he could search for a solution. High above the forest, the dragon followed Alucard's directions, while wondering what strategy he intended to carry out. Remembering the villager's explanation, Alucard concluded that bringing skilled carpenters to the territory would solve the housing problem, and immediately used his summoning power. Unfortunately, only a handful of deceased carpenters answered the summon, leaving Alucard disappointed by the limited results. Alucard expanded the range of his magic, reaching far beyond the forest to search through the countless souls of the dead for skilled workers. Next, he poured more power into the spell, granting sunlight resistance to the undead before completing the massive summoning ritual. Moments later, the ground shook violently as countless undead emerged, answering Alucard's command from beneath the earth. Surrounded by an enormous skeletal army, Alucard calmly observed the successful summon, confident his workforce had grown dramatically. The nearby villagers panicked at the sight of the undead horde. But Alucard reassured them there was nothing to fear. Alucard reassured the frightened villagers that the undead were their ancestors and would protect them, urging everyone to unite and help build the nation. Raising his voice with confidence, Alucard declared that anyone wishing to live there must contribute, while promising farmland and proper burials through their shared efforts. Soon afterward, countless undead workers began transforming the land, clearing the terrain and constructing buildings under Alucard's command. Meanwhile, skeletons worked tirelessly together, lifting heavy timber and assembling sturdy wooden houses at remarkable speed. Watching the massive workforce, the horned woman marveled at Alucard's achievement, amazed that he had summoned nearly 200,000 undead laborers. The horned woman admitted Alucard's hidden power could have defeated Hero, leaving her surprised that he had never used it before. Calmly, Alucard explained that his strength had been preserved for thousands of years to battle gods, not for meaningless conflicts with a young man. As they continued walking, the horned woman realized Alucard's actions revealed genuine curiosity rather than a desire to prove his superiority. Soon afterward, Alucard revealed that his greatest interest was discovering what kind of nation Hero intended to create. Rather than seeking another war against the gods, Alucard smiled quietly, believing Hero's future kingdom would become a far more fascinating challenge. Alucard admitted his immense summoning had exhausted much of his power, making it impossible to raise more undead until he recovered. Suddenly, the horned woman appeared with urgency, revealing that the time for waiting had ended and that an enemy confrontation was approaching. A powerful horned woman gathered her followers and chose to launch the first attack, preferring decisive action over remaining on the defensive. Hero's wagon traveled through the forest, steadily returning after completing successful negotiations in another region. During the journey, Hero and Amelia appreciated Jack's quick actions, allowing their group to return much earlier than planned. While resting inside the wagon, both wondered whether Mr. Ancient Dragon and the others were carrying out Hero's instructions properly. Although concerned, Hiro accepted that even small mistakes could help everyone better understand and manage the territory. Suddenly, Amelia noticed something unusual in the distance, prompting Hiro to turn his attention toward the unexpected sight ahead. Hiro's group reached the edge of the Paradise Forest of Eden and noticed a large fortified settlement standing where none had existed before. Both Hiro and Amelia stared in disbelief as the massive checkpoint and busy town came into view beyond the forest. The older man could hardly believe such construction had been completed within only a few weeks and suspected Lord Rothwell had returned. Growing concerned about the Smirnov family's safety, Hiro decided their group should immediately head back to the city. Without wasting another moment, the wagon passed through the fortress gate as everyone hurried inside to learn what had happened. Hiro entered the fortress with Amelia, impressed by the enormous walls and surprised that no guards stood at the entrance. After walking through the streets, the group found peaceful citizens living normally, instead of a heavily fortified military base. Soon Amelia pointed toward a remarkable building, drawing Hiro's attention to an unfamiliar structure inside the city. Recognizing its design, Hiro realized it resembled the immortal dragon sect, leaving him deeply astonished. Looking across the expanding city, Hiro struggled to believe Mr. Ancient Dragon had transformed the undeveloped land into a thriving settlement within only a few weeks. Hiro modestly denied being anyone extraordinary after Amelia wondered whether he was the long-awaited savior. A young man suddenly recognized Hiro and rushed toward him, convinced the humble noble was the person they needed. Falling to his knees, the man desperately begged Hiro to help and protect the immortal dragon sect from its growing crisis. He explained that the sect's valuable teachings had been condemned as heresy, placing its future in serious danger. The older scholar suspected the Holy Church was responsible, describing how rival teachings were often suppressed through persecution and force. Amelia pointed ahead as Hiro realized Mr. Ancient Dragon and Alucard would never ignore such a troubling situation. Moments later, the group discovered the pinnacle of killing immortals, confirming the immortal dragon sect had become the target of a dangerous enemy. Hiro, Amelia, and their companion quickly understood the crisis was far worse than they had imagined upon reaching the city. After learning they had arrived too late, Hiro wondered who possessed the strength and courage to challenge those two powerful figures. Suddenly, a horned woman appeared before Hiro, announcing that she had grown tired of waiting for his arrival. Hiro was startled when the horned demon lord appeared before him, while Amelia and their companion watched the unexpected encounter. Standing atop a rooftop, the demon lord warned that her previous withdrawal did not mean she had abandoned future attacks. Remaining calm, Hiro questioned whether she had returned to break their alliance and begin another war. The demon lord admitted that war had been her original intention, but revealed she had come for a different purpose this time. Stepping closer without hostility, the demon lord faced Amelia directly, signaling that the meeting would take an unexpected turn. The demon lord approached Amelia closely, carefully examining her features before realizing she belonged to the Warcat clan. Curious about the situation, Amelia listened as the demon lord calmly questioned whether her background had become a problem. The demon lord revealed she had once proposed marriage to Hiro, believing their union could grant her the power to dominate the world. However, she refused to force Hiro's decision, choosing instead to let him decide whether to accept or reject her proposal. Amelia respectfully reminded everyone that Hiro represented the country, making his decision more important than her personal feelings. Amelia firmly declared that Hiro valued people for their character rather than status, power, or social rank, strengthening her resolve to stand beside him. Facing the demon lord directly, Amelia refused to retreat, determined to protect her place even against the world's strongest woman. The tense confrontation continued as neither side stepped back, leaving the atmosphere heavy with determination. Seeing the conflict escalating, Hiro hurried between them and tried to calm both women before the situation turned into a fight. A young horned girl suddenly appeared, reminding everyone that Hiro had already said he disliked unnecessary fighting. The young horned girl reminded the demon lord that Hiro disliked fighting, leaving both Amelia and the demon lord momentarily speechless. Embarrassed by the child's words, the demon lord tried to explain herself while Amelia watched the unexpected exchange with confusion. Another horned woman, Arnolith, arrived and declared that the demon lord's authority had completely fallen apart because of her behavior. Arnolith explained she had searched for the demon lord after her long absence, fearing she had acted recklessly. Pulling Amelia into a comforting embrace, Arnolith gently scolded the demon lord for troubling an innocent girl to release her frustration. Arnolith explained that the demon lord meant no harm, although her awkward behavior made it seem otherwise and embarrassed everyone. She apologized to Amelia, explaining the demon lord only wanted to meet the woman Hiro had chosen. The demon lord admitted her actions had merely been a test and sincerely apologized for causing Amelia unnecessary worry. Smiling warmly, The Demon Lord praised Amelia's courage and accepted Hiro's choice, while Amelia respectfully apologized for her earlier misunderstanding. Before leaving, the Demon Lord reminded Amelia that love was also a battle, promising she would not give up when another opportunity appeared. Hiro asked whether the Demon Lord had visited only to meet Amelia, but she explained that Lillian had originally requested the meeting. The Demon Lord revealed she was also concerned that refugees from the previous war might overwhelm Rothwell's territory. Knowing Hiro would never abandon innocent refugees, she had arranged supplies in advance and waited at the mansion to assist him. Instead, hostile people rejected the Demon Lord's faith and attempted to drive her from the country, forcing her to retaliate. He questioned their actions, while the Demon Lord concluded they had probably acted out of fear and embarrassment. Hiro learned that Mr. Ancient Dragon had hidden his efforts because he did not want humans to witness him working for their benefit. Meanwhile, Alucard, Harpies, Undead, and other races cooperated with humans, astonishing everyone by building the city together. Within only 10 days, Alucard's army of 200,000 undead completed the thriving settlement through their combined labor. The Demon Lord remarked that such monsters normally viewed humans as enemies, proving they held genuine respect and affection for Hiro. Grateful for everyone's dedication, Hiro decided to prepare a proper feast to reward those who had worked so hard. Hiro promised to reward everyone's hard work with a grand banquet, leaving the Demon Lord satisfied by his thoughtful decision. Looking around the peaceful city, the Demon Lord admired a kingdom where the ruler cared for the people and the people trusted their ruler. She learned the land produced harvests 3 times faster than usual, making the region prosperous and widely admired. Although the increased harvest demanded much greater effort, the villagers continued working happily without complaint. The Demon Lord concluded that such devotion proved everyone sincerely followed Hiro because they believed in his leadership and kindness. Hiro humbly admitted he still had many shortcomings, believing he only did what he could to help everyone. After hearing the remaining food supplies were sufficient for several months, Hiro began considering how they should be used wisely. Rather than letting the donated provisions go to waste, Hiro decided to sell part of the surplus, while keeping enough for the territory. Soon, Hiro revealed he wanted to organize a gathering because several important guests would soon be arriving. The banquet would welcome the new residents, strengthen ties with the immigrants, and express gratitude to Mr. Ancient Dragon for his tremendous efforts. Hiro proudly announced a grand banquet to celebrate the Forest of Eden's independence anniversary, bringing together humans, monsters, and every ally who had helped build the flourishing territory. Hiro served carriage during a citywide feast, attracting crowds as citizens and visitors gathered to enjoy the unusual meal. After tasting the dish, a noble guest was amazed, realizing Hiro's carriage surpassed every expectation with its rich flavor. Next, Hiro raised a toast while everyone celebrated together, marking the feast as a memorable success for the territory. A dragon woman admired the enormous buffet, impressed that the entire city had become one grand banquet. Finally, Hiro explained every citizen had joined the celebration, leaving the dragon surprised by his generosity and outstanding leadership. Hiro asked the Demon Queen to help prepare food, pushing her to stop complaining and assist with the feast. Meanwhile, Hiro and the others worked together cooking and serving meals, while the Demon Queen watched their efforts. Later, Hiro reminded the Demon Queen that joining the event had been her own decision from the beginning. Although she agreed to learn from Hiro's example, the Demon Queen never expected to spend the day serving food. Then Hiro encouraged her with confidence, believing managing the feast would be far easier than the political duties she usually handled. Raised by countless servants since childhood, the Demon Queen admitted she had never handled even the simplest daily tasks herself. Instead of accepting the request, she argued that serving ordinary citizens was beneath someone of her royal position. Watching her reaction, Hiro's companions explained that avoiding basic work only exposed her lack of practical experience. Amelia then joked that Hiro proved far more dependable because he willingly worked alongside everyone without hesitation, embarrassed by the remarks. Another companion comforted the Demon Queen, reminding her that inexperience did not make her truly useless. Meanwhile, Hiro's companion encouraged the Demon Queen by explaining that everyone relied on others while learning useful skills through effort. Curious about the result, a young girl asked Gull to taste the Demon Queen's freshly cooked carriage before anyone else. After taking a bite, the girl happily praised the flavor, making the Demon Queen realize her cooking had turned out well. Although the Demon Queen feared failure, the child's cheerful admiration quickly replaced her worries with growing confidence. Finally, Hiro compared both plates of carriage, showing everyone the Demon Queen's version beside his own, with quiet approval. Hiro gently reminded the Demon Queen that deceiving a child was wrong, leaving her embarrassed after the misunderstanding was revealed. Suddenly, Lady Gull questioned whether the Demon Queen had hidden all the carriage, innocently believing she had acted selfishly. Flustered by the accusation, the Demon Queen hurried to explain herself, but Lady Gull remained convinced another liar was nearby. At that moment, another companion looked confused after hearing the claim, insisting she had never told any lies. Finally, the Demon Queen pointed toward the companion, urging her to think carefully because she was hiding the truth as well. Lady Gull innocently questioned another companion, leaving the great sage flustered as the conversation about honesty spread further. Meanwhile, Amelia gently corrected Lady Gull, explaining the great sage was actually a woman, despite the confusing title. To settle the misunderstanding, Hiro revealed that Lillian was a man, embarrassing him while finally clearing up the confusion. Hearing the unexpected truth, Amelia froze in complete shock, unable to believe everything she had just learned. Lillian calmly explained that gender had never mattered personally. While the Demon Queen quietly reflected on the surprising revelation, the Demon Queen admitted her mistake and sincerely apologized, allowing Lady Gull to happily accept the apology without hesitation. Soon, Hiro noticed a large crowd had gathered after Lady Gull unknowingly brought everyone to the lively feast. Asked about her actions, Lady Gull shyly admitted she simply enjoyed seeing everyone smiling together during the celebration. Meanwhile, Hiro reflected that the gathering had attracted many powerful guests, while creating countless unexpected challenges to manage. Despite those difficulties, the successful festival proved Hiro's leadership could unite people from every background in a joyful event. Lady Gull remembered Hiro's promise to create a peaceful place, explaining that many hardships had once made everyone feel sad. Smiling warmly, Hiro showed that promise had become reality as people across the territory now lived together in happiness. Inspired by Hiro's kindness, Lady Gull decided everyone should repay him by supporting the future he had worked so hard to build. Soon Hiro's companions and the gathered citizens thanked him together, celebrating the peaceful territory he had created for them all. Overcome with emotion, Hiro looked at Lady Gull and everyone around him, realizing his efforts had truly changed countless lives. After the celebration ended, Hiro's mysterious scripture suddenly reacted, revealing that its available blessings had increased dramatically. Surprised by the change, Hiro realized the sacred book had gained many new uses through everyone's gratitude and good deeds. Curious about the phenomenon, the Demon Queen learned the scripture granted divine blessings whenever Hiro accumulated enough virtuous actions. Although the revelation sounded powerful, Hiro admitted he could never control which blessing the book would provide. Instead, Hiro explained that solving problems through honest effort gave greater meaning than relying entirely on miraculous revelations. The Demon Queen accepted Hiro's explanation, yet remained curious about how he managed to support an entire territory alone. Instead of relying on personal wealth, Hiro explained that every resource was carefully invested for the benefit of his people. Meanwhile, farmers contributed through their harvests, while Hiro reinvested the profits into new projects rather than collecting heavy taxes. Hearing the full plan, the Demon Queen admitted she had underestimated Hiro's decision to welcome refugees. Without hesitation, he revealed that mutual support kept the territory thriving, ensuring every resident could live without fearing hunger or oppressive taxation. Hiro shared his vision of building a stronger nation where citizens could freely work, trade, and even participate in governing the territory. Although the Demon Queen questioned his ideals, Hiro calmly insisted that this belief guided every decision he made. Standing before everyone, Hiro declared that a nation should always belong to its people, instead of serving only its rulers. Furthermore, he criticized nobles who burdened citizens with heavy taxes, while contributing little to their daily lives. He warned that selfish rule would leave farmland abandoned, increase poverty, and slowly drive the entire territory into decline. The Demon Queen acknowledged that Hiro's vision came from experience, recognizing he understood a future few others could imagine. Although she questioned whether a king could truly live as one of the people, Hiro calmly believed the goal was achievable. Rather than relying on hope alone, Hiro declared that unwavering determination was the key to turning his ideals into reality. Hearing those bold words, the Demon Queen admitted Hiro possessed remarkable courage for challenging centuries of traditional rule. She chose to witness Hiro's journey herself, while Hiro promised to match every action with the principles he proudly defended. A wounded warrior rushed toward Hiro, urgently reporting that a terrible emergency had suddenly erupted at the mansion. Without waiting for a full explanation, Hiro hurried toward the estate, after learning a young woman needed immediate help. Reaching the entrance, Hiro stopped in shock as enormous winged beasts surrounded the mansion from every direction. Moments later, the massive creatures completely occupied the rooftops, forcing everyone below to face the overwhelming threat. Then the leader of the beasts demanded the return of Lord Shinryuku, revealing they had arrived to reclaim someone important. Hiro arrived at the Paradise Forest official residence, where the ancient dragons had gathered for an important meeting. The ancient dragon revealed the dragons had a request, leaving Hiro curious about their true purpose. Believing they wanted Goal returned, Hiro offered to help, but the ancient dragon stopped him to discuss another matter first. Meanwhile, Goal spent time peacefully with children and a large wolf, patiently waiting for Hiro's return. Elsewhere, the townspeople enjoyed their day off, appreciating Lord Hiro's hard work and thoughtful leadership. A family headed toward the festival together, carefully guiding their young daughter while enjoying the lively celebration. Meanwhile, Gull quietly watched the festivities alone, until she politely asked if she could join the others. Soon, Emira noticed Gull sitting by herself and approached, wondering why she was not playing with everyone else. After learning Gull was alone because her sister remained busy at the mansion, Emira thought of a cheerful solution. Then Emira invited Gull to enjoy the grand feast together, believing they could have fun instead of waiting for Hiro's return. Feeling hungry during the festival, Gull hesitated because she wanted to keep the promise she had made to wait for Hiro. Meanwhile, Emira suggested they could still enjoy the feast together, but Gull worried Hiro might think she had broken her word if he returned first. After thinking for a moment, Emira came up with a clever idea to leave a written message explaining where they had gone, ensuring Hiro would not be concerned. Still unsure, Gull questioned whether Emira was capable of writing such an important message by herself. Proudly, Emira explained she attended school every day and had learned reading, writing, and arithmetic, convincing Gull that the plan would work. Emira proudly explained her abilities, making Gull admire her so much that the praise left Emira feeling embarrassed. After calming down, Emira invited Gull to attend school someday, revealing that Gull had never received an education before. However, Gull admitted Hiro had never allowed her to study there, leaving Emira disappointed by the unexpected reason. Remembering Hiro's plans, Emira explained that a school for immigrant children would open soon, encouraging Gull to ask for permission to enroll. Excited by the possibility, Gull eagerly agreed, and hoped Kero could join her, while Emira quietly wondered whether Kero would accept the invitation. Inspired by Emira's words, Gull admitted she wanted to attend school and learn how to read and write letters. Encouraged by her enthusiasm, Emira suggested Gull try writing the message herself as practice for her future studies. Although Emira could only write a little, she patiently asked Gull what she wanted the message to say. After thinking carefully, Gull decided the message should express her wish to learn and her love for Hiro and her family. Smiling awkwardly, Emira realized Gull's words sounded more like a heartfelt letter than a simple message, but accepted them. Anyway, Emira prepared a writing board and promised to create an example first, asking Gull to copy every word carefully. Curious about the lesson, Gull eagerly watched beside Kero while Emira slowly demonstrated how to write each character. After finishing, Emira proudly showed the completed example, encouraging Gull to use it as a guide for practice. However, Gull noticed the handwriting looked different from Hiro's, making Emira shyly admit she was still learning. Instead of criticizing her, Gull sincerely praised Emira's writing and called her a genius, leaving Emira touched by the heartfelt compliment. Following Emira's example, Gull carefully copied each letter, concentrating on every stroke while learning to write for the first time. Moments later, Gull proudly finished her message, earning warm praise from Emira for her impressive effort and quick progress. Seeing the result, Emira admired Gull's talent, while Gull innocently wondered if that truly made her a genius. Instead of agreeing, Emira explained there was a better way to make Hiro happier than simply writing a message. Excited by her new idea, Emira suggested decorating the writing board beautifully, making Gull's heartfelt message even more special for Hiro. Gull admired Emira's decorating idea, praising her as a genius because she had never imagined making the message more beautiful. Wanting to complete the gift, Emira decided to gather flowers nearby and asked Gull to watch the writing supplies carefully. Before leaving, Emira waved goodbye, while Gull and Kero promised to protect everything until she returned. As Gull guarded the supplies with great care, another beastkin child approached and curiously asked what she was doing. Instead of recognizing the newcomer, Gull looked confused because the child standing before her was clearly not Emira. While guarding Emira's bag, Gull was approached by an unfamiliar beastkin child, who questioned her identity and asked where she came from. Calmly, Gull explained that she lived at the mansion and was protecting Emira's belongings until her friend returned. Hearing about the mansion filled with dragons, the beastkin became suspicious after noticing Gull's horns and tail, believing something was wrong. Suddenly, the child accused Gull of being an invader connected to the dragons that had attacked the mansion, Rather than understanding the accusation, Gol looked completely confused and innocently tried to figure out what the unfamiliar word, invader, actually meant. Gol proudly introduced herself as Shinryuku, making the Beastkin child realize she was the dragon lady Amelia had been raising, smiling brightly. Gol called Amelia her mother, but the Beastkin immediately insisted that Amelia was not her real parent. Confused by the accusation, Gol firmly repeated that Amelia was truly her mother and believed lying was wrong. Meanwhile, the Beastkin denied making anything up, explaining that Gol was actually a dragon, not Amelia's biological daughter. The child pointed out that Hiro was human, and Amelia was a beastwoman, arguing they could never have a dragon child together. The Beastkin child insisted dragons could only be born from other dragons, believing Gol's story about her family could not be true. Growing upset, the child accused Gol of lying, but Gol firmly defended Hiro and Amelia as her true parents. Unable to hold back her tears, Gol cried while repeating that Hiro and Amelia were her beloved family, despite the accusations. Watching Gol cry, Kero stepped forward protectively, forcing the Beastkin child to hesitate in surprise. Suddenly, someone approached from behind the startled child, making the tense confrontation come to an unexpected pause. The Beastkin child froze in shock after someone suddenly struck his head, interrupting the heated argument with Gol. Rushing back, Amira scolded the child for bullying Gol and demanded an apology for making her cry. However, the child defended himself, insisting Gol was the one who had misunderstood the situation instead. Standing firmly beside Gol, Amira refused to believe the accusation and declared that Gol would never tell lies. Then Gol stepped forward to explain everything herself, hoping to settle the misunderstanding before the argument grew even worse. Gol firmly defended herself, insisting she was telling the truth because everything Hiro had taught her was honest and kind. Remembering Hiro's lessons, Gol recalled that good people never deceive others or follow suspicious strangers. Confused by the accusation, Gol wondered whether calling her parents liars meant they were considered bad people as well. Recalling precious memories, Gol remembered Hiro teaching her with patience, while Amelia always cared for her with warmth and affection. He declared that Hiro and Amelia were her real parents, believing they would always remain a family no matter what others claimed. Gol rushed toward the mansion after spotting Hiro's return, carrying her writing board while Kero followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Hiro continued discussing important matters with the ancient dragon, unaware that Gol had already arrived outside the room. The ancient dragon explained that Gol should return to the dragon tribe's village because it would be the best place for her future. Listening from outside the door, Gol learned the dragon tribe faced a dangerous conflict with the Holy Church, leaving her stunned. The ancient dragon admitted Gol was destined to lead the dragon tribe someday, making Hiro realize a difficult decision could no longer be avoided. Gol stood frozen outside the room after overhearing Hiro admit he was not her real father, leaving her heartbroken as she silently clutched the writing board.